math too.
posted a
It was
picture,
point. Was the number they got 0.0005? Yes or no?
Zanuck.
Yes or no?
I
That's the
posted
number
both
you posted it.
pictures.
I used your posting 0.0005.
Zanuck,
Was that the
please,
answer?
please don't be dishonest here, please.
Yes or
Please,
no? Then if I'm being honest, just tell me yes or no. Was it not
you're being
0.0005?
disingenuous. Yes, the
Yes
first
or
picture I
no?
posted.
Was it
Here, here's what.
0.0005? Yes or
Zanuck,
no?
here, I'll
You
be
can't
honest.
answer, can you?
Yeah, I can. I'll be honest because you can't. The first picture I posted, yes, that is exactly what it said. Now, can you
Thank
tell
you.
us what the second post said?
Well, I didn't see a second post. Any other value? I
Yeah,
did
you
not see
did.
it.
Yeah, you did. We were arguing over it.
What
We
did it
were
say?
arguing over it.
I'm
It
not.
said
I'm
that
in
because
the
of the
car right now, so I can't see it.
it said because of the velocity scale, it is closer to 1/6.
What do you
Remember?
mean velocity scale?
I can't remember exactly how they worded it, but me and you
All
were
right, I'll
texting
look when
back
I get
and
back
forth
home
over
tonight.
it.
But anyway, that
But
was
you act
well
like
within the
you don't
margin.
remember it.
That was
Really?
so. No, I didn't remember. I didn't read that at all. So
Yeah,
I'll read
you
it when I
did.
get back. I'll read
You
it when I get.
literally commented on it.
I well then you're not describing it properly. Why don't you put it up now? Because I can't read it. The point is, it was a margin of error of the tool itself. There was nothing measured. There would not be anything
No,
measured,
no,
and
no.
no one today thinks there was anything measured. Okay, so
No, it was
that's all
measured,
bullshit.
and it's still being measured today. After repeated experiments, it's still being measured. You can consider it margin of error, but don't tell me it wasn't measured. It was.
Yeah, the margin of errors are measured. I agree with you, but that's not what they attribute it to.
Wow.
They don't say
Is
because
that
we're
what I
moving.
said? Wow.
It's not
You
moving.
have a
It's not.
problem with being honest. It's
I'm not.
incredibly
I'm being very
frustrating.
honest with you. You're saying the margin of error is the measurement of us moving through space. That's your problem, not
No,
mine.
no, you're saying that just because it was within the margin of error, that the measurement of the 1/6 of expected that they actually measured didn't happen. That's what you're saying. Yeah, that's what I thought. Do you know what the Arthur Eddington
They
experiment
didn't.
was?
No, they didn't expect 1/6. They expected 0.4. One
I
sixth of
didn't
point
say
4. You're not.
they
You can't even
expected.
understand what you're reading. Okay, I'm
Zanuck,
going to
you don't
disengage.
listen.
Now you're getting me upset. I thought we were having a cool conversation before. Now you're just being
I'm getting
obnoxious.
upset.
No, I'm
Zanuck,
getting upset.
Yeah,
I'm
it's because
sorry.
you guys.
Zanuck,
It's because you guys are using all
I
the
didn't
rhetoric
say
of.
they expected 1/6. I said they
Okay,
got
it didn't do
1/6
one.
of what they
Fine, fine. It
expected.
did 6 of what they expected. 1/6 of what they expected, which was 0.4. That's what they expected. So it's almost
I
a
think it was
factor of 10 off.
0.04, but okay.
0.4. It was
But
0.4,
the
not
idea was that the
0.04.
1/6 could have been the detection of this ether, but the
No.
wasn't what they expected for enough for the Earth to be moving around the sun. So
Well,
then they
if that
decided,
was the case,
okay, we'll say it's a no result. We'll forget the 1/6. We'll make up this Lorentz contraction that erases that idea, and then we can have our it proves there's no ether because the ether doesn't coagulate with the whole narrative that was going
Well,
on at the
no.
time.
New perspective. Didn't you hear Zanuck? He said that it wasn't measured. He said that it didn't happen, that we're lying.
No,
no, I
that's
agree
what.
that they
But
measured. They
more
had
sensitive equipment's been
something they
used, and they
measured.
get
I
less
agree
and
they
less
measured.
result.
You never
I
said that.
agree they measured it.
The last 20 times it came up, you said that they didn't measure anything.
And Michelson Morley, you
And
said
you
they
won't
couldn't have
even admit
measured it because and Michelson Morley, you said they couldn't have measured it because they were in the same frame.
Right. They can't measure because they're in the same frame. It's another reason.
So they
They
can't
did
measure
get
it.
a 1/6 though. They got 1/6 the result they were expecting.
And then they said it was within margin of error, called it a null hypothesis. And then after the fact, they explained away the results as to why the Earth isn't just stationary. I mean, that's the simplest explanation. No, let's come up with this crazy, unbelievable theory that makes no sense when you try to match it with reality. But because the math works, you can just kind of ignore all that and say, yeah, it's apparent, but it's actual, but it's apparent, but it's actual, depending on reference frame. Cool story, bro.
Real quick, if this didn't make a difference in the
Well,
Michelson Morley thing,
you're starting to get it. It sounds like you're starting to get it. The actual versus apparent. Good for you.
You're starting to get all the bullshit.
Thanks, teacher.
If they couldn't have measured this and they didn't know, and it didn't affect the experiment at all, why would they have even mentioned it?
Exactly. That's what I was saying.
Why bring it up if it had no effect?
Because they're being honest with what they actually measured. They said that was a no result. There wouldn't have been a no result if they gave any value to that measurement at all. It wasn't worth anything. It's never been replicated, and they can change. They can actually validate that by changing the direction slightly to the direction of travel and see if it changes that small variance and makes it with respect to the change of angle and a different speed that it would be measuring. And they have never done that. It's just a null result. There's nothing there. There's nothing to see here. It's like these aren't the droids you're looking for.
Are you saying that when they changed it, that they got different results?
Did you hear him say these are not the droids you're looking for? He's trying to Jedi mind trick us right now.
I like that, though. That was a good line. That is funny. That is a good line, though.
Right? He knows he's trying, and it's a game, like he said earlier. It's a game that he's going to always win because he has the narrative to back him and just the belief in it. And the bullshit theory and the relativity makes it impossible. It makes it unfalsifiable, which is beautiful, right in Zanek's ballpark.
Yeah, it would be like if someone said that Star Wars was like if someone claimed it was real and then just used the movies to just claim the validity.
Right. Like, look, there's Darth Vader right there. Of course he's real.
Right. That's what right there. Did you see him?
Yeah. He was talking and everything. Well, no, you can't see his lips, but there's a man inside. Look, at the end, they show the man inside.
It's like if someone was wrong and lied on here, and then once we pointed it out, they went back on everything and tried to act like we were agreeing the whole time. It's exactly what
Zanex created that. Yeah,
I'm glad you finally agree with everything I said. Fantastic.
Thanks, teacher.
Hey, at least he admitted that one of the best options, and the first thing that came to mind was, of course, that the Earth isn't moving, and that's probably the most likely results we should have looked at to begin with, and just gone with that. Because I
am surprised he admitted that. That's a good point.
Definitely, it's either not moving or there's no ether. Because if it was moving through the ether and light needed propagated, there would be a friendship, and there wasn't any. So it could be not moving.
Let's add to the list of evidence that we're not moving, and then see if that's like the most likely option, right? Oh wow! No detection of movement whatsoever.
Even without the ether, is there still a problem, Zanuck?
Problem with what?
It would still be most likely that we're not moving.
Oh yeah, we're not moving if you're not measuring any fringe shift. If that's the test you're going to detect movement with, then yeah, that would say we're not moving. That test would say you're not moving.
Okay.
Right. And there could still be ether moving all around us, like it seems, or even a stationary ether that just works like the grid system that everything flows through.
Well, how about the Sadnick effect in most 3-ring laser gyros or any kind of laser gyro? Ooh, that kind of blows things up. Or at least rotating. At least we're like having spin.
No.
Well, there's sidereal rotation. Doesn't mean we're rotating.
Exactly.
No, it does. No, it actually does, because the mirrors, fringe shift you see in the mirrors is due to a position change, just like the example of the lightning bolt and the observer on the side of the road.
No. Where's your relativity?
No, it's not a comeback. No, it's not.
Where's your relativity now, guy? Oh, we can't tell if the street's moving or if the car's moving. But now all of a sudden that's
not the point. It's all relative. It doesn't matter.
I understand, but the point remains. It could be like Einstein even proposed with the Machian principle that he would have to admit that could be a possibility if he's to accept that relativity is viable.
I've been paying attention.
So you would get the same result. So
you wouldn't
say,
no, that's
yeah,
not. No. You're mistaking. You're not talking about the rotation around the sun. You're talking about rotation on an axis.
I didn't say we're talking about the orbit, did I? We're talking about the sidereal rotation.
We speak, Zanuck? Are you in the midst of working out while you're talking to us? Sounds like it. You can hear the machines in the background.
Yeah, I think.
How bad?
Yeah, this is.
He got 50 pounds. He got 50 pounds on the bar.
I don't think this is permitted.
What are you bench pressing, like 75 pounds, Zanuck?
Zanuck to be panting in our ears while he's running on a treadmill, actually trying to huck us these points.
Now I want to talk. Zanuck,
can go over to the punch bag and imagine all
the Eddington experiment was.
Imagine he's like on the treadmill. There's a bunch of other people around. He's like the loudest guy in the whole gym, just screaming everything he's telling us. No, the Lorentz contraction, it was measured by slack. Everyone's like, what is this guy talking about?
He'd explain relativity,
Funny.
and everyone would
At least start yelling flat Earth, Zanuck. Dude, try to get some. Tell everyone the Earth isn't a globe. Just say it out loud. Then at least everyone can hear that.
This is not a globe.
Actually, don't use the term flat Earth. That term's got problems. Yeah, tell everyone it's not a globe. That's a good start.
You guys are funny.
You know, it's so funny that we're right. That's the funny part.
Well, you say that, but we still can have a discussion. Obviously, you're talking to me.
Yeah, obviously, we appreciate your feedback and your lightheartedness at the moment.
Doesn't Jace always like sound like he's breathing hard when he's talking to us too?
Yeah, he's
So I
walking his
thought about
dog.
started going for, but he's always like out of breath when he's walking his dog.
Maybe he has a big dog.
Zanuck, you want
No,
to know how
Jace is always out of breath.
General relativity was supposedly confirmed?
Oh yeah. What was the confirmation example?
Eddington with the eclipse and trying to notate where the
Oh,
star positions
Oh
were.
yeah.
Yeah, that was a nightmare.
Yeah, that's why I was nightmare. That's why I was specifically talking about special relativity, and you were talking about general relativity. Yeah, didn't know which one you're talking about, but you were right. That's
I
exactly
said
how they proved
his
it.
idea of gravity, bendy spacetime. I thought you would pick up on that.
Hey, Gio, you want to make a section in this server where it says Brenner comps, so I can just put all the Michael Brenner comps in there for people to refer to when they want to look them up? Is that possible?
Yeah, I could make a new category or a new page for it.
Cool. Thank you. I'll post them all in there because there's some really interesting ones, even beyond flat Earth information. He's got like historical knowledge, and he studied linguistics and mechanical engineering, so he's got a bunch of historical linguistic information, like the origins of the Slavic runes, the Slavic rune symbol language that everything stems from, that basically describes the ether. It's amazing.
Nice. Is it BRENNER?
Yeah.
And then should the channel be, you think, what, meaning compilation?
Michael Brenner. You could just put Michael Brenner comps.
Michael
Are you
Brenner.
calling them comps because they're compilations? Like that's where the comps come from?
I took screenshots on my phone of his answers on Quora.
Michael Brenner's confusion and
compiled.
misunderstanding of general science concepts.
Yeah, right. According to you, but obviously you don't agree with us. So why would we think that your information is
I
really
agree with you. I know what you guys. I know what you guys are saying at least.
Well, do you think there's any chance we're right, Zanuck? Like, would you see any possible way that us crazy flat earthers are actually correct?
Of course, there's always a way you can be right. It's always possible.
Don't you think if we were actually spinning on a ball in several different directions, it means about? Don't you think that if we actually were, that there'd be like so many undeniable ways that we would know that this discussion wouldn't be happening, especially for this long, for this many hours every day? There'd be like some obvious reasons that that's the case, other than interpretations of the sky.
Yeah, man. It's a great question. Did he leave? Okay.
No, he's asking someone when they're going to be off the machine so he can get on the next machine.
Or he just realized there is no answer to that question.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know how any of them can look at the entire thing and how things happened, the history of their model, all the band-aids that they put on it. I don't know how they can see that, realize it's true once they research it, or maybe they just don't, and then still not have any doubt at all. Like there should be so many proofs.
It's a package deal. It's a house of cards. If they pull one card and start to doubt any part of it, then the whole thing comes tumbling down. Just like we all experienced.
I wonder if they actively think that way, though. Like, I wonder if they see it that way. You know what I mean? Because, I mean, you got some honest Globers in here. Like Kosho, I think he really believes everything still and has no doubts. I just don't.
I have my doubts.
I have my
doubts
how.
that he has any doubts sometimes.
Maybe.
But I think it's like a panic attack that we all went through kind of in the start, you know, like we realized that because this could be the case, but then we wanted to know still. We didn't want to just like, you know, avoid it or get going to cog dis. So we faced it and figured out that obviously not the case. So, but the people
Yeah.
that Xanic who've built a life on this kind of knowledge are other people that have you know, have an investment in the narrative as part of their life that they value and don't want to rethink. They can't even afford to start thinking about pulling that card, so they just avoid it altogether and go into cog dis.
But then you figure they would ignore it and stay away from it. You wouldn't think that they would argue tooth and nail for 7 years, you know?
Well, yeah, then there's the other type of person like Xanic who has to like try to pound it into others to make himself feel validated. Yeah.
Yeah, I
I
started
just think
trying
it's
to.
funny how it's not really a discussion most of the time. It's about like, what don't you know that I need to teach you? When we already know what he's talking about, we're talking about the speculation about it and why it's valid to totally speculate about this stuff.
Yeah, he's real bad with that. He does that all the time.
On this topic, kind of related, because Witz and I were talking about this the other day, and I was thinking more about it. But this is actually not really directly connected to what him and I were talking about, but it's part of the conversation. But this is additional thing I was thinking, and it kind of fits in with this conversation. Like when some people get very upset and they say, you don't understand, obviously they're having some challenge of the fact that they think someone else doesn't understand something the way they do. But what do you think about the idea that actually, in some cases, in a lot of cases, is a symptom of cognitive dissonance? Now, maybe not always. Someone might say that for other reasons, but I'm saying when someone's in like an anxious state, like you don't understand, is it actually is there some cognitive dissonance within themselves that is somehow projected out in the desire to try to get others to understand it the old way that they think it is versus thinking about something different? If you think about it differently, they just categorize you as not understanding, even though that may not be the case at all. But not understanding is a way to kind of quell their minds, because if they think that you don't understand, then at least they still think their point might be valid, instead of actually considering their point might not be valid and the other perspective actually could be true.
Well, that's a great question, man, because I totally agree with how you laid that out, but sometimes we might say something true regarding it, right? But since they were taught it a different way, they might not be able, like some of them might not be able to think the way we do, looking at it logically and rationally, where they're just kind of regurgitating exactly how they learned it. And that might be where they're like, wait, no, you don't understand it. Like that might be a 100% true statement from them, but it is definitely guarded in their mind with their cog dis, you know? So it's kind of hard to tell based on how you laid that out, but I would definitely say that is the case for a lot of it. But I just feel like sometimes they hear something that doesn't mesh with what they were told, and immediately they have that reaction, whether it's conscious or subconscious. The reaction happens, and I don't know for 100% certainty if we can say that it was driven by their cog dis, you know what I mean? Or something as simple as they're not really listening to what we're saying, and they just hear a different idea, and they're like, whoa, wait, you know? So it's actually very interesting to try to think of it that way.
There is a lot of projection in this arena here, so to speak, and yeah, I mean it could be that sometimes people just don't understand though.
Yeah, I mean, isn't that a possibility that you guys just don't understand? It is
Bro,
possible.
Nate, stop waking me up every morning, bro.
What?
What, by nudging you with your butt?
Have my earbud in, I'm sleeping, you come in the room and start yelling at us because we're not there.
Yeah, because
Hey, Nate.
y'all are just sitting in here like muted. It's the
You
weirdest
wake
shit.
me up every day.
Nate, what did you say in regards to that?
I just asked the question: is it a possibility you guys actually just don't understand? Is that possible?
There's
It
always
just
a possibility that
understand.
somebody does or doesn't understand something that you think you understand. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
always the case. But
for sure. But go ahead.
But being like upset about it, you know what I mean? Like if someone doesn't understand something, why would you care that much? Like there's some reason that someone cares enough to get all anxious and upset and try to like get upset about it, you know? That's one factor. But yeah, there can be people that may or may not understand things. But on the other side, do you think it's possible that if someone's indoctrinated and they want to defend that indoctrination, that if someone else doesn't agree with it, they're just going to say, you don't understand, which actually would just be them trying to get them back into the indoctrinated idea?
Yeah, it's possible. I mean, if I'm indoctrinated and someone's trying to break my indoctrination, I'm gonna get very defensive. I'm gonna get very Agent Smith like and do anything possible to discredit you. I'll say you don't understand. I'll say you dumb, this, that, and the third.
Yeah, I don't do that. I don't have that like reaction for some reason. Like unless it's something that I fully vetted from both sides of the argument. Like I always try to look at it from both sides, and I know that's kind of an easy thing to say, but I do it in my own life. Like if I get in arguments with, my wife or something, I'm always looking at it from her side before I even say anything, just to make sure that I'm right or, that I have a grasp of the situation. Like, I don't know. I never really get that instinct, I guess, that you just described, but I don't know. I guess I'm kind of different with that. I don't know. It
Maybe
was kind of
you
easy
react.
for me to switch.
Yeah, maybe you react in a different way. Who knows?
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, the way I see it, I just feel both sides do it. I just feel there's no way one side can accuse the other side of doing anything without being hypocritical in some sort of way.
But can you look at it from both sides and make a judgment on which sides have better points, like where the big issues are? Like, can you see the big issues in your model? And does that make you wonder at all?
Yeah, I mean, our model is filled with issues. I don't think any Globa denies that.
So
You can say that again.
if you see it that way, then why not say, okay, this might be wrong? Like, why constantly try to defend it with other ideas and accept the band-aids that the scientists have put on the model pretty much from the beginning? Like, why not be like, well, that's kind of weird that this theory came out that just explained away these results, and it's pretty much making the model unfalsifiable in certain regards. Like, why doesn't it ever come to fruition in your mind where you're like, oh, like this might just totally be wrong?
I mean, it does, but you would have to maybe give me a specific example. But there are a lot of things in the model that I know, well, at least according to me, right, and don't make sense. For example, the idea as to when Earth got water or first developed water on its surface. The timeline around that. I question that heavily. I think it's wrong. I think all the models we have for that don't match up.
Did you see
I
the
think
report
most.
that they say
Yeah.
water's older than the sun now? They're saying that water is somehow they figured out that water's older than the sun.
Yeah, there are a lot of anomalies. A lot of that stuff doesn't add up.
Yeah,
You can give
or
me-
the moon capture ideas of how something as big as the moon moving at the speeds it's traveling at, they say how that could ever find itself in the orbital path that we, claim it is. There's no math that works out to place the moon in orbit around the Earth like they describe it as. And that's not me, that's them. There's no explanation. You guys might have heard some sort of, those some proto planets and they smashed in the debris and whatever. And like there's a nice little narrative, but they try to build like a simulation or model based on like, mathematical programming, and it's never worked out. It's not one theory out there that holds water.
Yeah, I would have to
And I
look
can
into
give you
that.
some
But
examples.
going back to the water thing, I feel that's an anomaly. That's something we don't have a clearly defined model or timeline for. But just because that's the case, I mean, it doesn't mean I'm going to decide the whole model is bunk.
All right, but
Right?
what about
It's a
all the
space
many
time,
things?
and doesn't
So
they
like,
act like water?
we had
Space time react like water.
I don't even know how to answer that question, Tomas.
Well, if you drop something in water, what happens?
I don't know. What happens?
It'll fall and the water will go around you. How can you form a shape in an area with no resistance? How would you form a shape there? How would you form a sphere?
I don't know, but clearly, water has some sort of resistance. You know, there's some
You
sort of
don't
viscosity.
know. You don't know how space and time would form a sphere and it acts like water, but you know it's a sphere in space time, right? But you don't know
I
how it would
don't know.
form.
I don't know how to answer your question, Demar.
You don't know how space time makes spheres.
How space time makes spheres, like planets.
Yeah, like a sphere.
I,
Yeah.
I I don't think space time made I mean, it's. I don't know if I would word it that way.
Well, what makes a planet a shape then? If there's no resistance, what's doing that?
What makes a planet a shape, or what? Like
Yeah.
why are planets spheroids in shape?
In your mind, why are they spheroid? Because they're just falling through space, right? With no resistance, but the resistance of nothing, the no reaction of no resistance is making a sphere somehow. I'd like to know how. How does space time make a sphere for you? How did you buy that big cupcake and swallow it whole?
Are you asking how planets are formed?
Oh my God, bro.
I
How does
I just don't want to straw
believe
man you or give you an answer that's
time, right?
incorrect.
So there's no space time, right?
Hmm.
So there's no space time now, right?
There is space time.
So show me how space time exists and how it does stuff. How does it do?
Um, we can see that when matter is placed within.
No, I didn't ask you to tell me what you can see blindly with your blind eyes. Show me what I can see with space time that you can do in a lab.
I can't show you anything right now,
You
Demar.
can't show
Sorry.
space time, and you don't know how
Not
space
right
time.
now. No, not right now.
Not ever, really.
Yeah.
So space time,
Like
where
a
everything
Darn.
it's like a never-ending fall through water, right, or a never-ending fall through air. Well, think about it. If you drop something, right, what happens with it? It's supposed to gain resistance and form a shape from that resistance, correct? How in the hell can space-time shape something? It's just fucking weird. I mean, I don't know.
I've never seen
when
that
it
happen. I've never dropped something in water and then all of a sudden that thing starts gaining shape and form just because it's falling through water. So that's why I don't understand what it is you are trying to say.
You've
when it
never
comes to
experienced
water
space time.
itself, I mean that's
I've
when it
experienced
comes
space
to like
time,
a
but
Air,
No.
air
when
bubbles.
it
How do air
Yeah.
bubbles get
No
formed?
warping.
They
No
don't
when
get
it
formed from no resistance. You cannot make a bubble or a sphere without no resistance. That's why I brought water, because water has resistance. Space time doesn't. So water is what you're trying to say space time is acting like. But clearly it's not, because you can't show us any space time do anything.
You know when they say time flies when you're having fun?
yeah
Yeah, you know
Mhm.
that doesn't really happen though, right?
Yeah, it's just the
You know
same.
you weren't supposed to believe that, right?
Yeah, it's just the same. Like as a kid, when you're having fun, the time just seems to go from you. But when you're
Time
bored,
dilates when you're having fun.
it just seems to take forever.
Yeah, and you know what? Even that's more real than yours.
Well,
You,
warping
you
time
think
and space.
so?
How do you warp time and space? You can warp water. You can smack water. You can
Exactly.
shake it around.
Oh, you mean like that? I mean space time.
Cool
Like
things.
space time has a geometry to it, right? And as
No.
long as yes, it does. And as long as it
No,
has a geometry, it does. And as
no,
long
it
as it has
doesn't, Nader. Show
it,
me its
it
geometry.
does.
Show me it.
I will. I'll show you space time geometry. Give me a second.
hey
But
See
what are the
numbers.
in
I want
line with
aspects of
space time.
geometry?
This is gonna be cool.
What are
the
the
fact that
what are the fundamental aspects of geometry? Would you say shape and size?
Oh, space.
shape, yeah, shapes, angles, sides,
Yeah,
faces.
that shape, the shape of a line, you can call that an angle. I mean, is there any more fundamental terms than shape and size? You say magnitude if you want to get technical, or shape and magnitude, are those the two constituent like fundamental components of geometry?
Yeah, I would say distance, shape, size. Yeah.
So how can you think that nothing has a shape or a size?
I never said that. I don't know why
All
you're
right.
asking that.
What's the shape of space?
As far as we can
What's
measure
the
it, it
size?
seems to measure. It seems to measure flat. Its size, as far as we know, is within the limits of our cosmological event horizon. Beyond that horizon, we can't make any comments or statements.
If gravity bends
See,
everything, how come gravity's not bending space to not be flat? How come gravity bends light and warps everything else, but space can get away from it and be straight though? Oh, but fucking space can be straight. Nothing else can be straight, but space can.
Yeah,
Okay.
to me,
we as I said, we measure
So where did you get a
little.
sphere from if space makes spheres?
to me, space is what allows things to have geometry, but
Right, the
uh,
resistance.
space. Things have a shape and a size within space, but space itself doesn't have a size or a shape
Why not?
because that's the thing that bestows the ability for things to have shape and space within it.
Yeah, what shape would be the
The mark,
outside
the
surrounding
one
every
of
surface?
the mark,
It's
the
it's
mark.
like it's like saying how long has time existed? So time is what,
We haven't
or
figured for that.
when did time begin and when will time end? No, time is what allows things to have beginnings and ends, but time itself wouldn't have a beginning or end. That's what's involved in events within time. Things within space have shape and size, but not space itself.
And not time.
How's space supposed to have some sort of shape? Things have shape and size within space.
Yeah, but it's space time we're talking about. It's not just space.
Yeah, particles and circles and circles and circles. How does space time make a circle? Still haven't told us yet.
Cause I don't think space time makes circles. But Demark, I just tagged you
Here
with
in
the
the middle of space.
geometry. I just tag you with the geometry for space time is, according to the most accurate and most
Shape
recent
space
measurements
time
we
and
have.
there's geometry to it, but
Space
it doesn't
time,
make shapes.
it
That's weird.
yeah. According to the latest and most accurate and recent measurements we have, space time seems to measure flat. But
How can you
remember, that
demonstrate what
isn't a
flat is?
complete measurement of the entire universe.
How do
It's just a
how do you
measurement
demonstrate
of
flat?
parts of the universe we can see.
So demonstrate flat for us, so you can tell us what your thing that you had to go by to see how flat the universe is. What was your legend key? If you have spheres everywhere, what are you going by to measure a flat thing?
The universe is flat just because there's spheres in it.
With
It's fun.
spheres inside of it, it's flat.
It's measured flat. If we drew
So it makes
huge
the
ass
sphere, but
large
it's not a sphere.
triangles connecting
So it makes everything a
far
sphere,
away points,
but itself.
never
Are you
never mind, Demark.
kidding me
Never
right now?
mind.
So
Demok, you're
space
talking,
Do
you're
you,
makes
talking,
everything
you're
within
talking
a
over him, man.
sphere.
Demok.
do you think the observable universe is a sphere?
That's what he's trying to
No,
say.
the observable universe as we measure it, it measures flat.
But it's
All right, but
round.
No.
Demok was asking you, like, how do you get a bunch of spheres in a vacuum to measure flat? That's what he was asking, I think. You got all these spheres, all these balls. Where are you measuring it flat?
We're measuring
Well,
the space-time itself, not the things within it. So when we measure space-time, if we take three vast distant regions and we connect them with a triangle, the interior angles of that triangle are going to add up to 180. So that tells us, as far as we know, space-time seems to measure flat.
So how are you taking angles over eons of light years and measuring 180-degree angles?
How do you have
It just
angles
sounds
on
fun.
that thing?
Measuring
complicated.
angles and billions of light years away. Like, what are we talking about?
Exactly.
It's a complicated process. I'm not gonna.
It'd be zero. It'd be a flat line.
When they say it's flat, don't they say it's like a huge rectangle, right? Like all of the galaxies are within like a band, right?
Like a cube.
No,
Yeah, it's like a
that's
cube.
not what we mean by
How
flat.
do they know that space time ends somewhere? How do they figure that out? Like,
That's what they
where's the
say.
ending?
We don't know space-time ends. The thing is, we don't have access to the whole entire universe. There's a cosmological event horizon that blocks us off from gaining access or information to any part of the universe beyond that horizon. So all the comments we make about space-time is just about this little region of space-time or the universe we can interact with.
Yeah, it sounds like you
So
believe
like
in it sounds like you believe in a sphere inside of a cube.
No, but basically see it this way. Imagine you was in a house with 2 billion rooms. You only have access to one room. That one room
Not
is
a good
a
analogy.
little part of the universe we can interact with. Those other 2 billion rooms are locked off to us. We don't know what's there. We can't make any comments about them. So when we say space-time measures flat, or when we make any comments about the universe, it's just our known universe, the small little room we have access to.
Yeah, but
How
what
do you
you're saying
measure?
is that
How do you,
there's only one room you have access to, and it's a
Hmm.
spherical room of the observable universe. But the spherical
No.
limitations of the experienceable universe is a sphere within an infinite cube space. It's a flat grid, square grid space time that the observable universe is a circle within. You believe you live in a sphere inside of a cube.
I don't believe that. I don't know where you got that from. Those words never left my mouth.
I was wanting to know how do you measure your speed in space without any resistance?
What do you mean? What does resistance have to do with anything? Number one, number
Okay,
two. There
so
is
you have a
resistance.
speedometer on a car. You're in an airplane. You've got resistance. You've got a comparable
Yeah,
object
but
to
when you
compare.
calculate speed, nowhere in the formula for speed is there a factor for resistance. I've never
Well,
seen that. Show
how did
me,
they measure how fast
show me a
Artemis was
speed
going?
calculation with resistance.
How did they measure how fast Artemis was going,
Yeah,
considering
but hang on,
it varied
Carlos.
in speed,
You just made
right?
a claim. Before we carry on and just ignore your claim, please provide some sort of evidence or citation, anything you have, where resistance was part of a speed calculation.
Well,
I've
how
never
else would
seen
you
it.
measure your speed? How else will you measure your speed in space?
You use distance and time. I've never seen resistance as part of that formula.
Have you
If you
seen
have,
the
please do
details
share
of
it
the
with
speed from Artemis where it was slowing down and speeding up? It wasn't a constant speed.
Yeah, because they looked at the distance it covered over a set period of time, and that's how you determine speed anywhere for anything. But if you are
How,
adamant,
how did they know where it was,
hang
though,
on,
if they
Carlos. If
couldn't
you are
measure it?
adamant, because they're in communication with Artemis. So if you are adamant that resistance is a factor, please do share it with me. I've never seen this before, and I would love to learn something new right now.
Show me a way in a vacuum to measure your speed without resistance.
No. I'm asking you the question here, bro. I've answered all your questions. Please just answer this one question I'm asking you. Please. If you don't want to answer it, just say so. Just say I don't want to answer it, or I don't have the answer, or I made it up.
I don't know what you're asking me to go online and find some
Well, you
document
made
to
the
show.
claim. Yeah, you made the claim that
No,
resistance
it
is a
wasn't a claim.
factor in calculating speed.
It was a logical question that to measure your speed, you'd need to have something to compare it to, like relative
That's
object,
not what
like the
you
Earth,
said. That's not
or
what you said at all.
resistance, like
All you
ground
said
speed
was
or resistance.
all you said was resistance. So please show me where resistance is used in a speed calculation or measurement, because I've never seen it.
You can't
Well,
go. You
isn't
can't
that what
go anywhere without
an odometer
resistance. You
does?
wouldn't have speed. You'd have zero. there would be
I
no
gotta go.
speed.
I gotta go use the bathroom, but when I'm back, Carlos, hopefully you have that phone.
Tell us about
This
no
could be
resistance you use to shoot that turd out at a
I'll be
speed.
right back.
Yeah. No resistance. Yeah, right. That's funny. That's really going to get you somewhere. That's going to make you go so fast. You can't judge your speed without resistance. You have to have resistance to judge any of that shit. You have to have resistance to go somewhere. Unless you're just falling. And in that case,
Like
you're
a
dropping.
world
You're not going to
with
spin
no
around.
resistance.
Yeah, I asked him one time if you were in space in a spaceship flying thousands of miles an hour through space, like they say you can, if you open up the window and put your hand outside, what would happen? I believe it was Zanuck. He said it would just, there would be no wind, there'd be nothing. It would just be like putting your hand in a still environment, even though you're going thousands of miles an hour in space.
He said, what would happen at 1,000 miles an hour in space?
You know, like when you're in the car and you roll the window down, you put your hand out, you feel the wind.
Mm-hmm.
I was just saying, I asked if you were on a spaceship and you were going, 20,000 miles an hour, and you roll the window down and you put your hand out, what would happen?
Nothing.
He said, yeah, so he says no resistance whatsoever. So even though you're going 20,000 miles an hour, you would put your hand down. It would just be like the same. It would just feel like a completely still stationary environment, even though it's going 20,000 miles an hour. That is pseudophysics.
Yo, Carlos, I'm back, baby.
Yeah, usually something has to rub off of something or push into something, right? To calculate a speed.
Yeah, when you get a speed on a car, there's resistance involved, resistance of the wheels and the way that it actually measures the odometer. In a boat, they usually have a little tube with a sensor in it. That's one way. So it's like on the hull on the bottom of the boat as the water goes by, and the amount of pressure that the water pushes on the sensor gives you your speed.
Right.
How does it do that, Gio? Like, what's the calculation? Or what is this device called? I'll just look it up myself.
A
There's a lot of
speedometer.
different ones. But yeah, it's a
Well,
boat.
let me try Google. Boats use pressure to
Boat
calculate.
speedometer. How does it work?
Just look up boat speedometer. It uses pressure and a tube.
Yeah, so, all right. Interesting.
Yeah. And then there's a similar one for airplanes that do that with air. The pedostat, I believe it's called.
Yeah, it's supposed to be a tube, yeah, on some of them, yeah.
Oh, damn. This is interesting. So here it's saying you need to remember that the water itself has an effect on the reading. If you're on still water, you get a more accurate reading as compared to moving through a current. Here it says boat speedometer accuracy has long been a controversial subject. Measures made with the, I hope I'm saying this right, pitot tube speedometers are notoriously inaccurate. The ball mark figure.
Pedo tube.
Pedo. Pedo.
I know it's funny because it sounds like pedo, but that's what it actually is. Yeah. It's spelled differently. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just funny.
Yeah, apparently with the pedo tube, the numbers can be off by as much as 15 miles per hour. That's a lot.
Well,
So
I think
it's
Carlos,
not that accurate.
well, so if that's how we measure speed on Earth, then how are they? I think he asked you, how do you think they're measuring speed in a spaceship in space? How do they measure their speed?
But I don't know that that's how we measure speed on Earth for everything. It seems that's what's done on certain boats. I don't know if all boats use this method, and this method seems to be inaccurate anyway. But when it comes to movement through space, I'm like, Does Carlos now mean do these spacecrafts have speedometers on them? I don't know.
Yeah, it's like, are they measuring it by bouncing light off the moon, or what are they measuring their speed
Right.
with?
How does a rocket measure its speed once it's out of the Earth's atmosphere?
Yeah, it's that simple. That's the question. I bet what NASA
I think they would use signals.
Yeah, they ping signals is what they would claim.
Yeah, that's what I would think. Because if you're in space and there's no reference frame for you to use to measure your speed against, like how we use water on it, how the ship uses water as a reference frame against itself to determine its movement through that water. If you're in space, I don't think you would be able to use that method. I don't think a spacecraft would have a speedometer, and it would have to relay
I don't
signals.
think it would shoot pings
They
either.
would have to
What are you
be
shooting
in
pings off of?
constant. Yeah, just hang on to Mark. They would have to be in constant communication with the spacecraft to know
So the
its
only way
speed.
So the only way they know their speed is the fact that they're sending signals back and forth to the Earth. Other than that, so if they got disconnected from mission control and they're just lost at space, they would have no idea how fast they're going?
I
Correct.
think what they would then have to do is they would have to pin signals off against something else because you are moving at a certain speed in relation to something else. When you're driving, your car is moving at 60 miles an hour compared to the floor it's traveling over. But if you're in
Yeah,
space, I don't know what you're going to use to compare that to.
Right.
So if I'm in space and I lose touch with mission control, I'm going to have to pin signals against other things to say I'm moving 60 miles an hour away or towards the moon, for example.
But if there's no
Well, how does a
resistance in
plane
space,
do
how
that?
can it come back? How can a signal come back?
So when that
Because I'm
rocket landed on the
pinging it
moon,
off
right?
against
Obviously, it entered into Moon's very small atmosphere. It must have kicked in the odometer, and they were able to figure out how fast they were going, so they could land perfectly on the moon without 20,000 miles an hour crashing into it.
But like I said, I don't think they would have used an odometer. They would have pinned signals off of it.
Oh, 200 and how many miles away is it to the moon?
Yeah, but
So
there's no
there's a time
limit
delay,
to
right?
how far an electromagnetic signal or radiation can travel. You can send a light signal from one side of our known universe to the other. There's no limit.
Do they have brakes on the spaceship, or is it just an accelerator?
Off the top of my head, I don't remember colors. But it's the same way light from the sun reaches us. If light from the
Can you
sun
see
reaches
why
us,
it seems
then I
so
can easily
ridiculous that
send the
people think
signal
we
to the
landed
moon.
on the moon when all the mechanics involved just doesn't make any sense?
Yeah, if it doesn't
Yeah,
make
how would
sense
you
to
slow
you, I
down?
understand why you think it's ridiculous, but it makes sense to a lot of people.
Hey, Nate, when they're in an airplane, right? Like you said, in the car, they know that they're going 60 miles an hour relative to the ground below, right? Well, how do they know how fast the ground's moving when they're in an airplane relative to their plane?
I think in an airplane it would be relative to how would they do it in an airplane? Maybe the
The
wind
air
around them.
front, just like the boat, passing through the air, passing through the water, same shit.
No, it doesn't work that way. You're not in the same reference frame.
Oh yeah, it does. It's the same way. You get resistance from the air going past.
I think
It
the
does.
mark
same
is
way
It
you
right.
do in
does,
a
but
fucking
that's
I
boat.
think
because
the
we're not
mark is
moving.
right. The mark is right. Yeah, they use the air the same way planes use the water. I mean, boats use water. Planes would use the air around them. The mark's 100% right.
Wait, use the air for what?
To
For your speed and
determine
shit, man. What do you mean?
their speed.
Talking about
Did you just
determine the
join the
ground
convo,
speed.
Dave?
How
Did you
fast is
just
the
join the
ground moving
convo?
below them? How would they know how fast the ground is moving below them?
They don't
They
care.
don't.
If I'm in a plane, I don't care how fast the ground's moving. I'm using the air around me to determine the speed of the plane. I don't know what
Yeah,
ground movement
but
has to do with it.
if the ground's moving, you're never going to be able to land on it if it's moving separately from your plane. That's the point.
What? That's nonsense. I think you
Well,
just
it is
woke up.
nonsense. Yeah,
You just joined these today.
it is nonsense because the Earth
Yeah,
isn't
what you
moving,
said
and
is
that's the only
nonsense.
way the plane could land. I don't
No,
want to
it's
get into the
nonsense to think
discussion.
that just because Earth's moving, I can't land on it. Like, come on.
Well, if you're moving in a separate reference frame, and you don't have the same tangential velocity that the Earth does because you've gone to a higher tangential velocity, and you didn't start with that conserved momentum, your plane's not going to line up with the Earth. It's going to be moving sideways at 1,000 miles an hour when you still have, like, whatever you
Yes,
had
we
to begin
can.
with, maybe, or whatever. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't work. It debunks
Yeah,
your
but
boat.
even if a plane, excuse me, is not on Earth's surface, excuse me, it's traveling through the atmosphere, which still contains that angular momentum. Because the atmosphere is spinning almost in lockstep with the Earth's surface, and I don't know why it's impossible for a plane to line itself up with the runway.
Because if you
I
flew
don't
against
know.
that, if you flew against that atmosphere, right, flying the opposite direction, how are you going to have
I
the
mean,
atmosphere move you into that new
see it
that
this way,
what you
Dave.
talked
See it this way. Imagine being in a bus. You are moving with you're in the bus, right? And the
about? Same
bus is
reference frame,
moving.
yeah,
How is it
right.
possible for you? No, how is it possible for you to go from one side of the bus to the other side? If the bus
Well,
is
I'm in the
moving,
same reference frame.
it's the
I'm in
same
the
thing
same
with the
reference frame.
plane. How is it possible
I'm in
for
the
a
same
plane to
reference
go
frame.
from
It's different because when you're on the bus, inside the compartment of the bus, you're in the same reference frame as the bus. When you're on it, where you're in
the
a plane,
plane
you're in a
is in?
non-inertial reference frame or an inertial reference frame. It doesn't work.
What do you mean? It's both non-inertial. The Earth's spinning; it's changing directions. That's non-inertial. You're on the same reference frame as unless you leave Earth and go stand at the sun. You can't talk about being in a different reference frame. So
No,
the
it is.
same way,
You don't
a
know. You don't
plane
know that
flying
there's a non-inertial
through the
reference
plane's
frame and an inertial
atmosphere,
reference frame. No,
a
dude, you
plane
would never be
flying
able to
through the
fly.
Earth, a
You
plane
would never be
flying
able to
through the
fly
Earth's
against the Earth.
a
You would
plane
never be
flying
able to
through the
fly
Earth's
against the spin.
yeah, a plane flying through the Earth's atmosphere is the same thing as you walking up and down a bus.
Well, no, that's how you have to think of it so that you can accept that it works. But when you really put it into
That's how it
context, it
works.
doesn't. It doesn't
It
because
does.
you got Nate. I tell you, it doesn't work.
Mm.
They'll talk about you'll have ballers in here talking about correcting for the new tangential speed because if you're headed from like a 500 mile per hour latitude, right, to 1,000 miles per hour latitude, then they'll start saying, well, you have to minor corrections and it would mix in with the wind and you would just be all of
You
a
think
sudden
it's
lined
not
up with the Earth.
possible at all? And so if you had like a best stunt driver in the world, you don't think you could land an airplane or a helicopter on like a boat that's going down the river? You don't think that'd
You
ever be
could.
possible?
People
Yeah,
do
you
it.
can. You have
Millions of us.
special
People do
training.
that all the
Nate, let me
time.
ask
So
you
why
this.
can't I?
Yeah,
If,
they
if
have
I can
special
land a
training for
plane
that.
on a boat,
Listen,
why
they
can't
have
I land a
special
plane
training.
on,
They have
on,
special
on a
training for
runway?
people that land on boats, Nate. Can you tell me why all
The
flight
same
simulators
way
and all
pilots
flight
have
test classes?
trainings to land
No,
on
the
runways.
flight. Yeah, they don't train to land on a moving runway. They're trained to treat the Earth as if it's stationary and level. That's not even an argument. That's the truth.
No, it's
So
not.
so do you think there'd be no difference between a stationary and level Earth that they train with in their simulators and a
That's
spinning ball Earth? You think there'd be no difference whatsoever? And why wouldn't they train them otherwise?
It's not. It's not like the simulation is the whole entire training. There's a lot of facets to training to becoming a pilot.
No,
So
they
it's what
don't
you're
tell
saying,
them about.
jitsu.
They never train them. They never train them to land on a moving surface. And if they did have to land on a
That's
moving
not.
surface, then they
That's not
yeah,
true.
it's true.
That's
You
not true.
you want to conflate the winds with the Earth moving, right? You with the winds blow them in every direction, so that's just like the Earth moving below them. No, if they had to contend with the winds as well as the Earth moving, it'd be a totally different situation. They're not trained for that. The only way that they would not be trained for that, they're going to overtrain a pilot. And if they're going to have to land on a moving surface, which they never do, right? If they ever had to, then that would be part of the flight simulation that would get them that would train them to do that. It's not like
That's what I was
they're
going
told,
to ask.
oh well, sometimes you actually have to land on a moving surface. No, every time you land, you would have to land on a moving surface because as soon as you take off, you're in a separate reference frame, right? So even if you went high enough up, you're automatically not in sync because you're in a greater circle than the ground. So you're automatically going to be out of sync with the Earth turning sideways. And if you fly to a higher tangential speed and you think banking east is going to catch you up with the Earth, what if you're headed south southwest? You never went east. You just went west, like from Chicago to San Diego. Now you're flying west against the spin of the Earth the whole time. But when you get there, you need to have a higher tangential velocity, right?
Have you
So
ever,
you're never going to be able to go east correct anyway, even if that could work, which it doesn't. Because if you're banking left to correct for it, then banking right makes you out of sync again, right? So a pilot never has to try to time the moving of the Earth to the moving sideways of the plane. Plus, even if you could catch up to the accelerated reference frame from what you were completely separated from, even if you could somehow get the plane moving 1,000 miles an hour sideways with the Earth in perfect sync, somehow, if that could even be possible, but planes don't go sideways, and they definitely don't have thrusters on the side to move the plane as a whole when it slows down to land on a north-facing runway. It would have to be moving 1,000 miles per hour sideways, maybe even 500 more than it started with, and it's conserved momentum. So if it was able to pick up 500 miles per hour sideways, now be moving sideways with the Earth at 1,000 miles per hour, then it has to slow down, and it goes to like 150 forward, but 1,000 sideways? No, none of that happens. They never have to do it because they treat the Earth as stationary. Because it's stationary, that debunks the globe right there. I don't know how the conversation's even gone past that point. How have we been arguing about refraction for all these years when that debunks the globe emphatically?
And why does the plane have to go up to 30,000 feet to travel somewhere? I mean, isn't it like the spokes on a wheel? Like you get closer to the wheel, closer to the hub, it's the shortest distance between 2 points. And if you're going up to the tire on a bicycle wheel, it's a further distance. Wouldn't it be like a much quicker way to go 10,000 feet rather than 30,000 feet? Because 10,000, you still got a beautiful atmosphere for flying. It doesn't make any sense. It's gonna take you longer.
Well, they use jet streams to make it shorter trips, right? And those jet streams are real. So there are dynamics to the atmosphere. It's just that the Earth doesn't move, right? So there's all these dynamics that use fly.
Yeah, but there's not jet streams like there's not jet streams everywhere.
No, but there's ones they take advantage of when they're headed a certain direction. But regardless, Nate, if it goes into a 200 miles per hour faster than the Earth spins, jet stream, right? The plane's flying in that 200 miles. So now the plane's technically flying 200 miles per hour faster than the spin of the Earth. Now, when it comes out of that jet stream, how is it automatically treating the Earth again as if it's stationary? Because the Earth isn't going to be in sync with the momentum of the plane once it comes out of 200 miles per hour faster. How does it readjust to make sure that it's in sync with
how momentum works? And pilots don't treat the Earth as stationary.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't.
Yeah, they do.
No, they
Jerry
don't.
in here was not Jerry. What's his name? Left Lane was never taught about Coriolis. He was never taught that the Earth moves and that he has to, somehow account for the spinning of the Earth ever.
Is that true, Left Lane? Is Left Lane here?
He's confirmed it many times. Like, well, you just have to worry about it. You're in the atmosphere, so somehow you're always in sync with the Earth. You never have to worry about landing on it.
I don't
many
believe
people in here have heard him say it over and over, and just look it up.
I'll ask him. I don't believe
look up
you,
all flight simulator.
No.
All flight simulators. This is part of the argument that's been around for years. People don't have the answer for.
Yeah, I used to play Flight Simulator. It was a pretty fun game. Knowing that game that I treat the Earth as flying stationary.
Oh, really? So the Earth is moving in that game, and you had to actually time your landings like an aircraft carrier.
Yeah.
Really? So you had to account for the speed of the Earth underneath you when you flew?
There's a lot you got to account for, yeah. Winds.
Really? What game is that again? What game
Come
is
on,
it?
hold on. New voice in the room here. I've been listening to you guys, and this point from the Globers just sounds ridiculous. Okay. Okay, just listen, okay? If you're saying I need to account for fucking anything besides just lining up my wheels with a line on the ground when I'm landing, then get the hell out of here, because I could go steal some fucking, primitive plane. Give me the Wright brothers plane, okay? The first plane that ever existed, okay? I go hijack that. Okay, I fly it around and exhaust the entire fuel tank. I don't know how far that's going to get me. You know what I'm going to do?
Fundy, look, it's okay, man. It's okay. We just don't understand.
Okay. But that's not the claim I'm making. That's
just don't understand.
I don't need to adjust. I don't need to adjust for anything. Okay, I can hijack a primitive, old school plane, fly it around for as long as I want. Never think of the Earth as spinning beneath me once and land it fine.
just like the
Exactly.
Wright
But I
brothers
never
did.
made that
I'm
claim,
sure. I'm
Funny.
sure
That's the
they.
straw man.
No, you did make that claim.
No, I'm
He just
literally
asked you
making the
again.
opposite
He just
claim.
asked you
I'm
again.
literally
Do you have
making
to
the
account?
claim.
And you said, "Oh, there's many
Yeah,
factors to involve, even in the
yeah,
simulations."
yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
So
That's
what's the
why I'm
Nate?
literally
What's the
going
game?
against what
What's the
you were
game you're
saying.
talking about? Then? Hey Nate,
That's why.
what's the name of the
Hang
game
on,
that you're
hang
talking
on,
about?
hang on. So slow down, Dave. That's why I'm literally going against what you were saying, Fundy. I'm saying it is not possible to just take any plane that the Wright brothers made and just land shit. You can't do that.
Yes, I can. I can
Mm,
take their plane, fly it in circles, do loop-de-loops, and then have a runway and land it. And I don't need to know jack
No,
shit about Coriolis
no.
or
You
landing on a
would
He's
die.
moving
right, Nate.
runway.
He's
You
right,
would
Nate.
die, Fundy. Trust me. You would die.
Well, you know what? You're right. If we were on a, you know what, Nate, if we were on a spinning ball, then the people would die all the time from trying to land on a spinning
He
ball.
said you would
That's the
die.
point.
Yeah, Fundy would die if he thought all he has to
I
do
Have
is
any of you
just.
guys ever played
I
GTA
mean,
5
maybe if
and
he's
like
drinking,
actual games with flying?
but
Like,
I
what
have
the
full
hell?
confidence. I don't think Fundy would die.
But GTA is a
You
video
I
never,
don't
game.
think
you
he
never
would
have
die.
to take the account.
I
You
don't
never
even
have
GTA
have
is
to
to
a
take
worry
video
into
I
game.
about
account.
flew
shit
jets,
coming
planes,
in soft.
everything on GTA that they can simulate and fucking fly. I've done
You
it.
guys are
From lifting
fucking
cranes
hilarious.
to lifting
Come on,
boats to flying
that's
helicopters,
GTA,
jets,
Demarc.
Sea-Doos. No, seriously, listen. The Sea-Doos, the hovering
That's
ones, the
GTA.
Hydra, the fucking F-69,
Do you
the
really
vintage.
think he would die? That he would,
Everything.
like, without knowing the dimensions of the globe, that he would have catastrophic failure?
Oh no,
I
wait.
think
He would though. He would.
land a
Nate's
plane
right.
I'm
without
If it
just
was a
asking.
encountering
I
spinning
just
ball,
want to
Coriolis.
know if Nate's
wait, no,
being
wait.
for real.
Listen. No, wait. Nate's being for real
He
because
can't
if
be.
it was a spinning ball, right? If it really was a spinning ball, and you didn't know what you were doing, you would die for sure. If it was a spinning ball, but the reason
Yeah,
you wouldn't
Fundy
die is
would
because
die.
it's stationary. That's why pilots are trained to fly over a stationary Earth because it'd be totally different. If it was a spinning ball, they would all die. You're right. They would die if it was spinning, but it's not spinning, so they don't die. That's the whole point. Nate, what's the game you're
But
playing that
pilots
makes a
die
spinning Earth
all the
environment?
time, bro. And Earth
God.
Okay,
is
so yeah,
spinning,
because the
and
Earth spins.
pilots
Is
are
that what's
trained.
cited? Well,
Part of their
you did.
training
You
doesn't
missed the
operate
runway
in
because the Earth was
spinning
spinning
moving Earth.
500 miles per hour faster sideways than the
Dave,
plane was able to catch up to.
Dave, you can't
When
just
do we
bum
ever
rush
hear that?
through me, bro. You got to
When
give
do
me a
we ever
chance to
hear people
speak.
die from the Earth spinning out below the
Wait, never
plane and
mind.
making the
Never
plane
mind.
crash?
You guys are losing your shit. I'll wait for you guys to
What's the
calm
name of
down.
the
I'm not
game,
going to be
Nate?
given a
What's the name of
chance
the?
to respond.
I
Yeah,
want to know the name
let
of
him
the game.
respond. You gotta give him space.
All
to
right, respond, Nate. But I want to hear the name of the game. Just tell me that real quick. I
Back
want to look it
off,
up.
Dave. Back off and let me speak. All right. I'm not forcing you to respond to certain things, so you gotta let me speak, man. I know you're excited, but calm down. What I'm saying is, definitely, Fundy would die if he thought all he has to do is get in a plane, any plane the Wright brothers made, drive it, and then just land on a runway. You know, nothing you would have to adjust for or consider a factor. Number one. Number two, when pilots do training, those basic simulations that don't take into account the movement and rotation of the Earth, that isn't their whole entire training. There's a lot of training they do. They have real life training, such as touch and go landings, where they are in an actual plane. They land on an actual runway, but they don't slow down or stop. They just land, touch the runway, and take off again. That's part of the training as well, and that's them actually landed on the real Earth. It's not a simulation, and they do have to factor in a lot of things. But with a lot of commercial pilots nowadays, most of the time it's being flown on autopilot. So a lot of these things are automatically determined by the plane systems, But during
All right, my
training, it
turn.
is something you have to factor for. I'm done.
Wait,
My turn.
I have to respond. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay,
Go ahead.
so when I was 14, I went to the old airport. Our town grew, and we built a new fancy airport, right? So we had this old one and it retired, and they hosted this event at the old airport. This dude, he was just giving anyone who wanted to get in line a ride in his small, like, 3-person airplane. And he'd take you up for about 20-25 minutes. And I got to be there to have a conversation with him the entire time. I just don't know when he found the time before he landed to make sure he factored in the spin of the Earth, because to me it just seemed like he flipped it on, started flying around, showed me a view of the town I'd never seen before, talking to me the whole time. He must be an amazing multitasker to do all these complex calculations. I could have never done the same thing because I don't have that knowledge base that he had that he could do in his head in the background while entertaining me as his passenger. But you must be right that he was doing some pretty intense calculations while taking me for a joyride for 25 minutes.
Well,
We went around town.
my daughter, she's 16 years old. She's in air cadets. She's been in air cadets since she was 13. She flies planes every week. And she's never been told that she has to take into consideration anything
Well,
other than
she died 2 years ago. That's an imposter. That's not your daughter. That's an imposter. Your daughter
I
died
got
the
8
first time she
friends
tried
who are
landing.
pilots. I got 8 friends who are pilots, and they all tell me they have to track the movements of the Earth. So, I mean, if we all want to go through with our
Really?
anecdotal stories, we can.
Really? Are you serious
Really.
now?
I'm serious now. I have a cousin
They
who's a
factor
pilot.
in the
We-
movement
we,
of the
we
Earth,
all have
even though
anecdotal
Paul's
stories,
training.
man.
Well, okay, that's your story. You're just saying that then, obviously.
Huh?
You don't actually have 8 friends that are telling you that they
No,
have
I
to
do.
account
I
for
do.
the
I
spin of
do.
the Earth.
On my mom's life, on
That's
my
a
daughter's
lie.
life. I have a lot of friends who are pilots.
Okay,
You-
you'll
you
hear
really
Zanuck in here saying that the Earth, that
All
the
right, bring him
pilot
in.
always treats the Earth as stationary. Zanuck
Yeah,
says
I'll
the
bring them
pilot
in.
always
If
treats the Earth as
Fundy
stationary.
and Carlos bring their people in as well. Let's all
Great,
do
that'd
it.
be
Let's
great
all
because
bring out
that would be the first time that anyone's ever said that because they don't take it into account.
The,
You
the
really
guy,
don't
uh, that guy Protothat in here said the other night that that the computer systems calculate it for them. That's what he said.
Right, exactly.
That's
what
exactly
no,
what I just
no
That's
computer
exactly what I just
systems in
said
the
as well, Jimmy.
no computer systems in the 3 passenger plane I took the joyride in.
Yeah, the Wright brothers had no computer
Here,
system.
let me
How did the
let me
Wright
ask you a
brothers figure it
question.
out?
Okay, Nate. Here, let me give you an example. Right. So, like, Fight the Flat Earth. This whole like David Taylor Basin or whatever it is like mile-long pool they built underground. Right. It's got a rail system on both sides. They've got photo reflectors, just regular ass reflectors, like every 25 feet. I think that's the distance. And what they do is they have this track. They have this apparatus that runs on these tracks on top of the pool, and it's used to move like they're trying to design like the bottoms of boats for like efficiency and how it would like how they would handle in the ocean and stuff. So they record how level the water is, and then what they want to do is they want to measure with these reflectors the distance between the pool and the rails for straightness, and then they also want to measure the straightness of the rails themselves to the earth. Now, if I'm literally taking that track and I have a photo sensor like a laser on the rail cart, and every 25 feet, I'm verifying the flatness of that section, right? Now, on your side of the argument, you'd say, oh, well, we're using the curvature of the earth so that we're creating a perfectly flat surface. It's because they're using the level of every 25 feet, assuming that each level has its own straightness on a curved surface, right? They're creating flat spots on a curved surface at that point. Now, that's them making, they're postulating that this is happening. This is an assertion, right? They're assuming the curvature is there and that each 25 foot of length is them being accurate for a curved surface.
You'd have to get readings like telephone wires. You know what I mean?
Well,
when you're like driving
what
on
I'm
the highway.
saying is that it's dishonest, right? They're not measuring the surface, or they're not measuring the curvature of the earth, but that's how they would say it. And in every circumstance, this is how it is. You're never actually measuring the curvature of the earth. You're basically just using circular logic, but it's not actually proving the point.
Okay.
No, I mean, am I making sense?
Yeah,
Does that
I
make sense to
understand.
you?
I understand perfectly what you said. I just don't agree. with
Yeah, you're measuring like certain lengths, right? That's it.
Yeah.
You know, my
I
cousin.
don't agree, but I do understand what it is.
Well, it's just you're going a little too far to make the claim when you're saying And in every aspect of this, like, oh, we use the curvature of the Earth. You don't. That's not how it happens. You measure a length, okay, and then you basically just extrapolate that is curvature if there's any deviation, and if there's like an expected amount of deviation, you assume it's curvature. It can't be optical. It can't be postulation. It can't be anything other than the curvature of the Earth. It's just like you guys are just reaffirming your belief just because you say it.
You know, my cousin, he lives overseas on a giant mountain range, and one of his hobbies is to paraglide, right? Run off and jump off a cliff with one of those kites strapped to his back. And I suppose he's going to crash too without calculating in the spin of the Earth.
Yeah, right, exactly. Right? What about those
I
guys?
mean, what your cousin's doing is hella risky. He might crash and die. I don't know if he has to factor in the spin of the Earth when he's doing it.
Obviously
I'm
he
not
does,
clued
or
up
else
on-
he'd crash,
on,
like you
well,
said.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Like
I
you
don't
said,
know.
I couldn't hijack a primitive plane, take off and land. I mean, you said I would die. Those are your words. I would die if I didn't calculate in the spin of the Earth.
Yeah.
How could I
But
land?
a plane and paragliding, I think, are two very different things. I think
No,
with paragliding, you're not moving
extremely
as fast
different.
as a plane. You're not flying
my
as
God,
high as
yeah.
a plane.
Yeah, super different. Yeah.
Yeah.
Apples and oranges, totally.
Yeah, I think they're very different.
No, they're the same thing, man. Once you cut
So
off the
flying a
engine,
plane and paragliding are the same thing.
once you cut off the engine and you're gliding in a plane, you're paragliding.
Okay.
Okay, so are you saying that if I gave him a booster pack strapped to his paraglider, now he's going to need to calculate in the spinning of the Earth? Uh-oh, I added a little thrust to him.
I'm not
Now
sure. I'm actually not sure.
fucked.
I
Now
will
he's
admit to you,
fucked. I gave him
Fundy.
a little booster pack.
Yeah, I will admit to you, I'm not too clued up on paragliding.
Well, you shouldn't have said I'd die if I tried flying a plane without knowing this.
I can't say that about planes because I'm pretty clued up on planes. But
You went
paragliding,
ahead and
I'm not.
said it anyways, though.
Yeah, about planes. Paragliding, like I said, I don't know. It sounds very risky though, but I don't know.
Why are you staying on this hill? I don't get you, man. Like, why aren't you moving along from this? Why are you so stubborn on this? It's
Because that's
ridiculous.
my opinion on it, Fundy. I might be wrong. You know, I've never flown a plane before, but I'm going off of what people have told me and what I've looked into. I might still be wrong, but based
really
on
think
the
the
evidence,
first
experiences
airplane-
I've had, I feel I'm pretty right, and I'm being stubborn about it the same way you are. The same way you're not going to let the argument go is the same way
You're
I'm
not
not going
saying
to.
anything of. Come on, man. The first
What do you mean,
pilots.
come on?
The first pilots, man. You really think that they didn't have any computerized systems? You think they were doing all on pen and paper before they should? Shit, we can't land until we work out. We can't land until we work out this math by long division with my fucking pen and paper here in the cockpit. Like, what are you talking about? Needing to know anything besides seeing a line
From
and
what I
aiming
know,
for it and trying to stay straight. That's how you land a plane.
From what I know, yeah, from what I know, Fundy, is that before they had these computer systems and proper contact with ground control, you know, a lot of planes would crash. You know, flying was a very risky form of travel. It was something only the rich really got involved in.
Hey, Nate, open any of those 20 PDFs that I just posted all in a row there. They all say pretty much the same thing that the very last one says. A linear aircraft model for a rigid aircraft of constant mass flying over a flat, non-rotating Earth is derived and defined. The derivation makes no assumptions of reference, trajectory, or vehicle symmetry. The linear system equations are derived and evaluated along a general trajectory and include both aircraft dynamics and observable variables. That's no
one.
argument here.
That's
There's
one
35
aircraft
documents.
model NASA was making. That one aircraft model
What, the
doesn't
one that
speak to
flies over a
all
stationary Earth?
aircrafts ever made. Like, come on, Dave. That's silly and dishonest.
You're
Just to
saying one
say
of them
that
flies
this
over a
one
stationary
article.
Earth?
Come on, bro. Let me respond to you. It's silly and dishonest to say that this one article
where they're talking about a type of aircraft model with very base assumptions speaks for all aircrafts everywhere ever made. That's just not
All
being
right, now let
honest.
me talk. Let me talk. There's
Go
20 of
ahead.
them, not just one. There's 20 of them all saying the same thing. I'm about to post one. It's 35 documents,
But
35
these are
government
all from
documents.
NASA.
Doesn't matter.
They all look.
Even if you were right, there's one aircraft that flies over a stationary Earth and others that don't. Is that what you're trying to say?
What I'm trying to say is these articles from NASA do not speak for all aircrafts ever made. But I will look at them, Dave. Don't worry. I'm opening all of them right now. I will look at them.
I mean, this isn't even an argument. We've been
All
in
right.
these
So the
discussions for
first
a
one,
long
general
time.
equations of motion for damaged asymmetric aircraft. So this is just dynamical flight equations of motion. It's not even an aircraft. That's the first one. They're just talking about equations of motion. Let me look at the second one. Flight testing aircraft identify a full envelope aerodynamic model.
There's 35 documents in this link. I'm about this 35 government documents talking about aircrafts are built to fly over a stationary, non-moving Earth or a stationary level Earth. That's just what we've been in these arguments with ballers for years. They always have to try to come up with some excuse. They're not saying that it's not true. Hey, left lane's here. Left lane.
So I just read the second one.
Hey,
I just read the second one, Dave. Yeah, just before Howard comes in, I just read the second one. Flight testing a VSTOL aircraft identify a full envelope aerodynamic model. That speaks nothing with regards to the shape of the Earth and whether they are. It's just an abstract. All of these are just abstract.
In first sentence doesn't mean that it's
I don't
not.
have access.
Nate, there's
I
no
don't have
argument
access.
here.
Come on, Dave. I'm still talking. It's all abstracts. You haven't posted the whole entire document. All you've given is abstracts. But the first two I've read, it's nothing about planes flying on stationary Earths. I'm going to the third one now, and I think Howard can jump in now.
Yeah, I was just going to say,
you ever taught to take the Earth's spin into account when you were training to fly? Were you ever told of anything about the Earth spinning?
No, it's not necessary. Just think, if I was going to build a plane, I would worry about the wing design and how much lift that it would provide going through the air, the shape of the body, and how much drag it would induce, how much horsepower to put into the plane to make it go fast. I would never ever have to consider the shape of the Earth in designing an airplane.
Exactly. So doesn't that seem a bit strange? Like when you see the blue marble from space or whatever, and you think, okay, if you believe that's Earth, if you then think of humans on that Earth building airplanes and getting them to fly around a spinning, rotating ball, it would be default that they would have to be aware of those factors and incorporate them. Instead, we actually don't incorporate any of them, and we treat it all as if it's absolutely planar and stationary.
Exactly. It's not even an argument, Nate. You got somebody that flies right here that wouldn't take in the spin of the Earth at all. You wouldn't have to worry about it, he says, right?
Yeah, he said when constructing a plane, when making a plane. I totally agree. When making planes, you don't take into consideration the shape of the Earth.
He's flying them. He's flying them, Nate.
Yeah, but that isn't what Howard said.
Yeah, it's not because Earth is flat that I wouldn't have to consider it. It doesn't make any difference in designing a plane.
So you're trying to say flying a plane over a spinning ball is exactly the same as flying a plane over a stationary Earth.
Yes.
What? There you go, Nate.
I live.
I get to know that's not the case.
I get to live.
You have to know that's not the case.
What do you mean by that, Howard?
Well, what would I? Okay, tell me what I would need to. Tell me what else I would need to consider besides lift, horsepower, and the shape of the fuselage.
The tangential velocity of the Earth below spinning in a separate reference frame, that might be a factor.
It's not in a separate reference frame. The atmosphere is moving with the Earth.
That's what you're convinced
exactly.
of. It's not a non-inertial reference frame.
As well as the appreciative curvature that would be involved as well.
Exactly. It's not a separate reference frame, Dave. You've heard it from an actual pilot.
Oh my God. Reference frame shit is so obnoxious. It's so fucking wrong.
Do you know about non-inertial and inertial reference frames? Do you even realize?
Yes, we do. And an actual pilot just told you that when you're in Earth's atmosphere, you're not in a separate reference frame.
Well, you better.
Which is what I was telling
you. Right. You better not be, or you're going to crash the plane. You were right, Nate. You would crash, but
It's
he
not
doesn't
that
have to
you
worry
better
about
not
it.
be. It's
That's the
that you
reason
are
he
not.
doesn't crash.
It's,
He
it's
says
as
it's the
long as
same as
you're
moving
within
over
Earth's
stationary Earth.
atmosphere, which is
But you just
moving
told
almost in lockstep
Fundy that
with
Couldn't
this.
tell the
you just told
difference either
Fundy
way,
that he would
guys.
crash.
Yeah, I told Fundy if Fundy thought he could just jump in a rudimentary old ass plane and land it, he would die. Yeah.
Because
Yeah,
he didn't
there's no
take
way
into
to
the
know.
account of the spin.
What are you even making that claim
We're all
based
doomed,
upon,
Fundy.
man?
We can't know
Yeah.
anything.
Jesus Christ, man. Are you ready to get off this
so
hill
Howard-
we've
People
been
are.
standing on now?
We're helpless. We're helpless. We're just.
Yeah.
We're just
can I
alive by
ask
circumstance.
Howard a question? Howard, if I was flying a two-seater plane, right? This plane doesn't have any automated systems or anything in it, all right? And I'm out trying to land on a runway. What are the things I need to consider or factors I need to take into consideration as I'm trying to land?
What are you
Not
going to
just
land in the
staying,
dirt?
just staying above stall speed,
Mhm.
and give you a
Yeah,
nice
you wanna
stabilized
maintain lift.
approach.
Can you guys let
And
Howard answer?
and
He's the only pilot here. None of you fly
yeah,
planes. Shut the fuck
yeah,
up and let Howard.
it's just about knowing your stall speed, staying fast enough, and doing a stabilized approach, and just landing. I mean,
You ever have to think
it's
about the
really
spin of
pretty
the Earth when
simple.
you're landing? Do you ever have to move? Do you ever have to land on a moving runway ever?
No, because we're all in the same rotating reference frame.
Howard, I'm gonna post.
Now, what
I don't
about
know, I don't
Howard?
know, Howard, if you're driving, maybe you can't look at the chat, but I just posted a thing in the chat. Obviously, it's like a picture of it's like a time lapse of a camera on a gyro, so it makes it look like the Earth is rotating. But if that was the case, imagine flying an airplane over that. You would absolutely have to account for that rotational.
Oh,
Yeah, but
that's
that
that's a
rotation is
camera
so
on a
slow.
EQ mount.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that rotation happens over a period of 24 hours, doesn't it? That's so slow.
Yeah, but if you're that's fine, but I'm just saying you guys are basically claiming that's what's going on in a nutshell.
Howard, second question.
So an airplane would totally be thrown off unless the atmosphere is going perfectly with it, and now you're into a whole pseudo-physical concept, just a fabricated concept that air can somehow be separate from a globe and blow around, but then also somehow carry you along with a rotating globe. It's a complete contradiction.
Yeah, and if it carried you along with the rotating globe, you'd never be able to fly against the spin because it would be carrying you, forcing you into that same reference frame. So you would never be able to fly against the spin, right? That's the problem.
No, not right.
Yeah, because it doesn't spin. That's why it's not right, because it doesn't spin. That's the only way it'd be possible, left lane. You would have totally different circumstances otherwise. That's the only possible way. I don't know how. This is ridiculous that you guys even are taking this position that you just treat it as stationary, but it's actually spins. That's not the way it works. It's not the way it would work. It's not the way it does work. It's because it's not spinning. You have wind conditions to deal with already. If you had wind plus the Earth spinning one direction, 1,000 miles per hour below you in a separate reference frame, which it is technically, even from your side, you'll hear Zanuck in here talking about correcting for spin. That means that it's a separate reference frame that you'd have to correct from. It's not even an argument. We've been through these arguments so many times with ballers that know that it's a separate reference frame. It's a non-inertial reference frame, just like a bullet, even though it has an engine. It's still, the bullet is in a separate reference frame. That's where the Coriolis effect comes from, because the bullet would be going straight, right? Any projectile is in a separate reference frame. That's the reason the Coriolis is even talked about, because they say, well, the Earth spun below that separately from the bullet, and so therefore it deviated, right? Even though that's caused by a lot of different things, possibly the wind and the angle of the gun, all of those things. But the reason that the globe model has to incorporate the Coriolis displacement, right? If you were traveling north to south, you're going to be going through a tangential velocity gradient. So the Earth's going to be spinning faster and faster below you as you reach the equator. Now, if you were going west and you never went east, you could never even correct for it, because you couldn't bank east to try to go faster east. But you're still having to get a higher tangential velocity when you approach the equator. So if you're going west and taking away from your original conserved momentum, you're already decreasing it. Plus, you have to gain an extra 500 by the time you get there to be moving sideways with the Earth, along with it to make it seem as though it's stationary again. Planes never land at anything but a stationary
You've already said
Earth.
all of this before, dude. Come on, man.
Yeah, but you didn't listen, obviously, because you're still thinking.
I did listen.
because you're wrong, man.
That's all I know. You are
You're
literally
completely
saying the
wrong
same
about
thing.
what you're thinking about these things.
Yeah.
But you're just
But
saying
Howard,
what I think
I
about
just
these
want to
things,
ask
but you
you
don't even
another
understand
question.
what I'm saying. You have
I
no
just want to ask
rebuttal. You have
Howard a
no
question.
specificity to rebut that with. You have no specificity.
Yeah.
Yeah, all I got to
Howard,
say is the atmosphere is rotating with the Earth. That's all.
That's all you need to know, right?
I agree. I agree. But
Howard,
Howard, I just want to ask you.
hold on,
I just want
Howard.
to ask you a second question, Howard.
What is the atmosphere to you?
Like, oh, Gio, come on, man. Can I ask my question?
No, this is important. This is important. We're getting to the nitty gritty.
Right.
What's the
Howard,
atmosphere? And if it's blowing the plane, what's the difference between the atmosphere and wind, which goes in all directions? So if the
That's what I'm
atmosphere is all
saying,
going
yeah,
in one
you've got-
direction,
you've got
and you
air
got
and
wind blowing in
wind.
every direction, what's the difference?
So Howard, if you were now landing your plane on an aircraft carrier out in the middle of the ocean, what are the factors you would have to consider there? I mean, do aircraft carriers turn the engines off and stand still when planes are coming to land on them, or are they still moving? Like,
No,
how does that work? If you know,
they'll kind of move. They kind of move away from you, so to speak, as you're landing, or they go in the same direction that you're going, and you sort of have to kind of lead it a little bit, you know, to predict your landing point. And there again, stabilized approach, and make sure you don't stall before you land, and hit your point.
Yeah, but Howard, wouldn't you have special training for that? They just don't let any pilot do that. You have to actually know how to do
it. I can do it on a simulator, but it's pretty damn tough.
You would, that's pretty tough. They would have special training. In fact, if the Earth were moving, you'd have special training for that too, wouldn't you? Yeah,
I think aircraft carriers still cook along at their speed when the planes land on them. I don't think.
They could be moving as much as like 20 knots or something like that.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So if the Earth were moving, you'd have to really know what you're doing.
They have to account for that
if the Earth were actually moving. You'd have to account for that if the Earth were moving, wouldn't you? Yeah. That seems to debunk what Nate was saying.
They have a system to catch the airplane, though. Like they can be within a width as long as they're within that width, and then they're also trained that if they miss it, then they're just going to take off again. So they're actually fine if they miss it.
Yeah. They land full throttle when they hit the deck. They throw the fuel to it in case they missed.
So don't you think if the Earth were moving and you missed your runway because it was moving separately from you, which is exactly what the globe model has to claim, that you might have to lift off again and try again and then make sure you're lined up and going sideways faster than you're moving forwards? Because you'd be moving sideways a lot faster than you're actually moving forward.
Because the atmosphere is moving with the Earth, none of that happens.
Yeah, but if the atmosphere is just wind, right? Are you calling the atmosphere something different than wind? Because wind goes in all directions.
Yeah. The crosswinds are definitely a problem. Coriolis is not.
Right, but you're avoiding the specific question I'm asking. How do you know if it's the atmosphere or the wind?
On a still day, it's easy.
I'm talking about I'm forcing you to give me the difference between wind blowing you in all directions and the atmosphere carrying your plane in one direction.
You don't notice that.
See, this is ridiculous.
I'm really impressed by those monarch butterflies that go all the way from Canada to Mexico. They really know how to do some complicated math.
You guys really don't see the insanity of your position right here. You're saying it doesn't matter, right? Well, it doesn't matter, because the Earth isn't moving. It would matter if the Earth is moving. If you guys don't understand that it'd be a totally different situation than if the Earth are moving than if it's stationary, then I don't even know where to start. You guys are ridiculous to say that it's the same exact thing.
Well, I mean, we've talked about it several times, and I keep pointing out that you're it's like you're speaking of it from two reference frames at the same time. It's really kind of jacked up the way that you're visualizing this, and you're omitting the fact that the atmosphere moves with the Earth, and it's all good.
It better be.
So then Howard, what is the atmosphere to you? So in the globe Earth thing, you have this outer space medium, and then you've got this thing you're calling the atmosphere, and then obviously there's air, pressure, temperature. So what is the atmosphere to you, and what are its features that allow it to pull or drag an airplane along with it hundreds of miles an hour of speed changes all perfectly. What is doing that?
Well, I mean, the gas has mass. You put your hand out the window when you're going down the road. You feel that, right? You can feel the pressure pushing against you, and that's the principles that make planes fly. I mean, it's like kind of creating an updraft with the wing to make it fly, and it's just it's gas molecules that are adhere to the surface being pulled down, just like you're being pulled down. The gas is pulled down and sticks sort of to the surface of the earth, and over millennia, the gas the earth rotates and the gas rotates with it.
So it's the gas that's pushing the airplane. So the gas is the thing that's keeping all of the, like when I walk outside and I just see a tree blowing gently in the wind, and then a leaf falls off the tree and lands slowly to the ground, and everything was totally still. You're telling me that it's the gas molecules that are being clung to the sphere that are basically causing everything to move along with the sphere as if it's completely stationary.
Well, I mean, the effect of the wind are, if I'm flying, stupid car, if I'm flying in stable air and I fly into a front, so to speak, I'm going to have to make corrections to that, or that wind's going to blow me off course because it has mass, and it's going to affect me. And so I'm going to have to make corrections for it.
And the wind. What's the difference between the atmosphere blowing you and the wind blowing you?
I'm sort of confused by that question. Well, I mean, the wind blowing is the atmosphere blowing me.
Right, but the winds go in all directions. The atmosphere supposedly goes in one direction.
Do what now?
The winds blow in any direction at any varying speed. If it was the atmosphere blowing you only, then it would be moving you. It would be blowing in one direction at a constant speed.
Yeah.
So if you have winds blowing the opposite direction of the atmosphere, what do you call that?
Well, see, we've calculated this, and I forget how fast the plane was going, and this and that, but flying north to south, and all things calculated and considered, the Coriolis effect as I'm flying north to south would equate to like a 1.5 miles an hour crosswind, which is practically negligible. You probably wouldn't even realize it was happening because you get to flying towards your point of your destination, and that's just the direction that you fly to, and if there's a 1.5 miles an hour crosswind, you wouldn't really realize it.
No, but you're saying this atmosphere is carrying the plane along without the plane even having any idea, right? It's just this huge gust of wind that's pushing the plane into this new 500 mile per hour tangent.
No, you're thinking a huge sudden gust of wind. That's not what happens. It's gradual sudden, as you move.
Yeah, but no, you don't get the contradiction. The wind could be blowing consistently the opposite direction the whole time, right?
Yeah.
So how is the plane then being moved magically by the atmosphere into the new tangential speed, as if it were in the same reference frame?
I just adjust for whatever's going on. I'll trim my rudder out. We call it crabbing. We call it crabbing.
You don't get it. You don't get that the Earth moving would be a totally different thing than winds. You're conflating the two. You have to think of them the same. Because you don't get it and you better, it's a good thing you don't, because if you thought you were spinning over if you thought you were flying over a spinning Earth and you were actually contemplating the Earth spinning and having to account for that, it would be a totally different situation.
Yeah.
It would.
I don't know. I mean, we've talked it to death, and I understand it the way I do, and you understand it the way you do. I know that we can fly north to south without problems, but Coriolis is, and from my side of the argument, Coriolis is insignificant to flying an airplane north or south or east or west. It doesn't bother me. But I mean, and you say it would be, but I've yet to understand how
Howard,
it would
think
be.
about it. Think about it. If you had to correct, let's say you had to correct for the Coriolis, right? When you're headed south, right? Let's say you had to correct for it. So you would be told, maybe you would think, okay, if I was consciously doing this and instead of just like treating it stationary as I always do, if I consciously had to catch up with this Earth that's spinning faster than my original momentum, right? You would have to bank the plane, right, east, and accelerate east to catch up to that Earth spin, right? Whatever minimalized way you want to mathematically think about it is 1.5 miles per minute per second or whatever. You know, like that. That's the way you minimize it in your head. But if you were banking east the whole time to catch up to the Earth, right? Even if you were consciously doing that, but then what if you're headed west, right? What if you never go
Yeah.
east, right? You're never going to be able to catch up to it, but you're headed towards the
Dude,
equator. So
no,
if
see,
you're flying west, you're going
you're
to lose
separating the
momentum. You're not
reference
going to
frame.
gain it
You're
because it
separating
is a
the
second
reference
reference
frames
frame.
there.
It's
No, it's not.
technically
It's
it
not.
is.
No, it isn't.
You're insane if you think it's not. The plane would never be able to fly against the spin if it wasn't a separate. How would you ever fly west? If the Earth is constantly moving east and you're flying west, how is the Earth not spinning separately from you? You're flying over the Earth.
This is going to sound strange, but if you were in outer space, God's eye view, outside the atmosphere, and there was a plane flying east to west at 500 miles an hour, it would appear to you, from your God's eye view, outside the reference frame, from the inertial, non-rotating frame, it would appear to you that plane was flying backwards 500 miles an hour.
Oh, I understand that. It would. If it was actually a ball, that's what it would look like. He's right. But it doesn't happen because the problem is, think about this then, Left Lane. You know, there's there's the jet stream where they could fly 200 miles per hour faster than the spin of the Earth, right? Because because it's going to. So when they jump out of that jet stream, how are they all of a sudden in sync with the Earth again? How are they automatically
it's not all of a sudden. It's not all of a sudden at all. I mean, you could.
So then why don't they just stick a camera out the window and show the Earth separating, spinning below? If you're jumping out at 200 miles per hour faster, then you'd be able to see the Earth moving separately, one consistent direction.
But you're flipping switches. It's not like flipping a switch. It doesn't happen instantaneously like that.
Okay, so then how do they catch up to it? How do they make sure they're in sync again after they get out of that jet stream where they're going faster?
They just throttle up and go. I mean, it's not.
So they don't have to think about the Earth spinning separately and how fast they're going compared to the Earth.
Yeah, they take into consideration if they're in a jet stream, they're not going to like nosedive out of it and suddenly lose 200 miles an hour like that. I mean, I'm not sure how they accommodate the jet stream and how they fly into it and out of it. That it wouldn't be an issue for them. You know, 200 miles an hour is pretty significant in a big plane. But
even 5 miles per hour. Try to land on an Earth that's going 5 miles per hour faster and sideways than your plane, which cause a problem. Any movement of the ground as you're trying to land on it, any minuscule difference between your plane's movement sideways and the Earth movement sideways, going in a north-facing runway, right? You're headed down. The Earth is moving 1,000 miles per hour sideways. Your plane would have to be moving 1,000 miles per hour sideways with it in perfect sync.
It is. It is.
Sync.
It
right?
is.
That's the only way it can be is if it's stationary. Because if you jump out of a jet stream, you'd never be able to figure out how to realign the plane to make sure it's moving sideways with the Earth still. Because you were just moving faster.
But talking about it at 500 mile an hour, you would have to be outside in an inertial, non-rotating frame, observing that 500 miles an hour, and you would see the plane moving sideways, 500 miles an hour,
faster than the Earth.
But within the non-inertial rotating reference frame, you don't see that. You're just all moving together.
This is like the Lorentz contraction, guys. It's like the same kind of thinking, where they're like, oh, you can't ever measure a difference when you're in the reference frame, but outside of it, you would see a difference, and you would be able to see that there's a length contraction.
Yeah,
even though it's
I see that. I see that.
So
that's what you're saying.
That's the way you kind of think of it, right? But the problem is that these are real life situations, not imaginary length contractions. We're talking about a life and death situation where you have to land on a stationary Earth. No matter what, it has to be completely stationary relative to your plane. And if you're going west, you're never going to be able to correct east, right? If you're going into a jet stream, you're going to be out of sync with the Earth. If you're going from one tangential speed to another, your plane's not going to be magically in the same reference frame, because that's the whole point.
It's a different. All of your planes,
different reference frame.
All of your plane's velocities are in reference to the surface of the Earth, which to the plane is stationary.
But no, the Earth is stationary. The plane is moving.
Yeah, the plane is moving and the Earth is stationary.
Yeah,
Imagine
that's
if the
exactly
IS
that's the point. That's the point. At least he admits it. The Earth is stationary. Finally.
imagine if the ISS orbited
You just
north
said the
south.
words. Sorry, funny.
Yeah, go
No,
ahead.
I interrupted you guys' conclusion there.
He admitted it. That's good. Let's move on.
But imagine if the ISS was orbiting circumpolar, north south, right? You'd get that footage of looking down and seeing the Earth spin or pass by the frame of the camera at different speeds. And I don't think that anyone's ever going to provide footage looking like attaching a camera to the bottom of a plane and seeing the Earth beneath it move horizontal across
That's all you
the
would need to
frame.
do. If the Earth was spinning and all this discussion, all we have to do is get a camera, stick it out the fucking window, get out of sync with the Earth on purpose. Don't ever correct for it.
Yeah,
Go
do it
over a
on
higher
purpose.
tangential speed.
Yeah, whatever you got to do.
You can see the one consistent movement of the Earth moving below the plane because it is in a separate reference frame per the baller's admittance, which it's not even an argument whether it's in a separate reference frame. It is. That's the only way it could fly. But they can't. They would never. That proof will never come because obviously the Earth isn't moving. Just like Howard confirmed it just now.
I mean, if you attached a camera, not that you could, but if you attached a camera to the bottom of a bullet, they would say you would see the ground moving, right to left or whatever, fired south from the north.
Yeah, that's the whole point with the bullet is it's in a separate reference frame. Any projectile, I mean, it's not even an argument. This is what
Even
the
a
gold model
football
says.
kick, apparently.
I mean, it's technically not though. Like it would just say it's all in the. I mean, they would have to just say it's all in the Earth's reference frame, and the whole atmosphere is just perfectly clung with the globe. See, that's still just like Howard. Does that even make sense to you though? Okay, can something be moving at thousands of miles an hour, but just make it completely stationary within that? Because that logic that actually resonates with you.
Well, I mean, we always talk about the 1,000 miles an hour, but to me, of course, I reference the one rotation per day being very slow. And,
how about
if I was
2.2 million? That's a total of 2.2 million miles an hour they claim with all the motion.
Well, yeah, I mean, if they summate all of the vectors, it actually comes out to one vector, and yeah, maybe it is 2-point-something million, but reference to what? The great attractor, I don't even know what that 2 million is reference to. Of course, speaking of relativity, but if you were, I mean, it's like standing in your backyard, like I've talked about, and watching the stars move across the sky. You have to find a reference point and stand there for an hour before you realize that the stars are moving. That's very slow, and that's how fast we're rotating from my perspective. And I don't expect, I mean, it's just not this great velocity that it's made up to be from the flat Earth side. To me, it's very slow, and it's all good.
No, you think about it that way. The same way you think about, okay, I don't have to worry about the Earth moving below me when I fly because it's all good, right? But it's not all good when you're talking about a 500 mile per hour difference from your original conserved momentum to when you reach the equator. That's 500 miles per hour linear velocity difference. Your plane's going to have to pick that up, and you can mathematically be convinced that that's not that much, or it would just be lost in the winds, and that wouldn't be that much. But if you're going westward, you would never even be able to think about, even if you could go east, you're not going to be able to pick it up in that way. Because the sideways momentum that makes us that the ballers have to say, okay, the reason you go up in a hot air balloon and the Earth looks stationary below you is because you're already moving at the same tangential velocity, right? But that doesn't work when you start going into higher tangential velocities, and you have to think about picking up that speed and dealing with winds that go in other directions, right? So the wind could be blowing against that completely, right? So then how's the atmosphere magically putting you in that same reference frame? You have to believe that the atmosphere is making you in that same reference frame, but the wind goes in the opposite direction, Howard. So how can the wind be going in the exact opposite direction and keeping your plane in that same reference frame in lockstep with the Earth?
The plane is basically flying on wind, so to speak. Your props creating a wind.
I know that.
Your wings are lifting sort of like wind. And so wind affects the plane. So you do have to consider winds and I don't fly in the wind. If it's more than 10 mile an hour, I don't fly. But you know, I mean, those are all definitely things to consider. But as a whole and in general, the atmosphere moving with the Earth, you're still in the same reference frame.
Yeah,
You know,
but
I'm kind of
you're
curious.
saying the atmosphere is blowing you. Then it's moving the plane and forcing the plane. And
You know, I'm
if
kind
the
of
atmosphere is
curious.
blowing you in one direction, then how could there be winds in the other direction?
I'm
don't
just
get that?
curious. As many times as this has been explained to you guys, why are you still going through all this stuff? I mean, all these
Oh,
questions have
perfect.
already
I've
been
seen
answered.
your video. I've seen
Okay,
your
so
video
what's your
that tries to
question?
go against it tries to go against what Brian Mullins was saying, and you say that you would
Brian's
bank
wrong.
east. You would
Brian
say
has
you
no
would.
idea what
I
he's
saw
talking
your
about.
video. I saw your video explaining how you would bank east, right, to pick up the momentum, right?
No.
No, you wouldn't have to accelerate east to try to get more momentum when you're headed to a higher tangential velocity from the lower
Nope.
one.
All you have to do is follow the flight path. All you have to do is follow the flight path.
Yes, this is the other go-to. This is the other
All right,
go-to. They say just follow the flight path and you're all
over.
good. Doesn't make any difference. Okay, go
Okay.
ahead.
All you have to
How
do
you
is
correct
follow
for
the
it?
flight path. You know, you can keep talking if you want, but all you have to do is follow the flight path. There's no problem with that at all. You have
That's good enough
forward.
for you.
Yeah, absolutely. You have forward
Okay.
momentum with the aircraft. Now, the direction of that forward momentum can either be right along your flight path, or you can translate some of that to make up for the different tangential speed of the Earth underneath you by staying on the flight path. So there's
Right,
really
what if they
no
don't have a
issue.
flight path? What if they don't have a flight path and they just want to like land on the Earth? Do they have to know how fast the Earth is moving and relative to
Absolutely
their
not.
plane's motion sideways? No,
Absolutely not. All
right?
they have to do is follow a radio signal with a VOR, or they have to do what's called pilotage, which means you follow landmarks over the ground.
Okay,
You
so you're
fly
saying that just
relative.
because they follow the ground?
Yeah, you fly in reference to the ground. You don't have anything to do with rotation of the Earth or anything like that. The
The Earth
Coriolis
is spinning separately, right?
The Coriolis effect that you're always so concerned about is so minor. It's a 2 mile an hour crosswind. It's easy to correct for that. Not a problem.
Right. This is how they minimize it. They always try to, it's just like saying one rotation rather
Because
than
it's
1,000
minimal.
miles an hour.
It's extremely
that's
minimal.
how you have to think about it. But no, just tell me this. Are you is there a non-inertial reference frame and an inertial reference frame when you're flying?
No.
So you're saying you're always within that same reference frame?
You're within the rotating reference frame of the Earth, yes.
Yeah, but then there'll be nothing to correct for, right? There'll be no worry about it whatsoever.
Now, why do you say that? Is that your misunderstanding of the Coriolis force?
The Coriolis would be a deviation.
What is the Coriolis
right?
force? Tell me what the Coriolis.
The Coriolis force or the Coriolis effect?
Both. Go with both of them.
Well,
since you're making a distinction, tell me both of them.
The Coriolis effect would be that if you were to see it from space, you would see if the plane flew straight forward for its destination that's in front of it, then if it kept going straight, then you would see that it's off course from where it tried to land, right? It would have to be off. There would be a deviation if it went straight. It has to actually head towards its destination over this ground path that you're talking about. But if it were to use like a star or something as a reference point, then it could go straight technically, right? Including the 15-degree rotation of the stars. It could do that. It could go straight. And if it was going north or south, there would be a deviation. And it would look like if it was actually just following the ground path, like you're talking about, that if Earth were actually spinning, it would look like a curved path from the space, even though from the reference frame of the plane, it would just seem straight, right? That's the Coriolis effect. And then the Coriolis deviation, I don't know about the force that you're talking about. The force would be that the idea that it would be off course. It's not actual force. You can call it Coriolis winds if you want to call the atmosphere Coriolis a wind, but that doesn't help you either because you have winds going all directions. You don't have one consistent wind. You can call it prevailing wind, but it doesn't matter. You got directions of all different sorts with winds. So that saying it correcting for winds is the same thing. It's conflating the Earth movement with the wind movement. And it's not the same thing. You want to make it the same because if you had a 15-degree rotation of the Earth to account for every single time that you're flying, it would be a totally different situation. Because if you went from a 400 mile per hour momentum when you took off and you went towards the equator and you only went like south-southwest, you wouldn't be able to bank east to getting an acceleration to gain that extra 600 miles per hour in tangential velocity. If you're flying south-southwest, how do you account for that? How do you actually gain momentum sideways towards the east if you only flew west a little bit
You
south?
apply part of your forward. You apply part of your forward momentum into turning away from the Coriolis effect. So
yeah, but
if
you're going against it. You're going the opposite direction.
Yeah, you're just following the flight path. So if you take off from the equator, all right, when you're sitting on the runway at the equator, your aircraft is rotating at 1,038 miles per hour. If you want to look at it that way, since you guys like to use those numbers. All right.
Well,
so when you're sitting on the runway, the aircraft and the ground are both moving at 1,038 miles per hour. Now, as it takes off and goes north, it still has that 1,038 miles per hour. Now, as the linear speed slows down as you go north, as a result of that, you're going to curve to the right. So in order to stay on your flight path, you have to take some of your forward speed and you have to convert it into a sideways vector to stay on the flight path. And as a result of that, you will slow down with your rotation. So you'll keep pace with the rotation. You'll keep pace with the rotation of the Earth underneath you. By flying over it, you will keep pace with the changes in rotation underneath you. It's a very minor change, 2 mile an hour crosswind, basically.
Well, yeah, you want to minimize it that way, but it'd be by the time you got to your destination, it'd be if you went from the from like 1,000 miles to 500, you'd have to like slow down the sideways velocity by actually banking left, to somehow try to sync your plane back up, right? Right. So then under that same, but see, now don't avoid this, because if under that same velocity you had to gain it, then you would bank left going down towards the equator. You had to gain 500, right? You would go east. Now, what if you're flying west and a little bit south, like maybe Chicago to San Diego? Now, because you can't go backwards because you're flying west. You're not flying. You're flying against.
No, when you're flying east and west, if you're flying, or at the Coriolis,
you fly west. You're flying west. You have to gain eastward momentum. You'd have to gain 500 miles per hour eastward momentum.
Stop talking and let me answer your question.
Let me just clarify the question real quick. Okay, you're flying west. Let me just clarify the question. You're flying west, mostly west, a little bit south, and you're gonna be needing to pick up like even 300 miles per hour eastward velocity, right? Eastward momentum.
No,
right? But you're only flying west, so you're not going to be able to bank east to catch up to that. How are you going to do it if you're only flying west?
Your basic misunderstanding of the Coriolis is coming through. If you're flying from east to west, what direction is Coriolis causing you to deviate?
If you're flying south-southwest, you're going to have to pick up tangential velocity
east and west.
In the eastward direction. No, now you're trying to make it more easy for you. I'm saying south-southwest, right? West, but south.
Okay, great. What direction?
Have to pick up.
All right, just keep talking. All right. So what direction will your course curve under Coriolis if you're going from the northeast to the southwest?
What's your question?
All right. Now, with Coriolis, you get a curved flight path. Okay? Or you get a curve. You try and fly a curve. Now, if you're going from the northeast to the southwest, what direction is that curve?
From where? From what reference frame? What are you talking about?
All right, we'll do it simpler.
How is that? It's like me asking you how long is a piece of string.
No, it's not at all. So if you know that if you fly from south to north, you're going to curve to the right to the east, right?
Well, you would have to if the Earth
Great.
was spinning.
Okay, great. Stop right there. If you're going from the north to the south, are you going to curve to the west, which is a curve to the right?
Well, if you're going south-southwest, right? You would need to pick up
come on, man. Just answer the question that I asked you.
You're avoiding. See how mad you're getting? Because you're avoiding the gotcha.
No, you're just constantly talking dirt. Now, you asked me a question.
Do you understand the scenario that I'm talking about? Do you understand the scenario I asked you?
Yeah, I do, but you don't. So I'm trying to explain your own scenario back to you.
Okay, but listen.
So if you're going from north to south, you're going to curve to the right, which will be to the west. So if you're going from northeast to southwest, you're going to be making a curve to the right that needs to be corrected for. Everywhere you go in the northern hemisphere, you will curve to the right.
But if you're curving to the right, then you're going the opposite direction that you needed more momentum.
Yeah,
But
you're
you
heading
need
over towards
you
the
need
west.
eastward. Yes, you're headed west, but you need more eastward momentum because you're going into a higher eastward momentum.
Great. All you have to do
You
is turn a little bit to the right or to the left, and that counters that gentle curve to the right.
yeah, but
Not
if
a
you're
problem.
headed west, if you're headed west, then going to the left is only going to be towards the equator, not east.
That's correct. That's fine.
Yeah, but that doesn't make you gain backwards momentum when you're headed west. You need to gain more eastward momentum, but you're headed west, southwest.
Every
So
direction that you go,
you can't gain eastward momentum
every
if you've only
direction
traveled
you
west.
go in the northern hemisphere, your flight path, your plane will try and curve to the right because you are in the northern hemisphere. All you have to do is make a slight correction to the left to stay on course. That's all you do.
Yeah, but if you're headed west, it's not going to give you more eastward momentum.
It perfectly compensates for it. Every direction that you are going, you curve
Listen
to
your
the right.
answer.
It doesn't have anything to do with the east. It's
Yes,
a
it
curve
does,
to
because
the right.
the Earth is moving eastward, only eastward.
However, the Coriolis force in the northern hemisphere causes you to curve to the right no matter what direction you are going. All you have to do is turn back towards the left.
What's the force? What's the mechanism for this Coriolis force?
Well, there's a couple of mechanisms for it. There are two major ones. One is more prominent in the north-south, and the other is more prominent in the east-west. Okay?
What is it?
All right. So on north-south, what happens is that you start off, if you start in the south, your rotational speed is faster on the surface because you're closer to the equator. And as you go towards the North Pole, you will continue to have that speed that you picked up at the equator, and you'll curve to the right. If you're in the north, if you start in the north, you're going at a slower speed.
Right.
So as you go south, the Earth will move away and you will curve to the right. If you are going to the west.
No, you got that wrong. If you're going from the
don't tell me I've got it wrong. I'm explaining it to you.
Well, think about it. No, think about it.
I don't need to think about it. I've already thought about it.
No, if you're going into a higher tangential velocity eastward, and you're headed south towards the equator from the north, then you're going to curve to the left, not to the right.
Right.
Because you're going to have to catch up to it. Okay, that's the correction I made. You curve to the left.
Always
right?
Curve to the right. Always curve to the right in the northern hemisphere.
No, then it would be the opposite direction of the moving surface that's faster.
Yeah, the surface is moving away from you to the left.
Yeah, so you need to curve to the left to catch up to the surface.
No.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You always curve to the right in the northern hemisphere. Any direction.
You're wrong. That's ridiculous.
You have to correct.
That doesn't even matter. None of this even matters. Left, right. None of it matters. If you need to pick up more eastward momentum,
it doesn't have anything to do with cardinal direction.
It has something to do with your eastward momentum matching the Earth.
Doesn't have anything to do with cardinal direction. It has to do with whether you're in the northern hemisphere or the southern hemisphere. In the northern hemisphere, you curve to the right in any direction.
Okay, well, even if that made sense, it doesn't matter because if you're headed west, you're not going to be able to pick up eastward momentum to match the Earth that's at a higher tangential speed than you started with. You can't pick up eastward momentum when headed west.
You don't need to pick up eastward momentum.
You would if you're headed south-southwest.
You need to correct the turn to the right by turning to the left. That's all you need to do.
You need to say east and west instead of left.
No, I don't need to say east and west. That's what's confusing you. You seem to think that it has to do with east and west.
Left and right are totally different variations. If you're headed south-southwest, what does left and right mean?
It means left and right compared to your flight path. So
yeah, but
in the northern hemisphere, you always curve to the right.
West. Hold on, Dave. You got to let him speak, man. Hold on. You're
okay, but let me just clarify real quick.
No, I'm done with them.
East and west are not the same as left and right when you're headed south-southwest.
And they don't
even
matter.
If you guys
the only
disagree,
matter is,
all I'm saying in the term of moderation, just let each other speak, even if you disagree. That's
all right, and let them explain it because I hope you understand that left and right are not equivalent to east and west. If you're
going to engage with him, then you've definitely got to let him say his full piece because otherwise.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I can't even believe what I'm hearing. That's all. Go ahead.
Well, your inability to believe it doesn't make it true. So
What,
in
that
the
left and
northern
right are the same
hemisphere,
as east and west?
in the northern hemisphere, the Coriolis causes a curve to the right. The only thing that you need to do to correct for it is curve a little bit to the left and even it out. Stay on your flight path. That's all you need to do. Now, there's a couple of reasons for that. One has to do with the rotational speed of the Earth and different rotational speeds as you go north and south. The other has to do with whether you're going with the rotation of the Earth or against the rotation of the Earth. All right? Now.
Okay, no, that's not all right, because I have to clarify. Now, if you're headed completely straight, south or west, then going to the left would make sense as far as going eastward. But if you're headed in a south-southwest angle, then going left is not going eastward any longer, right? So you can't say left and right and make it clear what you're talking about, because that the plane is angled south-southwest. So then if you go left, then you're only headed towards the equator, not eastward, to correct.
Well, then I'm just going to say, I'm going to say this. I'm not going to deal with any directions. If you're in the northern hemisphere, you will curve to the right due to Coriolis in any direction.
Okay, yeah, even if you're going south-southwest at an angle, you mean that right is the same exact thing as going west or east when you're at an angle?
Curve to the right, yes.
See, that's just nonsensical. That's nonsensical. You're talking about a straight path north and south where left and right could be considered east and west. But once you change your angle and you're going south-southwest, your left and right doesn't mean east and west anymore. Don't you get that?
What happens with conservation of momentum when you go with rotation versus against the rotation?
A lot. It means that you have to somehow figure out how to get your tangential velocity to match exactly with that one-to-one relationship with the new tangential velocity of the Earth that's spinning faster than when you started out. And if you only had south-southwest, is my point, and let me finish. If you only had south-southwest, right, mostly west, but then a little bit south, maybe Chicago to San Diego, well, you're only going west. So you're taking away from your momentum that you had when you were starting out 400 miles per hour, automatically moving with the Earth. Then if you had to go to a higher tangential velocity and pick up 600 miles per hour eastward, but you only went west, you would never be able to go east to correct for it. That's the point. You're only going west, southwest.
You don't need to go east. You need to just
but the Earth is moving faster eastward. But the Earth is moving faster 500 miles per hour eastward, right? The Earth is only moving eastward 500 miles per hour faster than you started out. So you would have to pick up 500 miles per hour directly east.
You're separating reference frames again. You're separating.
Well, he knows it's a separate reference frame because that's what he's talking about. He's talking about Coriolis effect, which Coriolis effect is because they're separate reference frames. That's what the Coriolis effect is.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. Oh my God.
What is the Coriolis effect? What reference frames are in the Coriolis effect?
Two separate reference frames, one inertial and one non-inertial. All
right. Which are which?
The non-inertial is the one that's flying. The inertial is the one that's moving but the inertial. The initial reference frame is the inertial, but it's also moving. Then you'd be moving in a non-inertial reference frame over an inertial reference frame.
Well, there's your misunderstanding right there.
Oh, really? What do you think?
Coriolis only has to do with a rotating frame of reference. The reason that they talk about a non-rotating frame or an inertial frame of reference is that you have to have something to be able to tell that something else is rotating. You have to have a frame of reference that allows you to observe that the other frame of reference is rotating. So, for example, if you're going down the road in your car and you have another car in the next lane that's going the exact speed that you are, you can't tell that car is moving. The only way that you can tell that car is moving is to observe it from the side of the road, and you'll see that you're both moving. You need to have a point of reference that will tell you that something else is in motion. Otherwise,
that's not even the question. That's not even what we're talking about.
That's why there are two frames of reference noted in the Coriolis effect. You have
two frames of reference. There we go. Separate frames of reference.
Okay, you're talking again.
Not the same frame.
You're talking over me again.
You just admitted it's two frames of reference. You're getting mad because I pointed out that you're just contradicting yourself.
No, I'm getting mad because you're constantly running your mouth and not listening. The only reason that you have
yourself a bigger hole.
The only reason that you have a non-rotating frame of reference is so that you can see that the other frame of reference is actually rotating. You need something to compare it to. Coriolis only occurs on rotating frames of reference. The airplane and the surface of the Earth are both rotating with the surface of the Earth. It's a rotating frame of reference. Now, every time that every effect of Coriolis in the northern hemisphere results in a curve to the right. Every direction in the southern hemisphere results in a curve to the left. That's why hurricanes.
Do you understand my point, though? That if you're headed south-southwest, curving right
Yes,
and curving
I
left
do.
are no longer the same. So how do you account for that by even saying left and right?
Okay, because you're curving to the left or curving to the right as you go to the southwest. In order to correct for that and maintain a flight path, you have to curve to the left. That's the same thing that happens in every direction on the northern hemisphere. Now, there's two reasons that you have Coriolis.
No, don't continue from there. Don't continue from there, because if you're going south,
all right, I'm not going to
curving
continue
to the
from there
left,
at all until you get it.
Curving. No, I have to clarify. Curving to the left when you're going south-southwest isn't the same as going eastward, right? If you're going directly south, then curving to the left would be picking up momentum in that direction. In quotes, right? You could possibly pick up momentum, but if you're talking about catching up to the Earth or are dealing with Coriolis whatsoever, you're talking about two frames of reference. One is catching up, and one is spinning below you separately. Separate frames of reference. You can't say they're the same frame of reference, and that the Coriolis effect is from observing two frames of reference from an outside view. Yeah, that's what I thought. And so if you're going south-southwest, curving left doesn't mean east any longer.
You don't understand the Coriolis effect.
You just want to say I don't understand, but that doesn't make any sense because you're not
I don't care if it makes sense to you or not.
Both are in the same
I
frame
don't care
of
if
reference.
it makes sense to you or not.
You got
it
both in the same frame of
right
reference.
in the northern hemisphere. Period. End of discussion.
Bob, he's just not understanding the fact that
you're a little bit more sane. Listen to this.
By definition, a object moving, the observation of an object moving in a rotating reference frame. That object, the frame, everything is rotating, as Bob said very clearly.
Zanuck, are you saying that the plane doesn't fly in a non-inertial reference frame over an inertial reference frame? Wait, the plane is in a non-inertial reference frame.
No, the frame.
Earth is in an inertial reference frame.
Everything is in the plane, the ground, the space around. All the point coordinates are in the non-inertial reference frame, which is rotating. And if that frame is actually rotating, you'll see a deviation of this object that's moving in it. Now, that object can also be in it. The object can also be, what you said, you saw it?
Yeah, I'm saying that there's no way it'd be able to deviate if it was in the same reference frame. No. We wouldn't be talking about the Coriolis effect and deviation. If it was able to go straight, right, Zanuck, you agree with me on this. If it was able to go straight south and not correct for Coriolis, then it would be off course. We've already talked about this, right? It would be off course. The only reason it'd be off course is because it's in a non-inertial reference frame.
Yes. If it's straight.
There we go. Perfect.
It's going straight with respect to an inertial reference frame. If you look at it,
right. And I was just talking with Dr. Bob about this.
I'm letting you talk, so let me talk real quick. Yeah, you're right. If you go straight and you look at it from an inertial reference frame, one that is not rotating, then you will see it go straight, and you'll see the Earth rotate underneath it.
Yep. Because it's in a separate reference frame. The only way it could rotate underneath it is if it's in a separate reference frame.
We all know that things in motion, if forces aren't acting on them, will go straight in an inertial reference frame.
Because inertial and non-inertial reference frame. Come on, admit it.
Do things go straight in a non-inertial reference frame?
No, their non-inertial reference frame is the plane.
Straight. Hold on.
Oh my God!
You guys are making progress.
Zanuck, he doesn't grasp the concept of inertial of reference frames. He just doesn't grasp.
Zanuck, listen to what Dr. Bob was just saying.
He's almost there. Listen, I'm happy because I think you got it. So, can something go straight in a non-inertial reference frame?
Yeah, I can have dead reckoning. Sure.
How is it possible?
Use a star as your reference point. And so then you're following straight towards the star with the 15 degrees accounted for, right? Okay. So you'd be off course that way.
Right.
But regardless, I want to clarify something Dr. Bob was just trying to say. he wants to think about it as left and right if you're in the northern, and left and right and left if you're in the southern hemisphere. But I was explaining to him, if you're going south southwest, left and right are no longer east and west, and he doesn't seem to be able to get that out of his head. That's not the same thing.
No, I'm fine with that. It doesn't make any difference at all. That's not what causes the deviation when you're going east and west. So you get a combination.
Well, the deviation.
Yeah,
the deviation is caused by the Earth moving faster than the original momentum of the plane.
All right, no, you don't understand what Coriolis is. Let me explain to you why Coriolis works the way it does.
You want to go back to the basics that I already understand again?
I'm going to go ahead. No, I'll go ahead and explain it to you because you're kind of confused, and a lot of people are.
I'm not.
Well, it's not
I'm
really
not,
your
you
fault.
Are. Go ahead and explain it and show everyone else how confused you are. Go ahead.
All right, it's not really very intuitive when it comes to east and west. But what happens is when you're going from east to west, you're going against the rotation of the Earth.
There we
now,
go.
The problem that you run into with that is that in order to maintain momentum, you're going to have to drop your altitude, okay? You're going to have to reduce the radius of the curve that you're flying. So since you can't do that because you're restricted by the atmosphere, the only way that you can reduce your radius is to go to a place on the Earth that has a lower radius. So you'll head towards the poles. So if you're going from east to west in the northern hemisphere, you will deviate towards the North Pole, which is a right turn. If you are going from west to east, you run into the same problem. In order to maintain your momentum, you're going to have to increase the radius. And since you can't increase the radius because you are constrained by the atmosphere and your flight level, you have to deviate to an area where the Earth's radius is larger, which means towards the equator. That's why in the northern hemisphere, you always deviate to the right, and you have to correct to the left for Coriolis. In the southern hemisphere, it's the opposite.
Yeah, but you already said you understand my point. If you're headed south southwest, left and right aren't east and west anymore. And if you need to pick up more eastward velocity, so then if you need to pick up more eastward momentum because you're headed to a higher tangential velocity of 500 miles per hour, right? But you're only going west, southwest, right? Going mostly west. So you're not going to pick up any eastward momentum because your plane only flew west.
You're also
separating. He's separating reference frames again.
Yeah, because we're talking about it as separate things, Howard. These are all things you were never trained to do. All these corrections they're talking about, you were never trained for a good reason, because the Earth is stationary. Oh, you were?
I was.
You were taught to correct for Earth spin now? Now you're saying that you're taught to treat.
I was taught to follow a flight path which corrects.
I'm not talking about you, Bob. I'm talking about Howard.
He was taught the same thing.
Yes,
he follows a flight path. That's all they go.
Okay, as long as I'm on my path, then I must be correcting for Coriolis. That's how you guys are trained to think. Right.
No, absolutely you're correcting.
I'm just following my flight path, so then I don't have to worry about all these difference in speeds.
Correct.
Even though I'm talking about you don't realize it. Speed. Why are you talking about altitude and all this, Bob, and correcting north and all these different things that you were saying that to match the new tangential? Why are all these things that you're talking about and then saying, oh, you don't have to worry about them at the same time?
You don't.
See, this is the total contradiction. You guys are
crazy. All you have to do is follow your flight path, and it corrects for it.
Your crosswinds are way more, are much more to deal with than the Coriolis.
No, Dr. Bob just said you're flying against the spin of the Earth. He just said you're flying against the spin of the Earth. You can't fly against the spin of the Earth if you're in the same reference frame.
All right. When you fly an aircraft going from west to east on the equator, you start off doing 1,038 miles per hour on the equator. Now, if you fly east, you are flying in the direction of the spin of the Earth. So your actual tangential speed will be higher than 1,038 miles per hour.
Yeah, we went through this. You already went through this scenario.
And as a result of that, you have to increase your radius in order to maintain your momentum. Okay?
Wait. Why are you talking about increasing your radius if you just said you don't have to worry about it? Why is any of this even something to talk about if you don't have to worry about it?
Okay, well, then we won't talk about it then. I've explained it to you.
You would love that, right? Because you're saying correcting for this and having these momentum changes and all these things are things that you need to keep in mind. Oh, but then don't worry about it because it's just like the stationary Earth. You don't get how funny this is, you guys. You're hilarious.
But still correct. Whether
Yeah,
you
because the
find
Earth
it
doesn't
funny and
move.
laugh
The
nervously,
only way
it
you
doesn't
would
bother
never
me.
have to worry about it is if the Earth is stationary, just as the pilots are trained to treat it.
They're not trained that way.
Yes, they are.
How do you know? Are you a pilot?
Yeah, because they weren't
Are
told
you a
that.
pilot?
Because Howard, the pilot
Are
talking
you
with
a
us right
pilot?
now, the pilot talking with us right now just confirmed that he never has to worry about these Earth
I
rotations.
am a pilot. Are
Right.
you?
So do you have to worry about Earth rotations when you fly? You have to figure that in? You
No,
don't.
I just
So that's
follow
why.
my flight
Because the
path.
Earth is
That's all I need to
stationary.
do.
That's why. You would have to figure it in. If the Earth is moving, you would have to figure it in. You guys are
Why?
done.
Why? Why
Because
would I
the
have
Earth
to
is
figure that in?
rotating. Because it's a totally different situation.
So am I. I'm rotating in my plane right along with the Earth. I'm traveling in reference to the surface of the Earth. Whether the surface of the Earth is rotating or not is irrelevant. I am traveling in
If it's irrelevant, then why are you talking about correcting for anything?
I'm telling you how it is corrected. You asked how we
you're saying
correct
it's
for
irrelevant, but
Coriolis,
then
and I
you have to
told you.
correct. You don't see how it's a contradiction to say it's irrelevant, but then talk about correcting it and maintaining a certain altitude and having momentum that matches the Earth. How can you talk about correcting for things and keeping things in mind and then say, oh, it's irrelevant, let's not talk about it?
Absolutely.
See that?
I don't have any problem with it at all
right now.
because I understand it.
You sound like you're ridiculous because you don't understand it. You're saying it's irrelevant, but relevant.
No, it's irrelevant because the correction is so small it isn't worth worrying about.
How do you know the correction is so small, right?
Because I've calculated it's about 2 miles an hour.
So what's the difference between the atmosphere moving your plane and the winds that move in all directions? What's the difference between those two?
Got to correct for those too. Not a problem.
I said, what's the difference?
There is no difference. All you do is maintain your flight path, and you correct for wind, you correct for Coriolis.
Oh, you correct for Coriolis? I thought it was irrelevant.
It is. It's all corrected for by maintaining your flight path.
Well, why would you say you're correcting for it if it's irrelevant?
Look, simply by following the flight path, you correct for all those factors.
Well,
you don't need to correct for them individually.
If there was corrections to be made, it wouldn't be irrelevant.
Your correction is to maintain your flight path. That's all you have to do.
This is the go-to. I have to keep going back to this. Oh, the flight path, that just fixes it. No, it doesn't, because you have a different tangential velocity. You have a different momentum from where you started from, depending on where you start from. Yeah.
So you correct for that by maintaining your flight path.
You correct for it, but it's irrelevant.
Yeah, it is. You just maintain your flight path, and that's all you need to do to correct for all of those.
This is your go-to. You have to go back to the remedial. Oh, flight path fixes it.
It does. It's easy to.
Well, that would be great.
All you have to do is look at it.
That'd be great if it did, but it doesn't because it's a different tangential velocity that you have to keep in mind, just like you were trying to outline for us. Banking to the left, banking to the right. All these things that you were talking about.
All right, let's see. Let's try something a little simpler to see if you can get it. All right, now
you've already gone down to the root.
All right, now if I'm flying
too much
south,
to make it seem like you know what you're talking about.
If I'm flying south at 100 miles an hour, okay, I travel 100 miles south in an hour. Now, if I am going southeast at 100 miles an hour, do you understand that I'm not traveling 100 miles south? I'm not traveling 100 miles east. I'm traveling some combination of the two because if you look at that right triangle, my flight path is the hypotenuse of the right triangle. I have an east-west component and I have a north-south component to that speed. Even though I'm going 100 miles an hour, some of it's going south and some of it's going east if I'm flying to the southeast. Do you get that?
Well, I get all of that because it's not even irrelevant. You're not even correcting the contradiction that you already made. Go ahead, though. Go ahead. What's your scenario? So
that's it right there. Okay, so that's it. So if I'm flying due south from Anchorage, Alaska, and I'm going straight south, okay?
Yeah.
At 100 knots. All right.
Right, sure. Yeah.
Now, if if I don't correct for Coriolis, what's going to happen is I'm going to turn to the right a little bit. I'm going to be my course is going to be a gentle curve to the right. Now, how much? You could easily calculate that by calculating the differences in rotational speed of those 2 points. However,
well, it'd be a big deal.
All I have to do,
course, right?
All I have to do is I have to maintain my flight path. I just have to kind of deviate and apply some of that 100 knots of forward motion to an easterly vector. As a result, I won't be quite 100 miles south when I get when I as I follow my flight path at the end of an hour. I won't be quite 100 miles south. I'll be like 98 miles south or 97 miles south. Where'd the other 3 miles go? It came into the speed that I bled off to apply to that easterly vector. And as a result,
Dr. Bob, do you get Dr. Bob? Now wait, right there. So if you're saying that you're correcting east when you're going south, right? You're saying that you would correct to try to get to that new tangential velocity by going east. Now consider my scenario where you're going mostly west but south. You never went east. You could never correct the tangential velocity east because you only went south and west.
Okay. So what?
What do you do?
What direction am I turning?
Eastward momentum. How do you get eastward momentum?
I don't need eastward momentum. I need
you
to
do because you're going to a higher tangential velocity. You're still headed towards the equator where there's a higher eastward velocity.
I only need
a higher eastward velocity.
Bob, I think I know what he's saying. Bob, I think I know what he's saying real quick. Maybe if I'm wrong, correct me if I'm wrong, really. So you're going south. You're not going to go east at all. You're just going south. And the Earth is spinning underneath you.
Mostly west.
Let's just say south because I think I know. Let's see if this makes your point.
No.
As you go south, you're
going west,
never gone
a little bit south towards the equator. Don't change the scenario.
All right. Okay, we're going to go west. We're going to go west. Southwest.
Southwest.
South and southwest. So the Earth really spins underneath, or moves underneath us with respect to us.
Yeah. The separate reference frame from.
And so we end up. We start going south, and this happens so much so that by the time we get from North America to I don't know.
Ecuador,
southern part of the Mexico, whatever. We're out in the Pacific Ocean somewhere, some island out there. And you're saying that tangential velocity down there is supposed
to. You only went west. How do you do it?
We only went west and south, but we have a tangential velocity that is greater than when we left San Francisco. How do we gain the tangential velocity? That's what you're asking, right?
That's the point.
Okay,
that's
Bob,
the point.
It's a good question actually, but it has. Especially I tried to explain yesterday, and I was unsuccessful as well. So,
unsuccessful again. You have no answer for this.
Well, no, I have an answer. I have another.
You do now. Okay, what's your answer?
Bob's explaining it well. I want him to just know what.
No, he's not. No, you want to go back to Bob to get your out. No,
No, I know how to explain
you have an answer. I know how to. What's your answer?
Zanuck, hold on.
Let
Bob answer it.
Oh, that would be funny. Go ahead.
Okay. So as I'm going to the southwest. All right. I have 2 components to my flight. I have a component that's moving me to the west. All right. Which is, as you know, against the rotation of the Earth. And I have a component that's moving me to the south. Correct?
Obviously. Go ahead.
Great. Now, as I'm going,
you need to pick up eastward momentum. You need 500 miles per hour, more eastward momentum. Yeah, you do, because you're headed to a higher tangential velocity from where you took off. That's the point. You need 500 more mile tangential velocity from when you started.
If I don't need to do that for the simple reason that I'm going west. All right, I'm dumping off tangential velocity as I go. Yes.
How's that possible? Why would you not need more tangential velocity when you're headed towards the equator where there's a 500 mile per hour eastward difference?
All right. You're starting off at a slower tangential velocity and you're moving to the west. Okay.
West, southwest.
Okay. So what's happening is you start off at a tangential velocity up in Anchorage. And then as you go to the west, you're going to be going against the tangential velocity of the Earth. All you're doing is you're going to the southwest and again going against the tangential velocity of the Earth. A component of your flight is going against the tangential velocity of the Earth.
That's obviously the scenario that you're trying to fix. How are you going to get more eastward momentum? Go ahead. How do you do it?
The only thing that's happening to my flight is that I'm curving to the right. All I have to do to correct that and balance it out again is curve a little bit to the left, or at least maintain. Well, I don't even really need to curve to the left, although that's what's ending up happening. All I have to do is maintain my flight path, and I correct for it.
Get back to that. See, that's
Show me the math. Show me the math that says otherwise. Show me the math.
What the math that says left and right aren't east and west when you're headed south-southwest. The
I don't
math that
need
even
east
makes
and
you
west.
correct.
I just need left and right.
You're not talking about right and left anymore, Bob. We went through this 100 times already. What left and right mean nothing when you're going south-southwest.
Thanks.
Yeah, you can't gain more eastward momentum. Zanuck said he failed on this last time. What's your answer now, Zanuck?
No, because you're not getting it. I mean, Bob should try a different tack.
Oh, no, I'm not getting it, even though you had admitted that last time you tried to explain this, you had no answer.
Let's go back to the merry-go-round. You're in the center, 0 tangential velocity. You're throwing to the outer edge. When you throw it, it curves. It looks like it curves to the right.
You don't have to explain that to me. That doesn't matter. It's not about the fact.
You want to go to your buddy.
What do you do to get your
One
eastward
is straight line.
momentum?
Hold on. Let me just finish this one analogy. You can make a comment.
Oh, yeah, I have to talk about something else to divert.
No, it's the same, exact same scenario. Just on
it doesn't matter if you
let's make this easy then. Let's make it easy. Zanuck, do you understand what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Okay, that's all.
Great. Okay, great. So just describing the situation is you're out, rather than actually fixing the problem of having to gain more eastward momentum when you only went west. Because you can't say that you gained more eastward momentum when you only went west. And south-southwest isn't the same. Going left and right when you're headed south-southwest is not the same as east and west.
Real quick, I get it. I get it. I want to have one last try.
You do, and you said you failed. You admitted to
failing.
No, I failed
because you don't get it. I don't like
not giving that.
I don't like people not getting what I'm saying, so I want to try something different. Just let me.
Oh yeah, and it's not about me not getting it. Don't make it that.
If it doesn't,
you know what? Well.
If it doesn't, I will never say another word about this again. If you don't like it or want me not to talk about it again, I won't. Just hear me out.
Well,
so you're on a merry-go-round.
Just give a real answer. Give a real answer rather than another diversion.
I want to know what your answer is to this because it'll help me explain to the other scenario. So you're on your merry-go-round. It's not rotating. You throw to your buddy. He's right across from you. Throw it, and you throw him like a 10-mile-an-hour throw. Boom! It slaps in his mitt, and he catches it. You have another buddy to the right of his, but now you start rotating this counterclockwise, like the Earth would on a surface as we're going south. Same kind of scenario. Now that everybody has a greater tangential velocity than you do. You throw the same 10-mile-an-hour ball to your buddy that you did originally, but it deviates to the right, and your other buddy catches it. Now, how did it gain tangential velocity when it hit the catcher's mitt on their other buddy that was to the right of him? Now, obviously, it's going up. It's going infinitely higher tangential velocity. It started with 0, and it ended up in your buddy's mitt, and he stopped it. The path was a curved path to the right. The catcher, he caught it. Did it have any more impact when he caught it? No, the difference is it came from a different direction. And that change of direction is what gave it the extra tangential velocity. It seems counterintuitive because you're going the opposite direction, but it's not.
Zanuck, you're so diverting. You can't answer this.
I'm not diverting.
If the plane's only headed west, southwest, right? But it needs to gain more eastward momentum. How does it gain more eastward momentum when it's only gone west and south? Explain that. Don't turning your buddy catching ball scenario to try to turn.
That's the best analogy I can think of to help you understand it.
No, it's not. I don't need an analogy. I need how.
Well, then why doesn't it work? Where does the tangential velocity come from? How does the ball gain tangential velocity? How does the ball gain tangential? There's a reason for this. Why did the ball gain tangential velocity? Because we know it does.
Why do you have to start talking about balls? Just talk about the planes and the Earth.
Because you don't understand the concept. The plane's the same scenario.
No, it's not about me not understanding the concept, dude. You're totally diverting.
I understand it. I understand it.
Okay, well then explain how he would gain more eastward momentum when it only went west.
Because the Earth rotated underneath it, and you turned a little bit to the west as well.
What? To the left?
You turn
to the left.
You turn to the right.
To the left. The left isn't left.
To the right. You're going west.
East, you're going westward.
You're going west. You're going. You turn. You said go southwest, which means you turn to the right.
Yeah, you're going south-southwest, so you don't gain more eastward momentum. That's where you failed
And that's
before.
more of a deviation. So it's even more of a deviation
You
too.
have no answer. This is why we know
God,
the
I don't know how to.
you have no answer.
I don't know
And
how else to explain it to
can't
you.
make
I'm
this
just
out to
getting
be
it.
mean understanding it. You can't answer the question. You would
I
not
am
be able to
answering your
go
question.
left. You're going south
Because
southwest. Going left is not going east.
the momentum is exchanged with this directional change. You normally, if you wanted to conserve momentum, hold on. If you wanted to conserve momentum and you went straight and the Earth was not rotating, we all agree it'd be a straight line. Momentum's conserved. The tangential velocity was exactly the same as you started because there's no movement, there's no actual rotation.
Why do you have to go back
So
to
we
the
all agree.
remedial?
I'm taking baby steps so you get it. I mean, I'm trying to bang my head.
No, you're not going to make this up.
I don't like people not getting things, so I'm frustrated with you. So
your go-to is to try to make it seem like I'm not getting it when you won't.
okay, I can't do this with you just talking over me. I'm trying to help and you're not listening. So
no, answer the direct question, Zanuck. You can't gain eastward momentum when you're going west. Answer it. You can't gain more eastward momentum when you're going south-southwest towards the equator. You want to make it seem like you can by going back to the remedial things and making it seem like I don't get it. But anyone listening carefully understands that you're diverting because you don't have no answer.
I'm not diverting at all. It's the same reason if you went straight south, why you end up deviating. The tangent of the reason you deviate. Oh my! I'm trying to answer you, but you're not letting me. Just so you know.
No, wait. Hold on, Zanuck. You said you failed last time, right? But now you have an answer. Give your answer.
I did give the answer, and I tried a method of telling you I have the answer. I've always had the answer.
And try to make it seem like I don't understand. That's what you're doing. Go. How
Dude,
do you gain?
your correction you're making is accommodating the difference in tangential velocity. I don't know why you're throwing in an extra 500 miles an hour.
Because you're headed towards the equator, where it's a faster tangential velocity, Howard. Things you don't have to worry about. You fly over a stationary Earth, according to how you were trained.
Yes, but you correcting for it is what makes up for it.
Different tangential velocity that you would have to make up for. And they always try to say, well, you just bank east and correct for it. Well, if you're headed south-southwest, you can't bank east and correct for it. You have to pick up.
The only reason they say east is because we're talking about a north-south direction. Left and right is just deviating from your path of travel.
Yeah, east is the reason we talk about east, Howard, is because the Earth is supposedly moving eastward at the equator 1,000 miles an hour. And so if you had to gain momentum, if you had to gain 500 miles of eastward momentum, but you only flew west, you can't say you bank east at all because you're headed south-southwest. Banking east would only be towards the equator. It wouldn't be in an eastward direction. You'd have to gain 500 miles per hour eastward momentum. But if you never went east, you can't even talk about this idea of gaining momentum in that direction. Yeah, that's why that's why they have to make it seem like I don't understand, or that it's just stationary and the same thing, or it's irrelevant and it's relevant and correct for it, but don't worry about it. Just follow your ground speed. These are all ways of you guys trying to justify.
I put the whole write-up in the chat for you. Go ahead and look at that, and hopefully that'll make some sense to you.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead and look at it. You can't explain it, can you?
I have explained it a number of times, but you go look at it in writing so that you can digest it a little better.
Yeah. It's all about me now. See how this tactic of making it seem like I don't understand.
It is about you. You're not getting it. We're trying very hard to help you get it and walk you through it.
You just don't get it. Seriously, that's the only thing we're trying to help you with. You're not getting it.
Yeah, you're trying to help me. See how this is gaslighting you guys? Everybody listening can hear this.
I've got it right there for you. Here, I'll put it up again just so that you can see it again. Right there.
Yeah.
That explains it. That explains Coriolis and how the east-west Coriolis works.
Rather than explain the situation you can't get out of because it's a gotcha.
No, I've already explained it to you a few times. You're just not getting it.
You didn't explain shit. You think left and right's the same, even if you're going south-southwest. Left and right's only
that at all.
West if you're going straight south or straight north. You could talk about
I
left
never
and right.
said that at all. The deviation is to the right. It doesn't matter what direction it is. I've told you that a dozen times.
That's ridiculous. You want to repeat that again for everybody? Left and
Coriolis causes a deviation to the right in the northern hemisphere. It doesn't matter what direction it is. It doesn't matter what direction you're traveling.
Plane's direction. If the plane's headed south-southwest, left and right don't mean east and west any longer.
I agree with you. Absolutely. And, and the deviation is to the right, and that's all. It doesn't matter what direction you're going.
Bob, very simple question. Don't divert and don't try to act like you're teaching me anything. Just answer the question.
I'm not
If you're
teaching
going
you
south,
anything
south,
because you're just not getting it.
no,
I'm
you're
not
going to
able
say
to
that
teach it
don't
to you.
start with them. I don't get it because that's your go-to because you're stuck. If you're headed south-southwest, Bob, but you're headed to a higher tangential velocity, how are you going to gain eastward momentum if you're only going west and south?
Well, you've got a west component on that, and you're going to have less westward movement than you would have if you weren't dealing with the Coriolis effect.
Okay, everybody just repeat that in their heads and see if you can make sense of it.
That doesn't matter if it makes sense to you or not. I gave you the write-up for it. Just read it.
It's
nonsense. I think Kosho's animation kind of puts it in perspective. This ball.
Yeah, right. I love that animation. I love that animation.
So yeah, picture. Okay, I mean,
this is so funny.
It's really hard to talk to you, and every time I start to say something, you talk over me. I mean, I don't want to whine about it.
You won't answer the direct question. You already admitted
I'm trying to answer it. The actual change of direction with respect from point A to point B is the reason why you can then end up at a higher tangential velocity position. You didn't just go straight down. It actually took a curved path, and that curved path is the reason why you now can end up at a higher tangential velocity, but in a different position longitudinally, because you have now changed longitudinal positions as a consequence of that. I mean, I've tried the most simplest.
You can't gain eastward momentum.
Then you gotta talk over me.
He just doesn't have the insight to be able to do this. You know,
I mean, Bob, we have to agree, Bob. It's a great question. I just wish you'd understand our answer because it's actually it's a valid question.
No, it's a fantastic question, and east-west Coriolis is very difficult to wrap your head around because you've got to sit down and you've got to look at it in 3 dimensions.
And that's why Kosho's drawing, Kosho's animation should help you understand what we're talking about.
Doesn't help anything. He's trying to make it seem like there's this avenue that keeps you in line with the automatically locks you into this one-to-one position with the Earth. That's not even how you do.
No.
That's not even how you explain.
Well, that ball's going straight, but it's knocking over the borders to the right-hand side of it, right?
Hey,
this is analogous to going north, right? This is analogous to going north.
No, you're diverting. You realize that you can't pick up eastward momentum when you're only going west. You have no answer for that. Period. That's why there's silence in the room right now.
No,
yeah, answer it.
Frustrating.
Don't make it about me.
It is.
Answer the question.
This isn't the southward. This is more looking north, right?
Don't make this about me.
It's like shooting the ball north.
I have a southward one, but that's a northbound one. Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
What's your answer?
I know. I've seen the south one you did.
How do you pick up eastward momentum when you're headed to a higher tangential velocity?
Look at the drawing. Look at the animation. Look at the cartoon. It says everything right there.
Oh yeah, the cartoon. The cartoon.
It shows you how it happens. It's a perception thing.
No, it's just.
Remember, the surface is not changing. It's only the tangential velocities with respect to the axis of rotation.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. You really answered it there, didn't you?
No.
How do you
So we have a ball leaving the surface, and as a consequence of it having a lower tangential velocity to start, it ends up turning in that reference frame, and that turning is what gives it the extra tangential velocity upon its arrival at the higher tangential velocity latitude.
Huh? What?
I couldn't speak any slower and explain it any better, I don't think. I know you're not going to get it, so I'm not.
Panic. Answer the direct question again. I'll ask: how do you gain eastward momentum when you're headed to a higher tangential velocity?
By diverting, by the actual natural diverting over the. Remember in inertial. Hold on.
Probably good.
You remember because it's only with respect to the ground. You're not really. It's a virtual gaining of momentum. You're not gaining momentum.
Oh, it's virtual now. It's virtual momentum.
Well, because you're going in a straight line with respect to the sun. The sun just sees that thing take off from the north and go south, and it goes in a perfectly straight line. It doesn't gain any momentum with respect to the sun. It's only gaining momentum with the ground.
Oh, now you're talking
about the sun. Oh my God!
Now you're talking about the sun. That's not diverting. Come on.
No, I'm trying to put it in perspective for you.
You don't have to worry about me.
Your name is perspective. This is a new perspective. New perspective. I'm trying to give you a new perspective.
You admitted to failing on this, and now you're acting like you never
failed. I'm hurt that I can't convince you to understand basic logic here.
No, you're talking about me not being able to understand something.
Yes,
you won't answer
I'm failing at
The
I'm
direct
failing
question
it.
again.
I'm
Zanuck, that you're
failing
trying
at
to
you
cover
at
from
being able to
point.
understand this concept, and I'm
Yeah, it's not
failing.
about me understanding it. That's the whole point. It's hilarious for anyone
So
listening.
I'm not doing a good. I'm not doing a good enough job. It's my
No,
fault.
it's
You're
not
right.
about you doing a good job. It's that you don't have an answer, and you're acting like
I
you
do have an answer. I've said several
Okay, what's
answers.
the answer to this direct question? And don't talk over me. How do you gain
Because
eastward momentum?
you have
How
a
do you gain
complete
eastward
change.
momentum? You only went west and south. You never went east. You never accelerated east. How do
I
you gain
know.
more?
It's almost like that girl in the car when
Yeah,
the guy's
see, now
asking how far you go in 60 miles, in 60 minutes if you're going 60 miles an hour, and she's racking her head and she's pulling her hair out. You ever see that YouTube where the guy asks his girlfriend, like, if I'm going 60 miles an hour in an hour, how far do I go? This is what it's like with you. You're not getting it.
Oh no, you're going to try to do that again? You're really going to think that works by making it sound like I don't understand when you can't
don't
answer the direct
understand.
question?
Yeah, you really don't, man.
You clearly don't understand.
You're just not connecting the dots.
But I like your question. That's why I'm staying here trying to argue with you. I know you're not. It's not like DMOC or something. You're convinced you understand that we don't understand. You're convinced.
No, you already admitted to not being able to answer this, Zanuck.
That's a non sequitur, and it's a straw man as well because I didn't.
The exact same question.
My failure is not that I don't understand this. Failure that I can't convince you using logic to what's happening.
Okay, show me the logic. How do you gain eastward momentum when you only went south and west?
Look at the drawing.
Explain the logic.
Look at the cartoon that Kosho posted. Let's talk about
that.
that.
See the cartoon. That's really you're not being able
What's
to
happening in that cartoon? Let's talk about what's happening.
Let's not use the term cartoon, okay? That implies humor and exaggeration. Let's use the term diagram.
Yes,
which explains something visual.
Let's not answer the question. Let's just talk about the diagram.
Is the ball going straight when it's being released with a tangent with a linear momentum?
You're obviously avoiding it. Everyone in the room can hear how you guys are avoiding it. Talking about the cartoon that's not a diagram or whatever. That doesn't make any difference. You have
diagram, not cartoon, diagram.
How about Kosho? Kosho, how do you gain eastward momentum when you only went south and west?
Where do you go?
Nobody has an answer. Silent room. Talking about Dave doesn't get it because he's pinpointed something he can't answer.
This animation was
the animation. The animation.
Specifically,
like these grooves in the air.
Okay. Well, when you made this new perspective, this was specifically made to demonstrate how the wind will help the plane correct for Coriolis. Like even
but the
without
wind goes in
considering
all directions at varying speeds, Kosho. The wind is not predictable. The wind goes in every direction. It doesn't go in one direction. It doesn't go in the opposite direction that it needs to just to fix your Coriolis effect, the way your animation makes it seem. Like no matter what, if you're going north or south, it's going to automatically correct you, either slow you down or speed you up perfectly to be in that one-to-one relationship that you need when you land the plane. You're not going to have that. Your animation makes it seem like the magic might work, but put your animation at a south-southwest direction. How does it help you then?
The animation isn't telling all the story. It's actually showing. If you hear me talking, and you don't need to interrupt me real quick, I was just going to admit to something that you said or looking for, is it is showing that not only, remember the railroad track example I always give you? This is like the railroad track example. It's forcing it to go left.
Track.
Hold on. It's forcing it, and that force is actually the Coriolis force. But that's not what we're really talking about here. But picture where it would have been if we had not had these lines on it, these diagonal lines. The ball would have ended up well in front of the upper square, right? So that is what you're talking about. Forget about the lines. We know it's being guided to the square, but it hits the square. We're not hitting the square. We're way off course by 500 or 1,000 miles, right? So we have to figure out what it did when it lands on that line. How is it landing there and starting out with a much lower tangential velocity? It did this because it changed It did this because it changed directions, and the direction change gave it the tangent. Can I finish? I might have to disengage because you're giving me a headache. Seriously.
I think people are probably sick of hearing you just bend over backwards.
No, I changed the story completely to help you even more.
Yeah,
you're still not getting it because you're talking over me.
Question. The direct question is, Zanuck, how do you gain eastward momentum when you?
Hey, Coach Bill, can you make this diagram without the lines and have any change?
Talk about the diagram again. Everyone hears how you're diverting.
Because the diagram is making it harder for everyone
to hear this. Everyone else hear this? Anyone else in the room want to talk?
Well, I mean, I was in the middle of saying something to you, and you interrupted me to, I don't know, I guess.
You just said
respond.
winds. Winds help you be in that one-to-one relationship. Winds, right?
Yeah,
Even
but
though we
what
know
I was
winds go
saying
in
to
all
you,
directions.
when you cut
Winds
me
go in all
off,
directions, and they're unpredictable. So how are you going
when
to
you cut me
answer?
off, it makes sense that you don't understand what I was saying because you cut me off before I could finish.
Yeah. Dave, please, if
I'm
you can,
sorry.
man, stop interrupting. Just because, well, the thing is, you have the mod roles, and then it now comes off that a mod is doing all the interrupting. It's not really fair. So at least let these
Yeah, no
guys
problem.
interrupt.
I'm sick of talking about it. Obviously, I've gone in circles, and these guys just keep referring to this animation that doesn't fix anything.
Well, the animation isn't actually what we're talking about, and I wanted Coach to have another version of this if he has spare time that doesn't have those lines there. You can see where that green ball would actually go.
Yeah,
and that would answer your question.
That was the point of why I made. Because if I did it without because those lines are meant to represent the wind or the atmosphere or whatever you want to call it. Because if you ignore the wind, like if you imagine the wind at every latitude was 0, so that the atmosphere is just moving with the rotation of the Earth, just to make this simple, then that tangential speed in the inertial frame would be different, right? And which is so if the ball were a ballistic, or if the plane were a ballistic and there were no atmosphere, and if I took the lines out of this animation, then as the ball would end up in the same location as the square that it left, like it would still be in line with that square that it left. It just be on the other side. Right.
The problem that you're running into, Kosho, is that you're confusing them by suggesting that the wind somehow is nudging the plane. That's not what's happening. The plane's under conscious control. It has forward motion that is being redirected a little bit to the side. All right. That's why the curve isn't there, because it's being corrected for. Now, if you do it with an artillery shell, like a naval gun, you don't get correction due to the wind. You actually have to aim to the left of your target in order to hit it, because in the northern hemisphere, at least, because the Coriolis will cause it to curve to the right.
The wind's drag force is not great enough for the velocity it's going, the time it's in the air, to correct for it totally. It gives a little bit.
Absolutely.
Why not?
Not enough. So it's still so your lines would represent the turning forces as well as the atmospheric forces, but together, so you end up at the right destination. But
right,
the real demonstration with this graphic and this diagram would be if you had no lines there and just show that thing go straight ahead and stop at a point well forward of that square, because we know we're going to end up off course. We're telling him we are, and he's wondering why we can land the plane now. If we took off at a higher tangential velocity, how do we land on that other spot to the right of the square? How is that possible? Where do we?
Yeah, how's it possible when you have to pick up eastward momentum, but you only went southwest? And the direct question that you will not answer, you will avoid it.
I will, and I'm answering right now. The answer is that.
Hold up, dude, Zanuck. Now you're interrupting him, man. When someone else speaks, just pass the mic.
I was talking, but go ahead.
I don't know, dude. If you keep clipping them, then no one can hear anything.
He was clipping me. You had it backward. I was really trying to explain the.
Remember when we did the 30
second direct question without clipping me right now, Zanuck? You keep avoiding. Is if you're headed south and west only, right? You're going mostly west, but you're headed south, but you're going to a higher tangential velocity. How are you going to gain eastward momentum when you never went east at all?
Okay. So again, if you don't have these lines there, you're obviously going from a higher. You can't help yourself, can you?
You're talking about the diagram with Kosho again. That's not the direct question that I asked you.
It's a good diagram. If you don't have the lines there and you fall that ball straight, you would miss it. See, Gio, why do I get clipped and he doesn't?
Because you didn't answer my direct question, Zanuck.
No, Gio, I'm trying to explain it. It is a direct question. The turning of this relative to the position you left from, compared to where you end up, that gives you the extra tangential velocity. So when you land there, you are now going at the tangential velocity of that line naturally.
You said turning. What do you mean? Eastward movement?
No, virtually turning. You're not turning things going a straight line. Because the tangential velocity on the surface is greater than when you left, when you departed. Your arrival spot has a higher tangential velocity on a curved surface. Yeah. You're flying straight, but relative to the ground, you're not gaining it. You're not changing any actual momentum with respect to inertial frame. You're only gaining momentum with respect to the rotating frame.
Zanuck, I think the problem. I
hold
think
on.
the problem is you're using airplanes. Use artillery shells that aren't under control. If you fire an artillery shell in any direction in the northern hemisphere, it'll land to the right of where you're aiming it. So in order to correct that, you have to aim a little bit to the left. Simple as that. Doesn't matter.
Just go to ballistics. Yeah, that's the other go-to they always try.
But the reason, the absolute reason here, now don't interrupt me. Please don't clip me because I'm going to say like one sentence. The reason that that it happens and you can acquire that tangential velocity and momentum with respect to the ground is because it goes to the right. And with respect to the ground, not in reality, not in an inertial frame, but with respect to the rotating Earth. And so by going to the right, it has now picked up that tangential velocity. It matches it. So when you get to that point, it is naturally has the tangential velocity of that latitude line. There's no problem. No, you're just not accepting it. Because it turns relative to the ground.
Turns. No, you need to go east to get more eastward
momentum. The Coriolis effect is a natural turning of an object with respect viewed from a. Here he goes again. Gio, I can't get a. This has been going on for days now, and he keeps on doing it. He's the only one. When I tell you, even Witsit can give me space. You can't.
Gio, you've got him as a moderator, and he's behaving like this. Seriously?
It's so frustrating.
Trying to pin it on me, trying to make it seem like I don't understand, and I'm the one interrupting.
I don't understand. What did I say? What's the last thing I said? What's the reason? Perspective.
You said naturally it's just going to be in the new tangential velocity because you tried. It turned to the right. It turned to the right, but you didn't give any specificity.
Partially, because you weren't listening. You weren't listening. That's not what I said.
In westward directions, because I made it very
no.
If you're
it turned. It turned.
And you can't answer.
Okay. Is this motion going to the right on the diagram?
I'm not looking at your diagram.
Okay. I'll just tell you what it's doing. It's going to the right.
Talk about the question, not the
it's
diagram.
Going to the right. And where I left from. Oh God.
Zanuck, don't bother with him anymore. Look, the only way that we can correct this is just don't interact with him.
Right. Yep. You have to run away because you have no answer.
No, we're trying to use analogies and diagrams to meet you halfway to try to explain things, but you're not agreeing with anything. Why don't you bring some diagrams or some sort of reference for that, and then we can see if we can meet halfway.
Oh my God. Bringing in the reserves, huh?
No, I'm definitely not a reserve, that's for sure.
Okay, so you explain it. Do you understand the question?
I'm not here to have an argument with people that don't want to talk.
You want to butt in?
I just wanted to say, just for correction purposes, when I made this diagram, it was specifically meant to be. It was meant as a demonstration for the atmosphere and airplanes, because the question that a year ago at the time was how I think something about like how does the atmosphere, or how does the plane not have to consider the atmosphere and the change of speeds that it would be doing basically at these different latitudes. And what this is meant to demonstrate is that what that will show up for as the plane, as it's changing, as it's going north to south, is if it were not accounting for it, then there would just be let's say it was flying in a straight path north to south. It was already making corrections, so it was going straight. And these winds were there. These winds would show up as crosswinds, basically. They would just have to further correct for.
I thought of something just now. Let's look at Coach.
Guys are so funny.
Let's look at Coach's diagram. Can I say something real quick? It will be quick. And we don't have the air. We don't have the air there. We don't have the lines. Avoid the direct question. So if now it's going up. This is like the equator going to the North Pole, and the little square on the top is like close to the North Pole, like Alaska or something. We're leaving from Hawaii, whatever is right below it. And we start going up. Now, we're not going to curve to the left because we're not having any atmosphere. No one's steering the plane. It's just a projectile, like Bob said. We're going north. Now, we're going to end up where that bottom square is right now. It's going to be directly straight above it. So it's going to be definitely to the right, like Coriolis does affect things to the right in the northern hemisphere going north. So that ball will be way to the right of the upper white box. Now, when it gets to that line, it naturally will be at the lesser tangential velocity. You're going to say, you can't destroy momentum. How could you do that? Because during its path, it made a curve to the right. And that curve to the right, with respect to the box on the left, allowed it to match perfectly because it's just going in a straight line. It's the globe that's rotating underneath it. Me, I'm desperate.
You're desperately avoiding the question still, Zanuck. If you're going south and west only, how do you gain eastward momentum to match
the south
answer the question.
Is what you need to deal with. The west is just another wrinkle you put in to make it sound whatever answer we give you sounds crazy.
It's not making it sound anyway. It's a direct question.
It does, because that you don't need to add that variable in there.
Oh, you don't need it? It's a direct question.
Because if you travel more south, I'll tell you why. If you travel more south, it's like you have some western velocity, and when you get to your airport, you just bleed off that airspeed and land.
What?
You will go. You will be going faster than the Earth. You will be going faster than the Earth, going west, and you will. Okay. Momentum. It's almost impossible. It is impossible to talk to you. I'm tried.
You need more.
I feel bad that I can't explain this well enough for you to understand.
No, so I have no answer.
Not your fault, man. He's just not listening. He's too busy. He's nervous. He's
not nervous
he doesn't. He's confused, and he's trying to talk his way to fill the time.
Yeah, Bob, I understand why he's so frustrated, and I understand why he thinks in his mind this is not possible, because he thinks like this object's going to end up in this location and have all this extra tangential velocity, or not have enough tangential velocity, and somehow it's got to be created instantly so we can find that airport and land the plane. I know what he's thinking, and it just frustrates me that I can't get the message across using Kosho's really good drawings.
Go ahead.
Generalizing between north and southern hemisphere for which directions you're going should be more the conversation, not just picking out one direction.
Well, I've already explained very carefully that it doesn't matter what direction you're going. If you're in the northern hemisphere, you're going to curve to the right. If you're in the southern hemisphere, you're going to curve to the left.
Left and right are no longer left and right when you're going south-southwest, Bob.
It's always left and right.
Even
left is always left, right is always right. It's relative to your direction.
Correct. You can't equate east and west and left and right when you're going south-southwest. That's
I'm not equating them. I'm simply saying
your words perspective, not ours.
Yeah, I'm just saying left and right. I'm not. You're the one putting cardinal directions to it.
No, the reason I'm putting cardinal directions is because you have no answer. Don't make this about me. Don't make this about his diagram.
Yeah, it's about you.
Anything else, when you have one direct question that I'll repeat 100th time, when you're going south and west only, you never went east. How do you gain more eastward momentum to meet the higher tangential velocity as you're headed towards the equator?
By turning to the right.
By turning to the left.
You're going south-southwest. What is left? Right.
And we're in a plane now, aren't we?
No, I'm only going to talk. I'm only going to talk ballistics with him because he doesn't comprehend.
We launched a bomb.
Yeah, he doesn't comprehend the fact planes are under conscious control and follow courses.
You're constantly correcting when you're flying a plane.
Conscious control, and then somehow that you just bleed it off when you get there. These are all ridiculous things. You make you all sound so.
Well, it's ridiculous to you because you don't understand it.
Oh, I don't understand how it magically happens, even though you have no answer.
I've already answered it a dozen times, and I've put up documentation for it. I'm correct. You're just not getting it.
South-southwest. So if you're headed south and west only, how do you gain eastward momentum? That's the simple question.
Through the virtual turning of the Earth beneath you.
Virtual now? The Earth is virtually turning?
Well, it's turning. You're going straight, and your Earth is
through the turning of the Earth is the answer. Is that really your answer, Zanuck?
It's the directional change due to the Earth turning underneath you. Yeah.
Through the virtual turning of the Earth is how you correct your plane.
Well, you're not making a turn in the inertial frame because I know you like to look at things as have more absolute terms. The projectile is going straight, and it turns with respect to the Earth. It's a virtual turning. It's not really turning in the inertial frame. It's turning in the virtual frame. And because it's turning in the virtual frame, that allows it to gain and end up at the same tangential velocity as the ground. That's why it turns. The whole definition of what Coriolis happens. So when you shoot a projectile, they know they're going to be 100 yards off at 26 miles. You're going to be off to the right. Why do you get off to the right? Because the Earth is turning. And you left from a higher tangential velocity to a lower tangential velocity, and you end up at a lower tangential velocity spot 100 yards to the right.
Hey Zanuck, how did you gain more eastward momentum if you only went south and west when you're headed to a higher tangential eastward velocity? How do you gain it?
Because you make a turn to the left, which has an eastward component to it.
No, it doesn't. Now, when you're headed south-southwest, you already admitted that.
Yeah, it does.
That doesn't have anything to do with east or west when you're going south-southwest. You already admitted that, Bob.
No.
Are you trying
left
to
and
find
right are not the same as east and west?
This
You already admitted
south-west
that.
thing is making a real problem for you.
You can't just say left and right. Turn left.
Turn left. Are you going at a 45-degree angle? Are you going south-southwest perfectly? Flying at,
Kosho, break your crayons out, Kosho, and see if we can draw something that what he's trying to imply.
All right.
You know, I may actually try and draw something for him. I doubt he'll understand it, but at least somebody else might.
Yeah, somebody else has.
I'll draw something for him.
He just thinks that you show up. He forgets about the turn. They even takes with respect to the Earth. You just show up at this equator, and you magically have to create 500 miles an hour of tangential velocity, creating that momentum out of nothing to be able to land. He thinks that's what's happening.
No, it's not about what I think. You don't have an answer. I've asked you
directly. I do have an answer. The turn, the actual turn with respect to the ground is what gives you the tangential velocity.
You'd have to go. You have to actually get acceleration eastward, right? But
you agree that the ball? Would you agree that that ball goes straight?
Now you're talking about balls again. See how?
Yeah, that's what we're talking about. The ball. Yes, the ball goes from the north, going south or southwest, whatever it's doing. Are you agreeing that it goes straight? You're not acting on it. Oh, I'm going to go one last time. This is my okay. Gio, can you please mute him for a second? This is so hard to yell over you. It's so fucking annoying.
Because you're stuck.
No, because there's no reason for it. Just being rude. Just stop talking.
The questions you avoid.
I have your answer in another form. All had answers. You're not accepting them, and you're talking over me even now.
Virtual Earth turn.
Just shut up. Just please, just quiet for a second. If we have this object that's going south-southwest, like you said, coming from the northern hemisphere, traveling toward the equator, it will deviate to the right, which is south-southwest. And since you're already going south-southwest, it will go even more west than south. Right?
No, you need more eastward momentum. You need more eastward momentum because it's higher eastward.
Well, you're saying that. You're not letting me finish by keep on injecting this misconception that you keep on bringing up.
Right?
It doesn't matter. I can fly from San Francisco to Australia all day long and show up there with the proper tangential velocity. I'm going through two different directions of Earth of tangential velocity. Did I gain it and lose it? Gain it and lose it? You're just being silly.
Not being silly. You're saying
you are. Did I fly to Australia directly?
It's not about Australia. You're trying to make.
Did I fly directly to Australia from San Francisco? It's south-southwest.
Chicago to San Diego, south-southwest.
I mean, I know you don't try to be, but you really are. You just aren't getting it.
You're not flying south-southwest from Los Angeles to Australia.
I have no answer.
That's a new one.
How do you gain more eastward momentum when you never went east, Zanuck?
You don't fly south-southwest to Australia from LA?
Yeah, I know. That's what I picked up on.
You only went west.
I'm thinking you do, but am I wrong?
Question they can't answer, everybody, for the room. For everyone listening, again, they will avoid it. If you only went west and south,
anything.
More eastward momentum.
What if I changed it around and I went northeast to Los Angeles from Australia? What would happen then?
See this? They're stuck, and they act like
we got a left deviation going north, and they got a right deviation going north as well after the equator. It's pretty complicated. Oh boy, a lot of turning you have to make, huh? A lot of adjustments with that plane and destination, and all that tangential velocity you have to create and lose and create and lose. That seems almost impossible. But no,
it'd be like a zigzag pattern, wouldn't it? If they're saying it that way.
It doesn't work. The only way it works is if the Earth is stationary. That's the point. Everyone hears you avoiding that.
It's all with respect. It's like a virtual. It's like a virtual acceleration and deceleration or change of acceleration. It's like a virtual direction change. It's not really a direction change.
It's a pseudo directional change.
It is. It's a pseudo force. It's a fictitious force.
There we go. Go pseudo. Go pseudo or virtual for your out. It's not even an out. It just makes you sound dumb. And it makes you sound
that's why dumb, really. This is colloquial definition perspective. and I know you're going to talk over me the whole time, so I'm just going to talk quietly and calmly. See, maybe you can stop and just listen and get something. That's why I brought up. That's why I brought. I can't help myself from stopping, but I'm just going to do it anyway.
I said I'm done.
You're on the merry-go-round. And you're in the center. You have 0 tangential velocity. Throw the ball to your buddy. It curves to the right and goes to your other buddy to your right, his left. Okay. Now, when he catches it in the pitcher's mitt, it comes in at a slight angle. And that angle is all the difference in the world for what actually happened there. It didn't gain any tangential velocity. It didn't gain some magical tangential velocity, but it ended up having more tangential velocity because it hit his mitt and he stopped it. Did it hit with any harder velocity than it would have if you would have thrown it straight to your buddy on a stationary merry-go-round? No. Well, how'd that happen? It doesn't make any sense because the movement in the curve was was virtual, was not real. It was in the rotating reference frame that the point coordinate system that's rotating, that it took this deviant path from your buddy's direction to your buddy, to your other buddy, to his left and to your right. Nothing was created or destroyed. No animals were killed in the filming of this demonstration. It just gained, when he ended up catching it, it now has and possesses, due to this curved path, the higher tangential velocity. That's all I can really do at this describe.
Yeah, you have no answer, obviously. So
that was an answer. That was the answer. You're not
virtual Earth.
I wonder if someday you're going to play this back and say, "God, I wish I would have got it. I felt so
I've already
stupid
recorded, put it on my
arguing with you."
channel.
Well, then you should go back and listen to this over and over again because you just don't understand it.
This is hilarious. You have to go back to me not understanding when you won't answer the direct question of how you gain more eastward momentum when you only went south and west. Answer it now.
Because you turn to the right. In the merry-go-round example.
You hear that?
In the rotating reference frame. Yes, you turn to the right. That's why.
Just turn to the right. That's why.
If you didn't turn to the right, then
I put a diagram for him in the chat.
And I rotated it for him because it might confuse him if it's
I appreciate it.
If it's not orientated in the right north, south, east, west orientation for him.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I saw that.
I appreciate that. Yep. I appreciate that. Yeah, let's get the diagram in there and make sure that he makes it look like he doesn't understand when we can't answer the direct question. Zanuck, how do you?
There's the answer to your direct question right there.
South and west?
He's not very good with diagrams.
Yeah, it's all about.
He's not very good with listening either because that's the answer to his question.
What's the answer? Just say it.
Look at it.
I'm not looking at anything. You answer the question.
Well, then I'm not explaining it to you.
When you only went south and west, Bob. Answer the question.
I showed you the eastern vector right there.
Don't tell me anything. Just tell me. You can't. No one can.
I showed you the eastern vector right there.
You're not show me anything. I'm not looking at anything. You can't.
Well, that's on you.
That's fine. You have to just revert to like, oh, show me this diagram that makes what? Okay, what's the diagram? Let's look at it.
I took the time to draw it out for you so that you could understand it. It's on you whether or not you look at it.
I'll look at it right now. Okay. Wish everyone could see this on the live stream.
They can.
So let me just explain it to me in your words, right? In your words right now, as you're looking at your diagram.
They're written right on the diagram.
Explain how a plane that's flying south and west only would gain more eastward momentum, Bob.
I just showed you right there.
No, you want to make it seem like this little scribble you put on a paper answers it, but you can't put it into words. That's what's funny right now.
Zanuck, have a look at it and tell me whether or not you think that answers the question.
Zanuck, look at my scribble. Well, tell me that it's right, and make it seem like Dave doesn't understand something, so we can get out of this situation.
Or Terry rotated it. Thanks, Terry.
Yeah, I just thought I'd help him.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Yeah, that's kind of it. I mean, it's going.
All right, you understand what I'm saying?
It's south. It goes.
I want somebody else to talk.
Goes to the east and goes south. It goes to the east, and when it ends up at the east, I mean at the destination, it has a higher tangential velocity.
How did it gain more eastward momentum when it never went?
Simply by turning to the left to get back on course, you're adding that eastward component to it.
Yeah, but you already agreed left is not east. Left is not east when you're headed south-southwest, Bob. You agreed to that already. How did you gain?
No, I didn't.
Oh, so you think that eastward, left?
It's
is
right on.
eastward
It's right
when
on
you're
the
headed
diagram there,
south-southwest?
Chief.
No, when you're headed south-southwest, left is not east any longer. You understood that before. Do you not get that now?
It's right on the diagram.
It's on the diagram. Yeah, it's on
And
the
yes,
diagram.
by the way, this is rather difficult stuff to go through, and it's
Oh
not
yeah,
not
it's got to be difficult.
unexpected that he
So
doesn't get
difficult,
it.
but I can't put it into words for the room right now. Yep, this is the silence that I'm enjoying because
No,
you guys did.
we're racking our heads because you obviously don't understand
Racking
it.
your
There's
head
different
because it's
ways.
me.
Panic, we're not racking our heads. You may be
I am.
racking your head. I'm done with
I don't
them.
know how else I can explain it.
Don't give
Yeah,
yourself a
yeah,
headache,
you
Zanuck.
Yeah,
know how else you
don't
explain it. How
bother
about you
with it
answer
anymore,
one
Zanuck.
question?
He's been given the information. It's not a
Oh yeah,
it's
he's
not
been
a
given the
knowledge
information, but I
deficit
can't put
issue
the
that
words.
he has. He's just got it's
See
a
how it's all
technique
about me
problem that
now?
he's got. He just doesn't
No,
connect
just
the
explain
dots.
the answer to the question. How do you gain more eastward momentum when you only went south and west? Put it
I
into
just
words.
showed you.
Don't talk about your diagram. Put it into words right now for the room, or you can't.
I just did.
No,
By
you can't
making
say
that turn to the left, you have an eastward component to it.
you don't. Not when you're going south
You're
southwest.
trading
Left is
some
no longer
speed
eastward.
in the direction that you're going to go east.
Bob, left is no longer eastward when you're going south southwest.
Your course is going to be east of your flight path, so you have to turn back to the
Your course
left
is south southwest.
to do it.
No, your course is south southwest. Left
Yes,
is no longer
and your actual the Coriolis effect will take you to the right. You have to turn back to the left, and that left
when you're going
turn
south
has got a
southwest, you
component to
can't
the
say left and
east.
right. No, you already admitted that south southwest, left and right are no longer east and west. You already admitted that. It's obvious to anyone. South southwest.
There's still an eastward component to it.
How's the eastward component involved when you're going south and west only?
Because you are moving to the left. Left is the direction of east, and you're also moving to the south.
Yeah, but left is no longer is kind of like an angle to south southwest, maybe south southeast, but it's not an eastward direction. You'd have to gain 500 miles per hour eastward momentum, but your plane only went in south southwest direction. That's your problem.
Is this plane going south?
Southwest, west.
Okay.
But then
Is it going south of west?
Let's say Chicago to San Diego. Let's use that.
Is it going south of west?
Chicago to San Diego.
Okay, that's south of west, though. That's south of due west, though, right?
Yep. Yep.
If you turn left on that course, you will have an eastern component to your resulting course.
Oh, really?
Yes, compared to what you were doing, if you're turning left, you're going to have an eastern and a southern component to your course. That's vector.
No, because if you're angled mostly west, but a little bit south, left doesn't mean east.
If you're going left, you are having an east component to your turn.
No, left is not east when you're headed mostly
Oh,
west.
for fuck's sake! I'm going to draw you another diagram to help you out here.
I think you might have to.
I would love to see.
If I was travelling south and I turned left, I'd be going definitely east.
Have an
So
eastward
that's south. If I turned right, I'd be going west.
Draw me a diagram that shows that the
If I turned around, I'd be going back north again.
Southwest plane is actually an eastward momentum. You would have to gain 500 miles per hour east, but you only went west and south, and you act like I don't understand.
I think you're being a bit pedantic in the actual directions that we're trying to explain to you.
Me being pedantic. Okay, that was a good one. Don't make it about me. Just answer the direct question. Gio, are you still here?
I think we've been trying to.
Does anybody else want to talk? Because these guys are just ridiculous. They have no answer, and they know it. And everyone else here knows it.
I think everybody else here knows what directions are.
Yeah. So then, okay, does left mean east when you're going west and south?
If you turn left or right, depending on what direction you're going, on the north, south, east, west, Well, it'd have to be that vector you're going is the east or west. If you turn around, you're going back the way you came, so you're going back north again.
Okay, so if you're going south, right, mostly west, like Chicago to San Diego, right? Just imagine that path, Chicago to San Diego. Is left going to be?
I'm not from Northern Hemisphere, so that one makes it a bit harder for me.
Eastward momentum on that, and the angle that's going mostly west and a little bit south. You think that left is going to add to your eastward momentum? You really think that? Do you understand directions? This is a gotcha, guys. This is all we need. Forget about refraction. Forget about curvature. Forget about any of this. This debunks the globe. It's the reason that Howard's trained to fly over a stationary Earth, and that Dr. Bob said, "Oh, it's irrelevant." But then he talks about all these corrections, and then left and right being the same no matter which direction you're going.
Sorry,
This is all very,
Bob.
very
I can stop myself from coming up with another idea. I have another idea.
It's not having an answer, and
I
here he is
have
again.
an answer that I think this could be it. Could be it.
You can try, Zanuck. You can try.
You guys are awesome, by the way. This is. I mean, it's always like
we should
different ways to explain things to people that don't really understand what we're saying. And this is like the best. This is like the best example of all time, I think.
Don't talk about me not understanding. You don't have no answer. How do you gain eastward momentum?
When you say that, you don't hurt my feelings. I'm not hurt anymore with that. I get it. I'm hurt only the fact that I'm frustrated that I can't, explain it.
You have no answer. Don't make it about me not being able to understand it. Just
I think it's funny when you say that. That's more humorous to me than anything else.
Answer the question.
So picture this. This guy got a helicopter. And I'm able to fly south, directly south from the North Pole. That means the Earth will be spinning underneath me the entire time. But I steer myself. I steer myself to the left, so I can keep up with the Earth, and also I'll start increasing tangential velocity, and eventually when I get down to because I don't have to do this like 2 mile an hour left deviation to do this, but by the time I get to the equator, perfectly on the same latitude line, we're on whatever the latitude line is from upper Canada to down to I don't know Brazil or something. When I get there, I slowly set my helicopter down, and I'm exactly straight line from the North Pole. And I did that because I deviated just 2 miles an hour to the left as I steered.
Don't say left.
With the helicopter.
Say
Okay.
Don't say left. Say
here,
east.
Hold on. So now we know we've gained. Hold on. We know we've gained the 500 miles an hour or 1,000 miles an hour difference in tangential velocity. We know, right? Can we agree to that at least? That scenario.
No, I don't need to agree to that. That's you're.
Right. Well, then just put it in your back pocket. And let me do part 2 of it. That was quick enough. Second part was just as fast, and it won't be that complicated. Now we don't account.
It's not about it being complicated.
Please. I spent time thinking about it for you as a friend here in this chat. I'm being friendly and I care about you. Just
still doesn't work.
Here we go.
Even if
can you just shut up before I start calling you nasty names?
You'd have to accelerate east, but you're only going southwest.
No, I completely changed it. This is my last try.
Why did you change it? Why didn't you answer the direct?
Because you don't understand the basic concepts in southwest, making it more complicated.
That's why
this will make it
because you won't answer the direct question.
Please let me finish the example. You owe me that at least for me thinking about it.
I don't owe you anything. You were not answering the direct question.
Okay.
Changing.
So now we're going south. We just turned 2 miles an hour left, and we end up in the equator, and we landed perfect because we gained that 1,000 miles an hour.
Hey, Gio.
We gained that 10,000 miles at 1,000 miles of tangential velocity by turning 2 miles an hour to the left constantly till we got to the equator. We all agree we're on the same longitudinal line. Now we don't do anything. We just fly straight, like we're inertial. We say it's like a projectile. We launch from the North Pole. There's no way we can steer this airplane. The winds are calm all the way to Brazil, and we're going to see what's going to happen. Well, lo and behold, we make this totally curved path. When we get down to this latitude line of Brazil, which is going near 1,000 miles an hour, we land the plane. We just lower the helicopter and we stop. Now, how can we do that if we didn't accelerate to the east? Well, the reason we can land is because we didn't do anything, and the only thing that happened was the Earth rotated underneath us, Now we're landing straight down. Oh, but you're saying, well, but it's going to be a lot faster because we have all this higher tangential velocity that we're missing. Where is it going to come from?
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
That right. So now I got you thinking. So no, because
no, you're finally acknowledging that there's a problem you can't answer.
No, we were flying. We're going south. We're just straight as an arrow as we can. We don't know what's beneath us. Say we got blinders on. We just want to go straight. And we go straight, and the Earth progressively is getting faster and faster beneath us. Right.
Obviously, it's not about me not understanding. You don't have an answer.
Remove the atmosphere.
Zanuck, I think I figured out how to explain this to him. You want me to give it a try, or you want to keep going?
Go ahead.
How about explain it in the room?
All right.
How about you make sense to everyone?
No, I'm going to try and make sense to you. I think everybody else gets it. Now, if you're going to the southwest, Coriolis is going to cause you to deviate to the right. Is your resulting position going to be west of where you want to be or not?
No, you're just trying to catch up to the tangential velocity that's higher eastward, but you only went south and west.
All right, I'm going to ask the question again, and I'm going to keep asking it until you answer it. If you are going to the southwest and your Coriolis deviates you to the right, is your resulting position going to be west of your flight path? Yes or no?
No, the flight path is where you're going. I'm not talking about being west of anything.
The flight path is where you want to be. Coriolis will cause you to deviate to the right, which will put you west of the flight path.
Yeah, I'm not going to answer your questions until you answer my direct question that your explanation should give, which is that how do you gain more eastward momentum?
I'm telling you right now.
Velocity. Don't talk over me. When you're headed to a higher.
No, I will talk over you anytime I freaking well want, because I answered your question and I'm answering it right now.
You only go south and west, Bob.
Yes,
you're only
that's
headed
fine.
south. You're headed mostly west, but you're going south, Chicago to San Diego.
I don't have a problem with that. That's what I'm directly answering right now.
Okay, then don't ask me questions, just to answer.
All right. Okay, then I'm going to tell you. Your flight path is going southwest. Coriolis will cause you to deviate to the right, which will bring you further west than you want to be. In order to get back on your flight path, you have to move back east to get to your flight path. That movement to the east is what gives you the extra speed. That's it. I'm done. That's the answer.
Bob, how do you go west and east at the same time?
You're being forced west by Coriolis. You have to move back east to get back on your flight path.
You wouldn't have
that adds eastern speed to you.
Just like you said, you follow your flight path. You miss your target. Why are you talking about correcting for a target you miss?
Well, Coriolis is going to force you further west than you want to be. You have to go back east to get back on your flight path. That's where you pick up the extra speed.
No, the Coriolis doesn't force you anywhere.
All right. Well, I've explained it to you. I've answered your question exactly, and everybody else understands it. So I'm fine with that.
Don't. You see, you have to be done. You're running away. You only went west, Bob.
Zanuck, do you understand what I said?
Yeah, you made no sense because you said you have to go east when you went west only.
You were forced to the west.
No,
and as a result, in order to get back on your flight path, you have to move back to the east.
So you wouldn't fly east if you're trying to go south-southwest, Bob.
Coriolis will force you west of your flight path. You have to come back east to get back on your flight path.
Why would you be off course? You're just going Chicago.
Coriolis causes you to curve to the right, which brings you further west than you want to be compared to your flight path.
Wow, these are all things that don't seem irrelevant, like you were saying like about an hour ago. You said, oh, it's irrelevant. You don't have to worry about it.
Well, you really don't, because you stay on your flight path and you correct it constantly.
Yeah, so the problem is you need more eastward momentum if you're going to the equator.
Well, that's how you get it.
No, you only go west and south, right? You're only headed from Chicago to San Diego. So you're only going west.
And Coriolis is trying to force you further west than you want to go. So you have to have one of your vectors of your flight you have to bring back towards the east in order to stay on
Well,
your
then
flight
why is
path.
it irrelevant if you're having to do all these corrections?
It is irrelevant because you constantly do it and stay on your flight path. You don't allow yourself to be forced off to the right.
Yeah, but you still didn't answer the question. How do you gain more eastward momentum?
I just told you.
The plane never
The
went east.
Coriolis is
It went
trying to force you to the right, which brings you further west than you want to be. So you have to turn to the left towards the east in order to get back on your flight path. You have to have an
Are you
easterly
still trying to say that if
component.
you're headed, are you still trying to say that if you're headed from Chicago to San Diego, that left is east?
Yeah, it's in that general direction. You betcha. Yeah. You're going to be west of your flight path, and in order to get, you're going to be west of your flight path, and in order to get on your flight path, you have to turn back towards the east.
Yeah, but Bob, when you're headed Chicago to San
Your
Diego,
flight path is to your east. In order to stay on it, you have to go east.
If you're going from Chicago to San Diego, you see that line that goes across America.
All right. Well, I'm done. I'm done explaining vector mass to you there,
Chief.
Chief.
Running away.
You got it.
He hasn't realized, or he realizes and he doesn't want to admit that left is more towards the equator, not east. When you're going mostly west.
Is east towards your left or towards your right? Is it more right of your path or left of your path?
Behind you. East is mostly
Is
behind
east to the left of your path or the right of your path?
See, this is ridiculous. You sound so
Is
dumb.
east to the left of your path or the right of your path?
If you're headed south-southwest, Bob, left and right are not east and west. You already had to admit that because it's obvious. You sound dumb if you keep saying left and right are east and west when you're headed south-southwest. You went left and you're going from Chicago to San Diego. Left is more towards the equator than east.
I'm not saying 90 degrees left. I'm saying left. In the direction of left is east. It's not in the direction of right. It's in the direction of left. And if you're turning left, you have an easterly component.
Not east.
If you are turning left, you have an easterly component to your turn.
That's so funny. Everyone hear this? He's saying that if we're headed west, mostly west, but a little bit south, that somehow left is eastward.
Well, east is opposite
an
west.
easterly component to the turn, yes.
No, it doesn't. That's a back. It's the opposite direction than your plane is headed.
I've explained it to you. You're just not getting it. That's
You sound so dumb, and you're running away, and everyone hears it. This is hilarious, everybody.
So you're arguing that east is not east of west. Okay.
No, I'm saying that you're going south.
Yeah, that's what he's arguing is that east is not east of west.
You're going mostly
and if you are west of where you're supposed to be, you have to turn east to get back to where you're supposed to be.
Just picture
You're going in the direction of the equator, which is south of you. But the plane is correcting for the Coriolis. But it's
all right. Here, let's see if we can. You like cardinal directions? Let's see if you can do this. If you are going southwest, new perspective, what is 90 degrees to your left? What direction is that?
Depends on how far I'm angled west.
90 degrees to your path to the left. What direction is that if you are going southwest?
It'd be south-southeast.
Very good. What did you say? What was the third thing you said, asshole?
Yeah, south-southeast, but that's not.
Did you say east?
Yeah, but south-southeast.
Okay,
I'm sure
shut the fuck up now.
Yeah, I'm sure he said east.
Yeah, he definitely said east after arguing that there's no east to it. What
So you finally okay.
Now I'm the asshole because I
just ripped you a new one there, new perspective. I just turned yourself right over here.
In south-southeast, do you think that solves your problem?
South what? South what?
It's not eastward. You need to be moving.
What was that last word? South what?
You don't gain.
He just said it again. He just said it again.
You need to have direction.
And by the way, if you're going southwest, 90 degrees is southeast, not southeast.
You need direct eastward momentum, not south-southeastward momentum. You need direct eastward momentum.
But you've already acknowledged that there's an eastward component to the momentum. There's no reason for it to all be east.
Something that says south. So as soon as it's like an angle that's close enough to east, then there you go. That's my out.
If you're heading towards the east, like in south-southeast, yep, there's an eastern component. Thank you very much for confirming my position.
Is that good enough for you, Bob?
Absolutely.
South, that's good enough for you? Okay.
Absolutely.
You're gonna have to stand on that. Everyone's hearing it. Everyone hears that directly east, when you need more directly east momentum, that
I don't need to go directly
southeast direction. That's plenty.
I don't need to go directly east. I just need to go east.
Just a little bit, as long as it's included in the
absolutely.
Well, that's all you need. Then you're going to have 500 miles more tangential velocity in that direct 500 mile per hour or 1,000 miles per hour equator that's going directly east.
Well, what's the difference in how much tangential velocity do you need between Chicago and San Diego?
About 400 miles.
You think so?
Yeah, I've already looked at it.
What's the tangential velocity at Chicago?
I have a save on that. I'll post it for you.
No, you tell me what the tangential velocity of Chicago is. I'll tell you it's about 735 miles an hour, right off the top of my head. What's the latitude of Chicago? What's the latitude of Chicago? About what? 42 degrees? What's the latitude of San Diego? About 32 degrees? So you got to go 10 degrees south. What's the difference in tangential velocity between 42 and 32 degrees? Since it's 738, say, that means it's 300 degrees all the way down to the equator. So it ain't no 500 miles an hour. It's probably around 200. Getting a little better now that you're going southeast?
South-southeast is not directly east, so you're not going to gain that direction.
Nobody said it had to be directly east, and I only have 200 miles an hour to make up at most.
It would have to be direct. It would have to be the opposite direction.
Absolutely not. How long does it take to fly from San Diego or from Chicago to San Diego? About 3.5, 4 hours?
Yeah.
I just have to make that up over 3.5 or 4 hours. I have to increase my speed to the east about 200 miles an hour. And by going south and by turning southeast, I can do that easily. Show me the math that says otherwise.
But you're headed mostly west. You've already lost a bunch of momentum by going west.
So
you have to make up that plus the extra 200. And the south-southeast is not going to cut it. You'd have to have direct eastward momentum.
According to the diagram that Terry put up, and I assume that it's correct, it's about 300 kilometers an hour difference in tangential speed. And you got 4.5 hours to make that up. And you are moving southeast if you turn to the left to stay on course.
You're still moving southwest, right? Just because the angle of your...
But you're correcting to the southeast. And that eastern component is where you get your 300 kilometers.
It's south-southeast relative to your south-southwest direction.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And there's an eastern component to that. There's a south component and an eastern component.
You're clinging on to that. I don't even think it's mostly south. When you're headed mostly
what is 90 degrees to the left of southwest?
There's varying degrees, Bob.
What's 90 degrees to the west of southwest? It's southeast.
It's going to be mostly south. Yeah,
southeast.
But
45 degrees.
Here we go. Like, think about it. If you just look at the plane going from Chicago to San Diego.
I don't need to think about it. I've already thought about it. I'm explaining it to you.
This is so funny. It's like I'm talking to like somebody up on the nervous breakdown, edge of a nervous breakdown.
I'm not the one that's sitting down constantly talking.
Yeah, every time I hear that nervous laugh,
if you're going mostly, if you picture the plane going from Chicago to San Diego, we see that angle, right? The left wing of your plane is pretty much just directly towards the equator. It's not headed directly east.
That would not be towards the equator. That would actually be towards the northwest.
The problem is, Bob, that the east is mostly backwards from where you're
So
headed.
what?
So you need to go backwards and forwards at the
No,
same
there's
time.
no requirement to go due east. I can go southeast and still get an eastern component to my flight.
No, but you're talking about a direct east movement of the Earth, directly east.
I don't need to go direct east. All I need to do is go east enough to compensate for the rotational change.
I don't think that's true, because you would have to have
do the math and show me. Do the math and show me.
You'd have to have more. Just conceptually, Bob, you're obviously.
I don't care. No, you do the math and show me I'm wrong.
When you look at the plane that's headed for the San Diego from Chicago, it's facing mostly west. So the left plane of the left wing of the plane is headed is facing the equator more so than eastward, right?
But
so
it is facing eastward
because it's at an angle to the equator a little bit, and you want to.
But it is facing eastward, and that's what you're not grasping.
See, these are all things that you're including. Like, oh, I would have to go a bank east to make sure I'm in line with the equator. That's faster, or this new tangential velocity. These are all things that that left lane was never trained to do, right? Because the Earth is stationary. I'm done.
I know you are. Thanks for playing.
Yep. Thanks for showing yourself to be a complete fool.
Southeast. What's that second word? East.
Just because the angle is a little bit east of the equator doesn't make it a direct eastward momentum gain.
Still east, though.
They're still east. This is so sad. Clinging on to that fact that the angle might be a little bit east, then you would gain all that new 200 miles per hour eastward momentum. Now,
show me the math. Show me the math. Show me with math that I'm wrong.
On the level here, the truth is, if this were actually even possible, like first of all, you're in a separate reference frame. So once you start talking about catching up or slowing down or speeding up to meet this new tangential velocity, you're already fucked, because you never have to do that when you fly a plane. You always treat the plane as stationary, just like the flight simulators would indicate, right? But if it was actually moving, what you would see is a totally different direction to the flight, right? You would actually go downwards. You would actually go more south than west if you were headed from Chicago to San Diego, because San Diego would be spinning towards you, right? So you would go to meet the city at where it's going to be 2 hours or 3 hours from the time you leave, right? In fact, I made a diagram. If you guys want to see, I put it in there. It shows you the idea of the difference. If you were actually on a spinning ball, the flight path would be completely different. You would take advantage of the spinning Earth, and you would let the city come to you, right? And then you would meet it at where the city's going to be, because you're in a separate reference frame than the Earth. That's the way it works. That's technically the way it would work.
You're not in a separate reference frame. You're in a rotating reference frame, just like the Earth is.
We see the flight path go directly from Chicago to San Diego because it flies directly from Chicago to San Diego.
It goes in a great circle between Chicago and San Diego.
It doesn't curve down to try to meet the city where it's going to be, because the city would have moved separately from the plane. That's the problem. And it doesn't do that because the Earth is stationary. Here's a little diagram I made. I'll put it in the live stream. So you see in the diagram here, if the blue dot at your 200 mile per hour latitude is going to head south, right? Let's say it takes 4 hours to get to the red, where the red dot is, right? And that's if it's stationary. So this green line represents a stationary 2 hour path, as you can see in the top right corner with a little key I made, right? That's your 2 hour path if the Earth were stationary with the green line. Now, 2 hours.
Is that a stationary Earth that's flat?
Let's just use this as an example, right?
No, let's use the actual model. Let's use an actual model that we can do a flight path on.
Look, Bob, I made this diagram, and I'm trying to use my diagram to explain what I'm talking
Can you make a flight plan on that?
Don't require me to. This is just an explanation.
Stop interrupting, please.
You obviously don't understand, and I need to explain it to you like you're a third grader, because you're acting like one.
Okay. And if you're going to demand that I have a different diagram when I put work into this, and I'm trying to explain it with this diagram, and you think Kosho's is worth talking about, where it looks like a little Atari fucking graph, and that's not accurate at all for the model, and you want to say that mine's not good enough to look at for 5 seconds, you have to start demanding I have a ball Earth for you to look at. Let me just use this as a way of explaining to you because you're acting like a third grader and you need to be talked to like one. Okay. So this little green line is supposed to represent the stationary path. If it went straight down to that red spot, then it would only take 2 hours, according to the figures that I've made there, where the latitude and the differences between the 100-mile tangential, the 200-mile tangential, the 1,000-mile when you get out to the equator. But the problem is that 2 hours from the time it takes off, if it was spinning, the red dot on the right represents where that part of the Earth would be in 2 hours, right? So you still have to think about like the duration time of actually getting to where that would be, which causes your curved path, kind of mimicking the idea that we would have to curve left or right when we're going south, right? But then that line's a lot longer for the rotating path than it would be for the stationary. And that's where the issue is. We're going to have problems, though, when we're going south-southwest because it needs to gain more eastward momentum to catch up to this new higher tangential velocity. Now, that's why you would curve down anyway, because if the Earth is moving faster than your plane is initially moving, then you would wait for the city to turn towards you, right? You would use that to your advantage for fuel costs and all kinds of things, and you would curve down. I've even heard Zanuck try to explain it as if this is what we do, but it's not because we fly straight across America from Chicago to San Diego. We don't worry about curving to try to catch this Earth that's moving faster than we initially started out. Even if we could somehow curve down and meet the city where it's going to be, from where you started, well, it would make your flight times a lot faster to begin with. You would only have a 2-hour flight rather than a 4-hour flight because the city's moving towards you, which you already acknowledged because you said, yeah, well, you would have to, bank south-southeast to somehow correct your problem, which is actually not solving your problem because you would need more direct eastward momentum to meet the higher tangential velocity. But you only went west and south, so you never gained more eastward momentum, even though the angle towards the equator might be considered south-southeast. It doesn't give you that angular momentum that you would need. That new tangential velocity would not be met. And even if you were trying to gauge it that way and get to the equator or wherever you're flying from, south to west or north to south, when you're going towards the equator, you need more direct eastward momentum. And if you're going south-southwest, you have no answer to it. You've all really very well demonstrated that by acting like it was my problem, acting like I don't understand when you had no direct answer. So that's all I'm going to say for the night. I think everyone else should just give me an applause on Flat Earth side right now.
Yo, I stepped away for a bit. Did New Perspective and Bob and Xanet, you guys all work that out? The airplanes, Coriolis. I'm sure you guys ironed it all out. It's all
Yeah, it was
all
pretty
solved.
simple.
It's all solved.
Yep. It's pretty simple. He did it eventually admit that if you're going to the southwest and you turn 90 degrees to the left, you're going southeast. So there is, by definition, an eastward component to that turn.
Bob, if you found out the Earth was indeed planar and stationary, would you feel compelled to speak out about it and help the world to understand the truth?
Yeah, if I found out the tooth fairy was real too, I'd probably speak out about that. Doesn't matter to me one way or the other. The shape of the Earth is unimportant to me. The fact that it's a sphere doesn't matter. That's just what it is.
So you would want to find out?
I already know.
Well, you infer and believe.
Measure.
Indirectly, as Xanax said earlier.
No, actually, I directly measured the curve.
Indirect. So you're the first person in the history of humanity to measure the curve?
Nope.
You and NASA?
Nope. Aristarchus did it 2,300 years ago. He directly measured. He directly determined the relationship between the diameter of the Earth and the diameter of the Moon. They both have diameters.
Have you just discussed Aristarchus with Pete Shea yet?
No. Haven't talked to him about the tree of life either.
So why are you assuming a diameter of an Earth? Where did that come from?
What do you mean assuming? It's measured.
Where did you get that Earth has a diameter that you think you measured?
Well, you can measure it at least 5 different ways that I can think of right off the top of my head. Can you name 3? I'll make it easy for you. I'll give you the first 2. Aristarchus and Eratosthenes. Or excuse me, let's use Al-Biruni and Eratosthenes. What's a third way that you can do it?
Have you heard
You already have a
Ruhif?
hint.
Ruhif said he's going to do a video that Al-Biruni is a fraud.
Who is?
Ruhif.
What makes you think Al-Biruni is a fraud?
Oh, I'm telling you what Ruhif is. He probably said this like a month or 2 ago. But yeah, he said Al-Biruni is a fraud, and he was going to do a video on it.
Well, good luck with that. I look forward to seeing it. He always puts out really good work. So you got that third way yet, Gio? See, the first 2 are in all of the Flat Earth YouTube videos. but there's at least 5. Can you name a third one that's not or yeah, fuck it. Nah, never mind. I've never found a flat earther that could name any way of doing it other than Eratosthenes and Al-Biruni.
There's a piece of ground that I wanted to measure, stick a hole in the ground, and then I'll make a straight line up from that, and walk around, and there's my radius, right?
No radius.
Well, yeah.
What's up, Jerry?
What's going on?
Hey, man. How you doing? Good.
All right.
Nice. Yeah, Bob said he was going to measure a radius, and then he named off a couple of his most sought after names of figures he thinks existed, but we still don't have a radius.
But which part of the ground is he measuring? It shouldn't be too difficult.
It isn't.
All right. So why do you need 6 different ways? Could you just say, okay, here's my center point?
Well, it's called scientific concordance. If you measure it different ways and come up with the same answer, that means that answer has very strong evidence for it.
But if all those ways are bunked, then you really don't have anything.
They'd all have to be independently bunked, though, for exact and result in the exact same radius. I mean, within a standard of error, but they wouldn't all come back to the same number. If they were done differently, they'd all have to have a similar error to them. But considering you're measuring different things, they would have to be different errors that came out to exactly the same thing. It's kind of like the old argument against radiometric dating. In order for radiometric dating to be wrong, every different type of radiometric dating would have to be wrong in exactly the same way. And that's pretty unlikely.
Well, it's just important to decipher what those are actually doing. And are they actually picking up a sphere that's optical, the actual optical sphere of vision?
No, they're not. Because
some of them
they're not all optical.
Some of the other ones depend on the sun angles, which is also a distance and a layout geometrically.
Actually, no. The ones that, Eratosthenes does not depend on a distance to the sun. So it
depends on a very, very distant sun that has virtually quote unquote parallel light rays that hit the Earth, but a virtually an infinitely far sun. You guys do that in order to get the planar geometry that is.
Yeah, but that's easy to verify, though, that they are nearly parallel. That's very easy to verify, and you can do it yourself. So that's not really an objection. Plus, that does not account for the ones that don't include optical measurements.
How would parallel rays emit from a sphere?
Very simply. Has to do with the distance.
Curve, right?
Well, if they're far away, you have such a small angle that you're getting. If it's very far away and you're a relatively small angle, given the given the circumference of your distance from the sun. You know, I mean, the distance to the sun right now means that the entire diameter of the Earth is about 1/3 of 1 degree. So it wouldn't be possible for light to be more than that out of parallel. And besides, you don't have to use light or angles of shadows and stuff to determine the radius of the Earth. You don't need to do that. You can do it many other ways.
But you would have to throw out some rules if you wanted to make the model fit, right?
Like what?
Like, let's say you want to establish horizontal.
That's easy to do.
Right. But, okay, so you get your angle to the sun, you establish horizontal, then what?
Okay. Well, no, you actually establish vertical. You establish vertical and then designate horizontal 90 degrees to it.
That would be a line, right? A horizontal line.
Yes.
Right. So where's the
vertical there? To the vertical there.
Well, where would the other point of the line be?
It's a perpendicular line. You could pick any point along the line, any 2 points along the line to define it.
Okay, so where's the horizontal then?
The horizontal is 90 degrees to the vertical.
Right, but we only have 1 point.
So
We don't have a line.
you can pick any 2 points on that line and define that line with those 2 points.
Okay, how do you establish horizontal?
I just told you. Why are you asking me again?
No.
What did I say?
You said
What did I say?
You said you get vertical.
You get a vertical, and
Right.
then how do you get a horizontal from that?
You didn't tell me.
I did. I said horizontal is perpendicular to the vertical. It's at
Right,
90 degrees to the vertical.
Right, that would be a horizontal line.
Correct.
Right, so we only have 1 point.
The entire line consists of points. You can pick any 2 to define that line, but you're also defining it by saying it is a perpendicular line to the vertical.
Where's the other?
A perpendicular line is a line.
Where's the other point of the horizontal line? Where is
Pick
that?
any of them. You can pick any of them to define it.
No, how do you establish it without vertical?
You don't.
Oh, all right. So you just have to, wherever you point is vertical then, right?
No.
Oh.
Vertical is a defined line.
Right. So it's horizontal.
No. Vertical is a defined line. It's vertical. It's not horizontal. It's vertical. That's why they call it a vertical line.
Right, but it's only
Can't get a
vertical.
horizontal unless you've got a vertical.
Right, and you can't get vertical unless you have horizontal.
No.
But you have a point of a horizontal. You don't have
No, that's where you're mistaken there, Jerry. A vertical line is easy to define. You use a plumb bob. A vertical line is the normal line, and then your horizontal line is perpendicular to your vertical line.
Okay, how do you establish horizontal with only 1 point? You need 2 points for a line. So far, we only have 1. Right?
I've already answered it.
You said that we have 1 point of a horizontal line. Where's the other one?
No, I said a horizontal is perpendicular.
Yeah.
To a vertical.
Right.
And then I said that if you want to define either of those lines, you can pick any 2 points on that line. So you can pick 2 points on your horizontal, or you can pick 2 points on your vertical. Doesn't matter. That you can define those lines by establishing any 2 points on those lines. But by definition, perpendicular lines are lines.
Yeah. So where's the second point of the horizontal line?
Definitional. I don't need to provide any. All I have to do is state that they are perpendicular.
Oh, so you just say it and that's it.
It's the definition of perpendicular.
Yeah, but you need 2 points. You have one point. You have the vertical, and then I asked, how do you establish horizontal? You said it's perpendicular to the vertical, but that would mean it would have to be a line established by 2 points. You only have 1 point, and that's where it hits the vertical. Where's the other one?
That's all that's needed for a perpendicular line.
A point?
It's definitional. It's definitional.
But
yeah, 90 degrees to a horizontal is just 1 point.
Right.
Yep.
So where's the other
that
point
defines
to
the line.
establish it?
That defines the line.
2 points establish a line, right? Am I wrong, Gio, or?
Yeah, no, I agree. I think Bob's just using the assumption of gravity is to the center of the sphere, and then that's the only vertical, and then a horizontal comes off of that. So he's kind of using that presupposition.
Oh, my bad.
So yeah, Bob, if you don't use that presupposition, do you hear what Jerry's saying?
The definition of vertical is it's the normal to the surface of the earth as defined by gravity. Yes. Plumb Bob is an excellent example of a vertical line. And Jerry, look at the third definition right there. It's very clear.
Well, but the word horizontal is a plane parallel to the horizon as well. So that
is it right? Does it say that?
Yeah.
No, it says it's 90 degrees to a given line, plane, or surface.
Yeah, line. That means 2 points. We only have 1.
Yeah. Look at the noun definition. I just put it up for you, so I'm not going to argue the point anymore. It's definitional.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a line. So you need 2 points.
And you can pick any two you want. So long as they're on that line.
90 degrees angled to the vertical, it is a line. You have 1,000.
Yeah, but I'm asking how you
perpendicular to vertical.
I'm asking how
you. It's perpendicular. That's all you need.
I know. All you need is perpendicular. 2 points can be put on that line.
I'm asking how you establish the second point of the horizontal line.
Anywhere on that line.
Okay. How do you establish it in reality?
Yeah, it's a very good point. How do you establish it in the real world?
Yeah, get a vertical and a 90-degree angle one direction off that line and a 90-degree angle off other direction, 180 degrees opposed to that first point. There's your line. 2 points, 3 points.
That would be perpendicular, which means the horizontal would have to be parallel to the plane of the horizon, correct?
No.
No.
Not at all.
Why not?
Because it's independent of the horizon.
Yeah, it doesn't have anything to do with any horizon. It's related to the vertical line.
All we have is perpendicular to the vertical.
So you have an imaginary line.
I'm not going to argue a definition with you. All right.
An imaginary line shooting up into fabricated space, shooting up into the sky. Is this fabricated line that you guys are making? And
no, a vertical is very well defined.
No, the horizontal you're making off of that. That's what I'm talking about.
That's also very rigorously defined. It is a perpendicular line.
Right, but we don't have any way of establishing that horizontal without a vertical. Well, you don't.
Yeah, you need a horizontal, or you need a vertical to establish the horizontal.
Right. So we have 2 points of our vertical. Now we need 2 points of the horizontal.
Take any two you want.
Okay.
So long as they're on the line, you can define the line with any 2 points on that line.
Okay, so let's say we don't have a plumb bob. How do we establish horizontal in reality?
Well, the other way that you can do it is with a level. You can do it with a level.
Your challenge is something even more elementary than that. You said we have the vertical. You kind of conceded that we have a vertical, just plumb line, right? And
Yeah, I thought we were going to get down the road.
We're going to develop a horizontal base in that plumb line, and we can get 2 more points to develop that line very easily. We're going to get a 20-degree angle from that plumb bob and make it equidistant. And we will get a line that comes off of that horizontal perpendicular, create 2 triangles, and that will be your line. That's how you get any angle you want. Pick any angle you want. Put that line on the, put a piece of string on the vertical, and to make an angle, and wherever that goes out with the opposing angle as well, there's your 2 points. That'll create a line. That'll be a straight line. It'll be perpendicular to the vertical. That's how you can make the horizontal. I mean, you want to
just put a right triangle next to it.
That's through it, right? That's what you want.
Yep. Put a right triangle next to it, and there you go.
Okay, so we have 2 straight lines. Where does the ball come from?
What?
We have 2 straight lines, horizontal and vertical. Where does the ball come
from? What do they have to do with that?
Exactly.
What does the ball have to do with the fact that there's a perpendicular line?
You're saying you could measure a ball underneath your feet by establishing 2 straight lines.
Yes.
Perpendicular. How do you do that?
Yeah, I did it.
Okay, tell me how.
Well, you'd have to consider the case of what you would see on a flat surface first.
No, I thought we were going to start from first principles and go forward, not assume a model and go backwards.
We are. So we've established by first principles what a parallel line is, and we have defined the parallel lines as being vertical and horizontal. Now, on a plane, you could draw a horizontal line to another vertical at the exact same height, and those 2 lines would meet. They would, or if you just did another vertical and did a horizontal, the horizontal lines would be parallel to each other. And that would be very simple to measure. Now, on a sphere, they would not be parallel to each other. And on the Earth, when we measure it, they are not parallel to each other, and they are off by the same amount in any direction at any location. So, by definition, or we have established without doubt that the Earth is indeed spherical, and it is definitely not flat.
Can you tell me how that's done?
Watch my video. I did it.
So you could just tell me that.
I did exactly what I just said.
Okay, so we have 1 point.
I took a level. I took a level on the surface of the Earth, and I took a single point, and I did a vertical and a horizontal from that, and then I measured, or I did a vertical and a horizontal on the other side of the lake, half a mile away, and I measured where they intersected, those horizontals, where the horizontal from the one side hit the other side, and they were at different heights.
How did you observe a one-dimensional line?
What do you mean?
Well, a line is one-dimensional, correct?
If you say so. What's your point?
My point is that if one line is horizontal and the other one is horizontal, then they're parallel.
No, they're not. They're not necessarily parallel. They would only be parallel if the surface of the Earth was flat. If they were drawn to a flat surface.
So they're not horizontal then?
No, they are horizontal as long as they're perpendicular to a local vertical.
Well, verticals are also parallel.
No, they're not. Not on Earth, they aren't. They would only be parallel if the surface was flat.
Well, the surface isn't flat. Right?
No,
There's
of
like
course the
hills.
surface is not flat. I know there are little ripples and there are rocks and there are dog turds and stuff. I know your little tricks.
I'm not trying to trick you.
Yeah, but lake level is a water level. And
That's not how you establish horizontal, though.
no, it's not. It's how you establish level.
Well, you establish horizontal with 2 points using a level.
No, you do not. You establish it with a vertical and draw a perpendicular line to it. That's horizontal.
Okay, so are you saying that water levels are useless?
No, I didn't say that at all.
So what do you? So you can't use them to establish horizontal, though, right? That's what you said.
In the strictest definition, no. They're fine for local use, 100 feet or so. The curve of the earth over 100 feet isn't really enough to be of any consequence. But the curve of the earth over half a mile it's 2 inches.
Okay, how far do horizontals need to be for them to not be parallel?
Oh, anything over probably 100 yards or so. They'll be off. They'll start coming off.
But they're horizontal, right? So they're parallel by definition.
No, they're not. You see, you're begging the question. You're assuming that they are. You're assuming the reason that you say that they are parallel is you are assuming a flat surface of the earth. That's not the case. If the surface of the earth is not flat, they will not be parallel. And I'm not playing little games with rocks. I'm talking about the curved surface of the earth.
No, we're starting from first principles, not going backwards with the model, though, right? I mean,
Yeah.
Right.
I've already established by first principles that the surface of the earth is not flat. So therefore, your statement, therefore, that all horizontals are parallel is invalid because they are not. All verticals are not parallel because the surface that they are drawn to is not a plane; it is a curve.
So then they're not. So then the word vertical and horizontal don't mean anything.
No, they mean very precise things, and they're very well defined. And I have defined them for you. See, I actually know Bev's arguments. I know you're trying very hard to put out a Bev argument, but that's already been made silly. That's already been made silly.
Yeah.
Well,
come on, Jerry. You're better than that. Come up with a better argument.
Right. I agree that the Earth isn't flat, but you seem to be saying that horizontal is you only need one line for 1 point for a horizontal.
Absolutely.
But a horizontal is a line, not a point. You need 2 points for horizontal.
Okay, I'm not gonna argue with I'm not gonna argue definitions with you because I've already presented the definition.
Yeah, you just did. You said, "Here's my definition. Eat it." That's what you just said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
By
so
definition,
you are arguing
a perpendicular line is a line. Period. That's all I need to say.
Yeah, you need 2 points to establish that line, not 1 point.
And I've told you you can use any 2 points you want. We actually gave you an example of how to do it using a right triangle. You can get 2 points from that very easily.
But you can't establish that horizontal line in reality, you say, unless you have a vertical.
Yeah, Bob, he used the word establish, to establish it. It doesn't mean just to theoretically claim an idea of where a line could be and how that relates to some other points.
Who's doing that?
That's what you were doing.
No, I wasn't doing
that. When he's using the word establish, the way I'm thinking of it is actually locating it physically and tangibly.
Already gave him 2 ways of doing it.
Not just a theoretical concept.
Gio, he's already been given 2 different ways of doing that. You can use a spirit level or you can use a right triangle next to your vertical. Either way works fine.
Right, so not assuming a model, verticals would be parallel.
No. You're assuming a model if you say that verticals are parallel. You're assuming that the surface that those verticals are drawn to is flat.
Really?
Yep. That's the flaw of your argument, and that's why I'm not giving it any credence.
So vertical and not vertical mean the same thing then?
No, vertical has got a very specific definition.
Right. So if one line is vertical and another one's vertical, then they're both parallel.
No, they are not, unless there is a flat surface between them and they are drawn vertical to that flat surface.
So parallel lines meet. Is that what you're saying?
I never said anything about parallel lines meeting.
Okay, so what's the difference between vertical being parallel to each other and not being parallel?
I've already told you that several times. Are you dense? What did I tell you? Yeah, what did I say to you very specifically 5 or 6 times already?
I don't know.
Okay, so you aren't listening, so why would I bother talking with you?
No, I live in the moment. You know what I mean?
Okay. Well,
I go off what you just said.
You're not paying attention, so I don't really feel the need to engage in you anymore.
That's a shame.
Well, Bob, you described something that doesn't actually comport to the physical world.
Why do you say that, Gio?
Because
right triangles not exist in a world?
Vertical is an axis between up and down. Horizontal is an axis in relation to that down. And up and down are actual geometric locations.
Yep. Yeah.
Right. They're parallel.
Yeah, it's like the XYZ axis. Like to actually establish horizontal or vertical, you have to actually establish it within that XYZ axis.
I did. Vertical is perpendicular to the surface. And that surface could be flat, it could be curved, it could be zigzagged.
You need 2 straight lines for perpendicular. Now you're saying that it could be perpendicular to a curve? I remember what you said.
Well, when I ask you to repeat what I said, don't get smart and say I wasn't paying attention. Now, what did I say?
No, that time I really don't.
Okay. Can you have a line perpendicular to a curve?
No.
Okay. Well, unfortunately, you can. And to take the time to explain that to you would probably be more time than I wish to give you.
Would you need a tangent line?
Very good. Very good.
Yeah. That's a straight line.
So, can you have a tangent line to a curve?
Yeah.
Now, that tangent line touches that curve at a single point. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Can you do a perpendicular line at that point to that tangent?
Only if you have 2 points to establish the tangent.
I'm not going to argue the definition. I've already given you the definition of a perpendicular line. It's 90 degrees to the tangent at that point.
Yeah.
Okay, so there you go. There is a vertical, or that is a line perpendicular to a curve. Very good.
You need 2 points to establish that tangent, though. We only have 1 so far. You're just saying, well, horizontal goes out from here. Okay, to where?
Is a tangent line a line?
Yes.
Great. Where are your 2 points on a tangent line?
Anywhere.
You've got one where it touches a curve. Where's the other point?
Anywhere.
Okay, well, that's my answer. Anywhere. Anywhere on that line.
No, you're the one saying that you established a tangent. All you're saying is that you have a point, saying, well, this is where the line is, but you haven't established that line.
You just gave me my own definition back to me, and that's my answer.
Yeah.
By definition, a tangent is a line. By definition, a perpendicular is a line. I don't need to give you any more than that, and I'm not going to.
And a line is established by 2 points, not one, right?
I think Bob might be bobbed out.
No, I'm here.
Oh.
I'm just not going to address any more silliness.
That's all right.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I think it's like you've checked out. I mean,
No,
the thing is, Bob, it's not really about
actually.
you just like necessarily telling people how it is. It's more about the actual discussion and what your perspective is on these things versus others and so on, rather than just whether they get it or not, or whatever.
Leo, I put
you
the
think that is.
definition up. So there's really nothing to discuss. I put the definition up. It's right there in chat.
Yeah, I don't think the contention was about a definition.
Well, yeah, actually it is, because if you look at the noun definition of perpendicular, it's very clear right there. And then he's asking for something different, which I've given him several times, but it's not good enough for him, so that's fine.
I'm asking how you establish horizontal with only 1 point. And the answer is you can't. 2 points. You're just saying this is vertical, this is horizontal. But you haven't.
What does the definition say?
It says a line.
What is the noun definition of perpendicular? Not the adjective, the noun. I'm using it as a noun.
A straight line.
A straight line at an angle of 90 degrees to a given line, plane, or surface.
Correct.
Okay, so that's all I need to say about it. I don't need to give you 2 points. You can pick any 2 points on that line and define the line with those points. But that's all I need to give you is 90 degrees to a vertical.
Right. How do you establish that straight line 90 degrees to the vertical? You need 2 points. You need one along the vertical and one somewhere else. How, in reality, do you establish the other one? Can you?
I think now he has checked out because he's deafened. That's the thing. I mean, it's an imaginary line, basically. I'm just using the word imaginary as like a fabric. It's like a if you have a local vertical and then you can do a perpendicular to that, because you don't have anything to establish it. It's basically I wouldn't say theoretical. That's a little bit too far of a stretch, but it is. What's another word for it? Like it's like a stencil. Like it's there in a geometric kind of idealized way, but it isn't actually established in the physical world.
Saying all you need for a horizontal is a vertical, but it doesn't make sense because okay, let's say I establish my vertical. I can make. He's saying all I need is 1 point for a horizontal, so that horizontal could be like 2 degrees off from the vertical. Get what I'm saying? You need 2 points for a horizontal.
Yeah, and he just has the one on the vertical.
Right. And if that establishes horizontal, then anything shooting off from that is horizontal, and that's ridiculous because they all wouldn't be 90 degrees. It's
That
wild
also
stuff.
would exactly. That also wouldn't be in a plane parallel to the horizon either. That would be shooting off into space, as it were, on a globe.
Yeah, it's can't have horizontal.
Yeah, it's a good point.
Glad to be back.
Yeah, glad you're back. You were on a hiatus, journey into the world, into the underworld, and back again. Have you been keeping up with some of the happenings, Jerry? Like, have you, in terms of some things, or like, yeah, I don't think I've talked to you in a couple months. I think it's been a little while.
No, I've been out of the loop.
Did you see the Artemis stuff where they claim to get pictures of the Earth?
Like saying, like, I don't say that NASA is lying. Saying NASA's lying would be like saying Steven Spielberg is lying. Like, just make movies, right? Like, it's stuff on TV.
On TV.
Yeah, I think of NASA much more as like there's like a media company, really. I mean, they're also like harvesting engineering from people, and they are building certain things, but unlike the level that they give out to the public, that what they pump out is just media at the end of the day. It's like a Hollywood skit company that's propagandized for the deception that they're running.
You ever hear of JPL Horizons?
I know about JPL, but is there one called Horizons, you're saying?
Mm-hmm. JPL Horizons. That allows you to get what they call ephemeris on objects in space. So, for example, by putting in your location, it has the orbital elements for asteroids, and by putting in your location and taking those orbital elements, it'll tell you exactly to the arc second where that object is in the sky. So actually, there's quite a bit of good data on from NASA that we can use. And that's available to the civilian world.
Yeah, they involve some astronomical parts of their little operation. Yeah, they pump out some things like that. But it's just part of their little program that they're running.
No, it's not all that little. It's a pretty big program.
Well, I'm saying within the whole NASA operation, they involve some astronomical, data, because obviously they're monitoring the skies as it is. they're monitoring them more than anyone ultimately, not because it's outer space, but for other reasons.
Well, they do sky surveys quite a bit, and those are confirmed by civilians and amateurs for the most part. So. And keep an eye out for near-Earth objects and things like that, comets, asteroids.
Sure. Data isn't fake.
Gia, do you have any explanation as to why objects in the sky move in different directions from each other? I mean, if they're all fixed in some sort of a dome of some sort, wouldn't you think they'd all move in the same direction, more or less?
Oh, no, not necessarily. They move all around.
Would they move different directions?
Yeah, things move in various different ways in the sky.
How do they do that if there's a dome? Or don't you believe there's a dome?
I guess how are you defining dome? I definitely think there's a medium in which the stars are.
A fixed firmament of some sort that the objects in the sky are embedded in.
You're asking for my personal viewpoint on it?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, I guess my answer to that is the way you just said it is yes and no in a sense, because I don't think it's necessarily a fixed physical thing that one might think of if you're thinking of like a ceiling to a house or something. I don't think it exists in that physical way. However, that field, that medium that we see, those stars are in a way physical because they're interacting with the physical world, but I don't think they themselves are physical. I think they're emissions of light. And so if you want to call that physical, you could, but I don't think they're like the way that you would put like a light bulb in some kind of like superfluid. Like it's not physical like that in my viewpoint, but it is in a sense, yes, it is a dome or a firmament in terms of its like position. I just think it's like a higher frequency of matter that's in like a whole different state that we're not even necessarily fully aware of because we're not in that. It's like a superfluid, very high octave. Like they called it in the ancient times quintessence. It's a part of ether, but it's quintessence, which is the celestial, very high octave of the ether, that celestial level of it.
Do you have any evidence for the existence of this substance? Besides, you think that that's what it must be? I mean, what's the density of it, for example?
Yeah, it's like hypermatter. I just thought of that term. Yeah. I don't think it has a density. Well, the thing is, in my viewpoint, no human can ever go to it and get there. That doesn't exist. Like we're humans on the physical plane. Now I could think about like the spiritual aspects and so on of the sky, but not even going there for the moment, just on the basic level. We're here. There's a limit to how high we can go, I think, in terms of what these military guys have actually found out. And there's a limit to how high humans can survive in terms of the pressure and so on. And
what is that limit?
So that limit is before what it would take to get to that medium up there to ever get a sample or anything like that.
Well, what is that limit then?
So I think the only way to even access this is more through a spiritual level. It's never going to be done physically.
But what's the limit of how high we can go?
That's a good question. I mean, I obviously have not physically tested it, so I can't give you a for sure answer. The 60-mile Kármán point line is interesting. There's a couple correlations with that are interesting. Would also make sense that they would do it at that line in case anyone hit it. They would just be able to say, oh, that's just because you're not at the right angle to blast off into space or whatever. So using that 60 miles would make sense that would actually be it. Because like I said, if any civilian did it and didn't break through into space, they could just say, basically say that you weren't at the right angle or that you didn't have the right rocketry or whatever. So, and there was the Go Fast rocket. There's a couple interesting things that seem to happen around that, like 55 to 60 mile point.
Okay. Have we ever been past that point?
Well, like I said, I haven't been up there physically verified, so I can only share what I think is the case.
Okay, well,
I think there's a limit. I definitely think there's a limit that humans have not been beyond. Yeah.
All right. Well, I've measured things at 400 kilometers myself. So is that above or below the Kármán line? How high is the Kármán line, Gio? The actual Kármán line is about 85 kilometers up, and the legal Kármán line is about 100 kilometers up. Why is there a difference? Do you know? There's so many things that folks should be curious about that tell us an awful lot about this wonderful world that we live in. For example, why is it that meteors tend to come at certain hours and more than other hours? Ever think about that?
Yeah, I think it's electrical charge flux patterns.
What's it have to do with time?
That are released within the. Well, I think the whole sky is it's a sky clock. We were saying before about the material of it, but like the idea of a liquid, I don't think it's like another phase of liquid. It's not any liquid that we have here on Earth is in terms of at the very highest levels, and the stars are vibrating within that.
You just making this stuff up, Chia? I mean, do you have any citations for any of this sort of stuff, or are you just making it up? You ever think about that?
Well, I mean, there's been there's the reality of it. There's been many ancient cultures who have done a lot of very deep inquiry and exploration on multiple levels in terms of the layers of the heavens and the cosmos and how all of this is designed and built. Now, you do have this modern day globe idea. So in terms of a quote unquote citation, I don't put a tremendous amount of value necessarily on all citations or a claim that a citation in the modern world is necessarily valid. So there's a lot of citations that don't exist for things that are true.
Like what?
Many things.
Well, name one.
In another category? I mean, there's entire other categories.
Well, what we're talking about, you say that there's a lot of citations that aren't true. What citations do you have an issue with?
Yeah, there's citations that use assumptions or theories of what the sky is to then claim certain physicality about that sky.
What assumptions?
All kinds of assumptions.
Name one.
The distance of those objects, using things like spectroscopy, all kinds of problematic components as to how they're coming up with the theories and stories that they're using. So you could find
spectroscopy to find distance.
Using the colors?
No, how do they use spectroscopy to find a distance? How do we find distances to objects?
Sorry, I'm doing several things at once. What were you saying with spectroscopy?
Yeah, how do we use
a couple of things they do? I mean, they measure the light pulsations and the different frequencies of the light and the timing.
And how do they get a distance from that?
There's multiple ways, but usually an assumption of what they claim the speed of light, and also how that speed of light functions within the assumed medium of this vacuum that they claim is out there. They've just fabricated the medium, fabricated the speed of light claim, and then used something that's really meant to be used on Earth and can only be verified to be accurate on Earth to then just use it on the celestial bodies.
So how did
But we've
they
kind of gotten far off what we were talking about originally, which is what the sky is.
How did they find the speed of light?
Dude, if you want to say things, go ahead and say them. I'm busy. I'm not really interested in a quiz, but go ahead. It's not really a conversation anymore. You're kind of doing some tactics. So just go ahead, man. I'm listening. I'm multitasking. I might have to step away for a bit, but I'm not just going to answer. I'm not just going to answer 1,000 questions. I know information on these things, but I'm not here just to answer your questions.
Well, no, I mean, you made statements, and if I ask you about the statements, I was just kind of curious if you could back any of those statements up.
Yeah, so going back to that, okay, I don't think any human has ever been to the sky to get samples, like I said. So I think it's been a mystery for humans since the dawn of time. Now, I understand there's NASA's and claims that they're out there probing or whatever. That's a whole nother story. Outside of their probing claims, I don't think any human has ever done that. So I have my understanding of what the sky is and the heavens and so on through other means, not through physical means, meaning I didn't take the information in through my ears, my hands, my eyes, anything on my physical body in terms of my understanding of the actual creation of this realm, the consciousness, all of the components that come together to build the sky, the ground, the light in the sky clock, all of the magnetic fields and the components that are involved. So with all of those things, I don't have any physical ability to validate or prove it to anyone, but I do think there's a truth to it. And I think it's a very interesting discussion because the truth can be acquired.
Well, I don't have any issue whatsoever with faith or religion, and if you have these things on faith, I don't have any problem with that. But by the same token, I've actually got measurements of things, and I kind of put my faith in measurements. So if I can measure the distance to the sun, I have good reason to believe that that's the distance to the sun. Or if I do the same thing with the moon. I can measure the distance to the moon. I know how the speed of light came about, and I'm comfortable with the data and the evidence that's behind the speed of light. So I can use that. I mean, I don't have any issue with that. But if you have, if you're making statements that things are wrong, I'm curious as to why you think they're wrong.
Well, because I know the assumptions baked into them.
Okay, well,
and the lack of logical validity to what they're claiming, which it then ends up just having to be a belief.
What's the difference between belief and knowledge? How would you describe that?
Well, I would say it depends on how you define the word belief, because there are two general definitions. One of them is like the idea of sort of a blind belief or faith. The other definition of belief is, if someone says, "Oh, I believe I went to the store yesterday," they're not necessarily believing it on blind faith. It's part of their knowledge. So the word belief can be used as inherent knowledge, or it can be used as, like some kind of faith as in that sense.
So well, the way I look at it is faith is accepting something without evidence, and knowledge is requiring evidence to believe something. Okay. You can believe something without evidence, that's faith. You can believe something with evidence, and that's knowledge. I think they're different. I mean, it's just my opinion.
Yeah, there's many different categories of human thought on all these things. I mean, I have my own, like for myself, like I wouldn't say, like my understanding of what the sky is not a belief in that sense, meaning it's not something that I have on faith. So for me, that wouldn't fit into that category. But
So
it
you have
also,
evidence here?
but it also wouldn't fit into a category that I have something like a sample of evidence, you know, that
Okay.
like a sample or that I could go up to a star and get really close to it and look at it and see how it's glowing. And, you know, now maybe out of a physical body, like spiritually, yeah, but in a physical human body, that's not happening.
But you say it's not faith, so you have evidence to support your position.
Yeah, a form of evidence, absolutely, which is direct knowledge and understanding of it on multiple.
Based on what?
Well, for myself, my own direct experience with the state of consciousness that is the root of the manifestation of the energy that's manifesting this realm.
Okay.
I mean, in my viewpoint, there's ultimately one mind, one creator, one God, etc. One consciousness, and we're all part of it, and we all are it. And so it's all accessible to all of us.
Well, if that turns out to be a blue elephant, would you be surprised?
What is the creator?
Yeah.
What do you mean by blue elephant?
Well, maybe the Hindus have it right. Maybe they know. Maybe they have the true religion, and in Christianity, Judaism, Islam, they're all false religions.
Talking about Ganesha?
Whatever.
Ganesh is very real. Yeah, Ganesh is badass. He's amazing. He's yeah.
Is that the blue elephant?
It's not always blue. No, but he is
You're thinking of Babar.
Yeah, just when you said blue elephant, I don't know if you're talking about Ganesha, but yeah, Ganesha opens new beginnings and opens blocks and obstacles.
Okay, is that a true religion compared to Christianity?
Well, now we're going to a whole nother topic. You want to talk about Ganesha now? I mean, Ganesha is a whole nother, from Sanskrit. No, that's going back to the Vedics. It's a whole nother topic. I don't know. Do you want to go to that or?
Well, no. What I'm saying
Ganesha is also not ever viewed as God itself. Ganesha is often referred to as a god, but it's actually an archetype, a being, an entity that has various components to the human experience and the spirit world connected to the human experience. And in that sense, like we all have Ganesha in us. Like I said, that part of us, like Ganesha is like a very high level angelic being that sort of has in a sense, oversight. Maybe that's not the right word, but like an overarching, in a sense, an oversight to all of the different like archetypal experiences that we go through. And so whether or not one believes in that in terms of some spiritual or religious sense, it still exists and has its relevance.
Well, the ancients believed in Apollo and Venus. Were they real? Were they real gods?
Can I jump in just real quick? Hey, Bob, have you ever used the phrase "the four corners of the earth"?
Not that I can recall. I may have, though.
Okay, well, but would you be uncomfortable with using it? Like if you were having a conversation with somebody and you were expressing yourself in a certain way, and all of a sudden that phrase came to your mind and you used it?
I wouldn't have a problem with it.
You wouldn't have a problem with it.
No, I wouldn't have a problem with it.
Okay, yeah. So try to think about the discussion that we're having along those lines with this blue elephant that you're referring to, or Apollo, right? It's an expression that certain cultures use to relate to the physical world, right? It's not baseless. So it seems to me that, you're asking questions, whether or not it's in good faith, that, that's, to be determined. But it seems that you're asking questions about something that you are dubious about. Like, well, we're all these elephants that are sustaining this earth, or the turtles, it's turtles all the way down. we actually
Well, actually, it was something
hold on
very
just real
different
quick.
that I was
I'll be
getting at.
finished in just a moment. So it has to do with understanding a culture's way of describing things that they understand that they see. So it's not literally turtles. It's not literally a blue elephant, but it is a phenomenon. Okay.
Well, as Jerry's saying, Jerry brings up a very good point, and that is that Apollo and Venus are different interpretations of the God that Geo's talking about, perhaps. But my question is very similar to one that we get asked a lot, and that is, well, what would happen if, it turned out tomorrow the Earth actually was flat? Well, what would happen if, in the end, we found out that Christianity and Judaism and Islam were not really real religions? The real religion was actually just practiced by a group of islanders in the South Pacific, and they were the only ones that really had the correct answer. Are you saying that our versions of whatever God we happen to have is somehow a manifestation or a way of expressing that God too?
It could be, yeah, yeah. So if you would to maybe be interested in listening to someone who actually has thought deeply about this, he's changed his channel name now. The Tomb of Information, I think, but it used to be Flat Earth Philosophy. Lindsay Harris. He's really impressive in my opinion in terms of someone who's thinking outside of the box. But one of the things that he says in his research that he's working on is that the Iliad is really a mythical retelling of the natural world, right?
How so?
That's you're going to have to listen to him. It's beyond my wheelhouse. I'm just telling you that he's described it in certain ways, and he's been working through it. But if you think about so many times where even with people like Santos Bonacci and others who talk about astrotheology, the reality that the sky does have something to do with not just simply times and seasons, but also energies and our ability to hone in and tune in ourselves with the natural order, that the astrotheologies typically look at the ancient religious texts as all about the same thing, but from different cultures.
Well, I do remember some theories when I was growing up, and that was that, for example, the Greek gods were broken down by characteristics of a god, and a monotheistic community would just combine all of those characteristics into the same deity. So
Sure. Yeah, sure. But then again, so what then determines which of those is going to take the top shelf, right? Is it going to be the monotheistic Roman Catholic shelf, or is it going to be a more naturalistic? Because, even to think about Zeus and Neptune, like, do we really believe that those are actual beings, right? That exist out there somewhere?
well, the ancient Greeks and the Romans did.
Well, who told you that?
History.
Well, yeah, but see, you got to consider your sources, right? Where, like, that they are actual beings. That's what I'm saying in terms of this blue elephant, or it's turtles all the way down. Where we're talking about, it's almost like, just real quick, I'm sorry, Bob, but it's almost like my position on the Bible at this point, after being a Christian for 40 years. I don't believe that the Bible is literal anymore. I believe that it is an allegory. Therefore, I cannot say it's literal. I can't say to you, Bob, hey, if you've never read the Bible, read Genesis, and when you start, you have to understand it's literal. Because if I do that, I'm going to fuck up your whole ability to understand the story. So just because these gods, Zeus and Neptune and whatever, have long flowing, bright white hair and muscular bodies, like that doesn't mean that that's what they actually are.
Well, my point is that they had individual temples to specific gods. And by looking at them as a particular, as a singular entity, I think they did look at them as singular entities. It was a collection of entities.
Maybe I wouldn't use the word entity. I would use the word phenomenon. Right. So, like, if you have, like, what's the
Would
purpose,
that be a
Bob?
natural phenomenon?
Sure. What's the purpose in your mind for the belt of Orion aligning up with the pyramids of Giza?
What's the purpose in my mind?
Yeah. Like, why do you think that actually is something that you can actually see? You can see the belt of Orion line up exactly with those three pyramids.
Well, I think it was a very predominant thing in the sky. And since the ancient Egyptians worshipped deities in the sky, I think that it was probably important to their religion.
Okay. Again, we're talking about the pyramids. The pyramids aren't in the sky. The pyramids are
the stars of Orion are.
Yeah.
And they can be measured and placed. And if they chose to mirror that in the placement of the pyramids, I can think of why they may do that. I mean, they worship deities in the sky. Maybe they attached religious significance to it.
Okay, well, that's fine as far as it goes. So then if you have certain associations with particular locations where there are, ley lines or energy fields in and on the earth, and you build a cathedral, right, that actually harnesses the energy in that area, and you call that area Apollo, or you call that area whatever, right? It's a natural phenomenon.
But is it a measurable energy, or is it something that we assign to it and say that Fairbanks, Alaska is on a spiritual node line, which it is, by the way. That's what they say.
Okay, so what can you explain what you understand they mean by a spiritual node?
They thought that was a very spiritual place where lines of energy in the earth came together.
Yeah, they're like ethereal, has to do with the ether and the electric fields and how it opens up the gateways to.
But see, the thing is, Bob, is
dimensions.
Yeah, but see, the thing is for me is that the more and more I look into Hermetic philosophy and understanding that our mind is placed between two temples, right? It's not a mistake that we use spiritual, almost, let's call it religious expressions for natural experience. The pineal gland, the pituitary gland, all of these things that have the ability to almost act as receptors and antennae for these fields that are out there. It's very interesting to me. It's very intriguing. I'm simply trying to suggest to you that this mythological inquiry that you're asking us about should be something for you to, like you said before, the beauty of the creation, the world that we live in should lead us to ask certain questions. I absolutely agree with you. The trek and the journey that I'm on right now happens to be around, Hermetic philosophy, which is a bit of what I'm talking about with this.
Well, I don't have an issue with any of that. I think that's great. But the thing that I do take issue with is if we have evidence for something and somebody says it's wrong, I'd like to know what their evidence to the contrary is.
Sure. And so you're someone who is maybe more specialized in this discussion than, my next door neighbor who maybe has never really talked to anybody who believes that the earth is flat or NASA's fake or whatever. But ultimately, Bob, you don't have dick. You're relying on stories that a company, right, has fabricated for the past 80 years or so. So,
what company is that?
Well, NASA.
And NASA's been around a little over 60 years.
Well, whatever. I was
And
just round. Look at. I was just round.
many of these
started
things,
in the.
yeah, but many of these things that, yeah, I mean, we found the distance to the sun in 1769. We
Great.
got
How?
we got
Okay,
our
you're
first
great. How
really
did?
solid distance to the sun.
Great.
No, but the
Okay,
80
so
years is a good point though, because it really was like not until World War II and then that what they rolled out that they really got people on board with all this stuff.
No, I mean,
On a collective level, yeah.
So
they
listen,
got the distance
Bob.
to the sun in 1769. I mean, the
Great.
Earth is in
How
a
did they do
particular
that, Bob?
shape.
Great. How did
Transit of
they
Venus.
do that?
Transit of Venus.
Right, the transit of Venus. Great. It's not just that, right? So keep going. Tell us what you know.
The transit of Venus. Aristarchus developed the relationship between the distance from the Earth to the Moon and the distance from the Earth to the Sun 2,300 years ago, and he was correct.
Great. Break it down for us, Bob. You're telling us a story. I'm asking you for details. What does he know?
Mathematics, and I've got 2 videos on it. That's 30 minutes of mathematics, and I don't have a whiteboard. But I do have it all broken
Give me the
down.
first thing. Give me the first thing Aristarchus knew about his supposition about the distance to the sun.
He related it. He used the half moon, the angle to the half moon, to relate the distance from the Earth to the sun in terms of the distance from the Earth to the moon.
How does the angle of the half moon divulge that information?
It's a right triangle, and what you do is it's a right triangle.
So the moon is a circle, at least visually, right? It's a circle. So there's no triangle there, right? It's just a half circle, right? So you're talking about a vertical line. The Terminator line is a vertical line.
No, I'm not talking about that at all.
Oh, okay. So great. So that's where I'm asking questions. So what do you mean?
All right. Well,
triangle
you've got triangle's got three legs. One leg in this particular case, a right triangle. You have a leg from the Earth to the moon. You have a leg from the moon to the sun, and then you have a leg from the sun to the Earth. Now, there's a 90-degree angle formed when the moon is half illuminated. So what you do then is measure the angle. It comes out to 89.85 degrees under modern measurements. And that gives you a distance from the Earth to the sun of 392 times the distance from the Earth to the moon. And that does actually work out correct. You measure the actual distance from the Earth to the moon, and you come up with the distance from the Earth to the sun by multiplying that distance by 392, and that corresponds very closely to what they got with the transit of Venus, which was obtained by other means. You can also define the distance from the Earth to the sun in terms of the diameter of the Earth.
Wait, how does an angle of 89.85, your angle between those three, how does that denote a distance to the sun and moon? So we're on Earth. We see the moon. We see the moon. We see the sun. First of all, where are you getting 89.85? Why is it not 90? First of all, because the way that the actual angles work, you can get it at 90. I mean, they will be 90 at a point, just like when it's 12:15, the hour and the minute hand are 90 degrees. In that same way, you can catch it at 90. So why you're doing 89.85, first of all. Secondly, how are you just using that triangle to get 93,230,000? Is that what you're trying to claim?
No. You're using that triangle to relate the distance from the Earth to the moon to the distance from the Earth to the sun. And
so you assume a distance first to the moon.
No, you don't. You just simply define that as a unit. That's your unit of measurement, is this distance from the Earth to the moon.
So you just make it.
Yeah, but what distance, Bob? What distance? You're saying that there is a distance, but where's the physical measurement of that distance? We have a degree, right? You gave us your 89 point whatever, right? Which is just a visual, right? It's just a visual. You're not making a there's no physical triangle, Bob. Okay, so Gio's point is now coming back around to where I was going to try to figure out how to ask this question, but he did a great job. Okay, give us your first distance that you know.
The distance from the Earth to the Moon is a unit of
Great.
measurement.
Great. Who measured that?
Nobody yet. At that
Okay,
stage
so
of the game, they didn't measure it. What they did was they took that as a unit of measurement.
took
And then
what
they
though? There's
they
no
related.
unit. There's no value, Bob. There's no value,
Correct.
man.
Correct.
So it's an X factor.
No, it is a unit of measurement. The Earth.
It's an
Moon
unknown,
distance.
Bob.
Correct.
You don't.
Absolutely.
Okay, yes. So it's an X factor. It's unknown.
Yeah. And then what
Okay.
they did was they found the distance. If that was X, they found the distance from the Earth to the Moon or Earth to the Sun is 392x.
You can't. How did you get 362? You don't have like
392.
Okay. How did you get 392?
The mathematics are in the video.
Yeah.
You take the angle 89.85 degrees, and you calculate the hypotenuse of that triangle.
You have to have more than one value, Bob.
You have two angles and one side. That's what you need.
Where's your second angle? You only gave us one, 89 point blah, 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 blah.
And 90 degrees at the Moon.
90. Okay, so where's the 89?
At Earth.
Okay. So I'm
you've
standing.
got-
So
you've got
wait.
two angles of the triangle and the leg in between them, and with that you can calculate the other
Hold
two
on.
legs.
Well, hold on. You only have one angle. If I'm
angles.
on, hold on. If I'm on the Earth
Yeah,
and I'm looking at the Moon,
correct.
that's only one angle.
Okay, that's the 89.85 degrees. The fact that the Moon is a half moon means that that's 90 degrees there. It's 90 degrees to the Sun. There's a 90-degree angle formed by the Sun to the Moon to the Earth. That's a 90-degree angle.
So when I'm sorry, Gio. When does this phenomenon happen that you can see a half moon and where's the Sun?
The Sun is 90 degrees to the Moon. The line.
No. So they're both in the sky. You can see them both in the sky.
I don't know. Go look it up.
No, Bob, that's not the way this works. I don't know. I'm having a conversation with you right now. You're the one, right? You're the one spending your time here right now. So you do have the time to explain.
Well, actually, the battery on the laptop is going dead. But that's the angle.
That's the assumed angle, right? You're assuming
Measured angle.
No,
Wait.
it's just a. Go ahead, Gio.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, that's the measured angle.
What?
89.85.
I'm just still okay. Where are you getting that? Because if we have a sun and a moon in the sky, at some point they'll be 87 degrees. At some point 88. At some point 89, etc. At some point 90. Now, whatever time you decide to freeze frame the sky and take this measurement, you can get any of those degrees. You could get 91, 92, because it's going to keep going. You can get 180 once it's a full moon. So just measuring that angle. First of all, why are you just arbitrarily choosing 89.85? Because you could choose, it's like the hands of a clock. You could choose any degree.
No.
He measured it at a specific time.
Yeah, it's done by time. You know when the sun is directly overhead at 90 degrees. When the sun is directly overhead at 90 degrees.
The key is he measured it exactly at half phase. He could visually observe the angular distance of the moon in the non-phasal axis, and he can measure it in the phase axis. And when one was double the other, he was exactly at half phase moon. Therefore, he knew if he makes the assumption that the shadow is cast on the moon by the sun, he knows that the angle between the observer and the moon and the sun is 90 degrees. Standard trigonometry.
Yep.
That's it.
It's not the math on it's not really that tough. I mean,
no, it's not.
You can do it with any triangle calculator.
Yeah.
And then once you know that, the next thing that you have to do is you compare the size of the sun and the moon. And you do that with a solar eclipse.
And there's absolutely no problem with him at that point, not knowing any of these actual real distances, but using the distance between the assumed distance between the sun and the moon as a unit, and then working out the proportionality between them.
Yeah, it's a ratio. That's all it is.
Yeah, exactly.
The unit is the distance from the Earth to the Moon, and then you describe the distance to the Sun in terms of the distance from the Earth to the Moon. It's 390.
Sounds real sciencey.
It is.
It is. That's exactly what it's surveying. Surveying and lots of measurements that happen using trigonometry work out the proportionality of the ratio between things first. Then when it's got that, it derives actual measurements from plugging in measurements that are known. It's not. It is very sciencey, if that's the phrase you want to use. It's very mathematical as well.
Well, what you're describing is ad hoc.
It's fractional.
But yeah,
Well, you can call it ad hoc, but
But hold on, you still haven't clarified how, like, all right, if you're on the Earth, we have these circles, the sun and the moon. They're actual just circles in the sky. And they're moving all the time. They're moving all the time. They're always in their different positions. So at a perfect quarter phase, they will be exactly 90 degrees.
Half phase.
Half phase.
You're making an assumption. You are making
no such thing as a half phase. There's a first quarter, there's a full moon, there's a third quarter, and there's a new moon.
He's correct. Gio's correct.
Yeah, sorry, my apologies.
Phase, yes.
Yeah, okay, but the point is that the first assumption you're making is they're both spheres, or at least the moon is. The second assumption you're making then is that any illumination of the sphere of the moon that transpires is as of a consequence of light traveling to that sphere from the sun. And I suppose the third presumption you're making is that the moon itself is not generating its own light, but that's inherent in the second one, effectively. Those are the only assumptions you're making at this point. You're making the assumption they're both moving because you apparently see them both moving, or at least there's some effect in motion somewhere that makes them both move.
Okay. All right. So let's say let's take it from there. And so again, the sun and the moon are in a degree position in a 360 degree circle.
Is then how do you work out the proportional distances from one to the other? That's it. That's your starting point. That was his starting point. You need to be able to observe the sun and the moon simultaneously for this to work, and you need to know the exact point at which.
You're cutting out a bit. Oh, I think he dropped out.
So these elements, these articles, Bob, this is what helps you build your faith in the ball.
Hold on, we haven't really. I just want to know where this angle. So the angle you can. Okay, when it's a new moon. Sorry to interrupt you, but I just wanted to. Okay, well, go ahead and say your point. But I just still wanted to say something about because I don't feel like we finished that whole thing right there.
It's just a dead spot. I was waiting for you guys to recover with that.
I know. I'm sorry, I interrupted you because it was already on my mind. So yeah, go ahead.
No, it's all good. I was just trying to get back to earlier what Bob was trying to say, faith versus knowledge. And so he's got faith in the knowledge, and that knowledge gives him faith in the knowledge. You know what I mean? It's just like this step, just steps to believing, and, starting out with triangles. If I can prove a triangle, oh, maybe I can prove, it's just an interesting psychological,
Yeah, it's like using a measurement of a degree between a sun and a moon with a bunch of assumptions. So there is some potentially, like you could say, knowledge or measurement, quote unquote, but that measurement is actually just an observation of a position of something. And then there's a bunch of assumptions baked into then a conclusion that he's plugging in to get the answer, which then involves
but they are reasonable. They are reasonable and logical assumptions. I put the diagram.
Just jump to the next logical conclusion. That's what you're trying to do. I see.
Yeah, they're reasonable and logical assumptions, and I put the diagram for you in the chat, Gio.
Okay, so there's a point at which this moon is exactly a quarter phase, which you're calling a half moon, a quarter phase. So that'll be at 90 degrees. So we have 90 degree angle from the sun and the moon. Now go from there as to how you're claiming all these distances and calculating the distance to just from that. Because we're on Earth, we see two circles in the sky. When it's a quarter phase, they're exactly 90 degrees at one particular point.
Yep. And there's the diagram. I put it in the chat for you.
That doesn't really show much.
Sure it does. It shows exactly what you need.
It shows exactly what he's demonstrating. He didn't work out any distances. He worked out the ratio or the proportionality between two proposed distances. He didn't know the distance to the moon. He hadn't measured it, and he didn't know the distance to the sun. But from just a standard observation of the two objects simultaneously, a couple of assumptions about the shape and the nature of the two objects, he worked out a ratio between them.
Sorry, no.
Well, you can say it's not. You can say it's not true, but
well, no. I'm sorry. I interrupted, but no. Just the one part of what you said. He said he is using the distance to the moon, which he's calling 1 unit.
That's yes. I can presume. Look, I can look out into a field, okay, and I can look at the distance between me and one person, and I could say, well, the other person seems to be 3 times as far away. I don't know any distances. That is a description of ratios.
All right, look at a chain link fence, Geo. You know, a chain link fence has got verticals in it every few feet, and if you've got a chain link fence next to you, and you see that it is, you know, the sections between verticals, there's 4 sections to the vertical, you know, between verticals along the length of this fence. If you measure one, you know, you can say that fence, if you look at each individual section as 1 unit, you can say that the length of that fence is 4 times the length of 1 unit. You don't need to know how many feet or millimeters or whatever any of those are. You can describe the length of the fence in terms of a unit of the fence. So we're describing the distance to the sun in terms of distance from the Earth to the moon.
Yeah, but all you have is an angle.
Yeah, that's all we need.
You don't have any distance to either of them, nor do you have any visual differences. You literally just have a 90-degree angle.
No, 89.85 degrees. So it's 89. So the top angle there in the right triangle that you see, that's the Earth. That's 89.85 degrees. The angle from the Earth to the moon to the sun is 90 degrees. And given those two things, if we can describe, we have one side and 2 angles. We got a 90-degree angle and we got an 89.85 degree angle, and we can easily determine the hypotenuse of that triangle from those 2 values. So we can describe the hypotenuse of that triangle as being 392 times the distance of the leg that's between the Earth and the moon. We don't need to know what the distance of the distance from the Earth to the moon is. We just need to describe it in terms of the distance from the Earth to the moon. And I went ahead and I put the video up so you can see it. As a matter of fact, I think I'll go ahead and put up the other one too, so that you can see both of them.
So just real quick, a triangle has 180 degrees in it. So we're simply just missing 0.15 degrees, because one angle is 89.85 and the other angle is 90. So this is a very fucking this is like a thin slice of what kind of is that an isosceles triangle where it's that like acute?
The right triangle.
No, it's not a right triangle, dude.
Yeah, it's a right triangle by definition.
A right triangle, okay, look, a right triangle has 2 45s and a 90. Not 189. Okay, right. You have you
No, you're wrong.
I'm wrong.
No, a right triangle is defined as having a single right angle,
which is 90 degrees, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Right.
And the other two angles.
A Pythagorean triangle, 3, 4, 5, is a right triangle. It is not isosceles. It is not a scalene.
Equilateral right.
It's not equilateral either.
Copernicus is saying, and you're just saying.
Yeah, you can have one that's 90, 45, and 45, but you can also have one that's 90, 60, and 30, 91 and 89. You know, as long as the total sum of the internal angles comes up to 180. You've
Right,
got a
that's-
right triangle, a right planar triangle. You can have spherical triangles, and you can also have hyperbolic triangles. They're different things.
Yeah, that's fine. Again, my point is that you've got 0.15 of a degree.
Yeah. So
No, I'm just thinking out loud. I'm just trying to visualize the discussion that's happening right now. Again, you know,
what he actually utilizes is tan, which is a relationship between sine and cosine. If you've got an angle of 45 degrees, you get tan of 1. That means the relationship between the two sides that is not the hypotenuse is 1 to 1. If you've got a tan of 90 degrees is infinity, and tan of 0 degrees is 0. All he effectively did is, by knowing the angle at his end, yeah, he knows by definition, he's making this assumption that he's got the 90 degrees at the moon. He knows that 180 minus 90 plus his angle is the other angle. He doesn't actually just concern himself with the tiny little angle. What he's actually concerned of the fact he's got an angle at his end. So he puts his 89 point blah blah degrees into the tangential equation, and he'll get an enormous number, whatever it was, 300 and whatever it was.
392.
392, yeah.
so if these angles are up in the sky and the sun is in one location and the moon is directly above me, so to speak, what's that got to do with anything else after that?
Yeah, that's what I was getting at. I think ultimately what he's doing, it's like assuming the Earth's a sphere, the moon's a sphere, the sun's a sphere. They're in a 3D kind of, like in a space type thing like that. And then it's basically, he's trying to claim that when the moon is at a quarter phase, which is like the half full, is not actually 90 in the heliocentric assumption thing with the distances, but he's claiming he's measuring. So it's really kind of the 89.85 is where the trick is ultimately, and using that to then get this 392 number, and then using 236,000 miles to the moon multiplied by the 392 to get 93 million. So it's like using the 89.85 as part of this whole little trick to trick the mathematics in a sense, and the angles to
Gio, that's not an assumption, that's a measurement.
392 multiplier to the moon, and then claiming boom.
Gio, that's not an assumption, it's a measurement. The 392 is the result of the measurement, not the other way around.
All right, so explain to us how you're getting this 89.85, because if it's a real quarter phase, it's just at the exact moment. It's called a it's exactitude is when the degrees are exact. It would be 90 at the quarter phase. So where are you getting this 89.85?
That's the angle between the moon and the sun.
No, he said where. He didn't say what. He didn't ask you what. He
You
said
do it by
where.
time. You do it by time, comparing it to noon.
So you're not actually taking an angle, you're comparing it to a time?
Yeah.
So it's not the actual angle between the sun and the moon.
No, it's the actual angle between the sun and the moon.
Where are you getting it? Where are you? What are your?
Just told you. It's time. 6 hours after solar noon, probably.
Probably. So you don't even know what it is?
Well, no, I'm thinking that's how he did it. I wasn't there when you did it.
Okay, so now you have someone else who claimed to do something, and that's where you're getting the entire 89.
Yeah, don't even go down that road with me. I'm not going to play this.
But here's the thing.
Somebody else claims something. It's 89.85 degrees, period.
Here's the thing. If I'm standing on the earth, you and I were hanging outside having a beer, and we look up at the sun and the moon, and it's a exact quarter phase. Like, boom, there it is. We see the sun, we see the moon, we're both looking at it, we can point at them, etc. There is a point at which, like I said, as those are coming into the 90-degree angle, there's a point which is 85, then it goes to 86, 87, 88, 89. Obviously, it doesn't start at 85. It starts all the way. I mean, 0 is the new moon. So there's a point at which it's 30 degrees, it's 60, etc. Once it gets to 90, like I said, 89, 90, 91, 92. But if you want to get the exact 90 of the exact quarter phase of the moon, it has to be the 90. So
all right, well, let me just ask you a real simple question then. All right. Can you tell the difference between a new moon and a moon that's visible?
Well, of course, the new
Great.
moon.
Can you measure the time between one new moon and the next new moon?
Sure.
Okay, 1/2 of that period of time will be a full moon. Come on, Gio. What's 2 weeks after a new moon?
Yeah, I'm listening. I didn't know if that was a question.
Yeah. So you definitely can, by looking at the 2 days, or by measuring the time between two new moons, you can definitely tell when the moon will be full. You can also tell when it will be at a quarter.
Yeah, it'd be a quarter of that, but that's going to be 90 degrees, not 89.85.
No, it's not going to be 90 degrees. You have to measure that compared to the sun. So you know the exact time, the exact solar time of when that's going to be a quarter moon.
Well, I mean, there's actually
problems. And then you can measure, and then you can do the same thing with the noon sun to noon sun, and you can find out exactly the number of hours between the two. And by measuring the time between the quarter moon and solar noon that day, you can get you can get an angle, okay? Because you know that in 24 hours it's going to go completely around, okay? So you can tell whether it's 90 degrees, it's 89.85 degrees, it's 75 degrees, it's 128 degrees, okay? Based on the number of hours that have elapsed since solar noon. So, I mean, look, Gio, you know,
I understand your idea.
The bottom line,
I understand that
I'm
idea.
giving you the measurements.
Relax,
You're
man.
not.
Let me respond. One of the problems with that, hold on, let me respond. One of the problems with that is that there's something called the equation of time. So the solar.
Yes, I'm well aware of what the equation of time is.
There's pulsations with that as well. But what you just said right there is a whole different can of worms. Now, again, though, there's a whole bunch of things in there. We'd have to break all those things down. But just back to real quick, when we were having the beer outside, we're looking at the first quarter phase. Yep. Where is this guy you claimed who got this 89.85? What did he do?
Samos?
Yeah. So what did he do to measure that? Again, you and I are on the Earth. At the quarter phase, it's 90 degrees. You're talking about this 0.15 difference.
Yeah.
So what are the tools? What did he look into a device? Well, how are you claiming that this person got some 89 point? Because the actual
say he did.
90. It's not 89.
I didn't say he did. I said the modern measurement is 89.85 degrees.
Okay.
His measurement was 87 degrees. He was off.
Why are you measuring a quarter phase at 87? That's not a quarter phase. That's the problem. That's where you're going wrong, or whoever's doing it.
Well, did you look at the diagram?
You're using an assumption based upon
look at the diagram.
Variations of the way the sun moves to then use a ad hoc calculation to get this 392 number, just because that's part of an actual frequency phase pattern.
No, it doesn't. The way that
the sun and the moon, because now you're bringing in a time factor to the sun and the moon cycle, and you're trying to get this very, very slight fluctuation within it. Wow, that's multiple layers, man. That's a. I know. I mean, I know of this, and it's always
okay. Well, then,
see how many
whether or not you understand how they got it, I'm giving you the measurement. And it was.
Well, I'm asking you why you believe it. Where's the 89.85?
89.85 degrees. That's the current measurement. I don't need to take it myself. All right.
The whole thing hinges on it. So
no, it doesn't all hinge on it. No.
Yeah, it does. The whole thing does. That's where you're ultimately getting your 392 number. There's a couple extrapolations from it, but that's where you're getting it.
Okay. Well, I'll let you go ahead and look at the videos. I'm going to hit the sack now. And you guys have a good one.
All right. Yep. Have a good night, Bob.
Vapors.
So he, I guess, all right. Just The 89.85 is just I guess he has, that's where the faith is, that somebody claimed that the quarter moon phase was 89.85 instead of 90. But the definition of a quarter moon phase is that it's 90 degrees. That's what it is. That's why the full moon is 180. The third quarter is another 90. The conjunction is 0.
Geo, it's 90 degrees. It's 90 degrees.
Thought you were going to bed,
90,
Bob.
I am going to bed, but it's a 90-degree angle at the half moon formed by the Earth, the moon, and the sun. All right. So, if you want to mischaracterize what I said, don't do it as I'm shutting down. Okay. I actually
we can keep talking about you when you're gone, Bob. We can talk about what you said. We don't need your permission.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like you're kind of bailing early on the conversation. So yeah, I mean, it's not, we're trying to get to the root of where you're getting this 89.85, and you kind of scurried and became frantic, and he didn't really.
Yeah, I actually jumped back in to keep the conversation going. So are you going to bed, Bob, or I don't want to cut you off, man? Okay, I guess he's going to bed. So, Gio, it seems to me that the precision of the 89.85 is simply a mathematical expression, right? The only way that we can, like, what's infinity look like? Like, what's that measurement? It's just so big. But if you start dividing it, right, like you can get down infinitesimally small by 0.000000. Like, you're never going to see that with your naked eye, but you can mathematically express it. So your question about, like, where did you get this? Because when I see the quarter moon, it's a 90-degree angle. Yep. So where's the 0.15 missing? It's just measured. No, it's not, because you can't see it. You know what I mean? So it's just simply taking time and then dividing the measurement by time. And then that's where you get the 89.85.
But it's also an assumption, the solar noon component, because there are fluctuations, like the equation of time with the sun. There are fluctuations within the sun's pattern. It's also the precession of the equinoxes. So yeah, it's an extrapolation from.
So, like, isn't the sun, when the moon is full, isn't the sun directly 90 degrees from it at that point?
When the moon is full? Is that what you said, when the moon's full?
Yeah, when the moon's full, when we see a full moon, isn't the sun allegedly straight across from it? Wouldn't that be 90 degrees from it?
It's 180 for the full moon.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah,
if you're looking at something that's fully illuminated, it's effectively near behind you, the light source, or on the line, somewhere on the line facing away from you towards the object.
So I think that there are other phase anomalies that I think, and I haven't parsed this all out, but I have seen things where I'm just looking at the sky going, okay, that to me doesn't make sense in the heliocentric model, because the sun is there, the moon's there, the angle is like not what I would think that it is. So, it's almost like special pleading that you're taking this 90-degree, or Aristarchus is taking this 90-degree reference to the sun and the moon, and like working out a principle of physics from that. But then what about the other times when the angles don't seem to match? Like, what do you do then?
Well, I mean, if there's slight variations between the way that he was talking about breaking down time from solar noon, if there's slight variations between the sun and the moon, there may be times when, if you're going to try to, like, the actual quarter moon is 90 degrees, but he's using another calculation to extrapolate with solar noon a way. Oh, that's exactly. That uses the assumption of the heliocentric model, because the whole solar noon component, the difference between sidereal and solar time. So with that, they're using there's another baked in assumption with that, and that the solar is slightly different because of the fact that the sun's so far away. So there's another kind of twisted way of using that in terms of what they're doing. And then in a sense, like cherry picking an 89.85 degree fluctuation within that actual cycle of the way that the sky is working to then kind of cherry pick the 392 number and then use the 236,000 of the moon to then get the 93 million.
There's no cherry picking. There's no cherry. You are right. I mean, this was what was asserted at the beginning. It entirely presumes the heliocentric model. It entirely presumes a spherical moon, and it entirely presumes they're both moving around the sun. Well, the moon's moving around the Earth's moving around the sun. And it entirely presumes that the only form of luminosity on the moon is not the moon itself, but only is the sun. Effectively, it's given. When he made that observation, he was making every assertion and every presumption that the heliocentric model was in play. But he didn't cherry pick anything. I can measure the angle between the sun and the moon without having to see both of them simultaneously, because I know they have a transience across the sky of 360 degrees, and they both have a periodicity. So if I know that if I observe the moon now, and then I observe it in a period of time later, I know it's got an angular transience across the sky. I can do the same with the sun. So if you observe the moon at exact quarter phase, then he observed how long it took for the sun to come into view. He knows by extrapolation backwards of those two time frames what the angle between them would have been if he could have seen them. He is assuming a fixed periodicity of those two orbits in that model, but he could have made. But the key is he probably would have made the observation more than once. So which by definition means he would have done it on different days.
All right, so it still doesn't make sense, man.
Well, here's the key. Yeah? Here's the key. It makes sense to a lot of people, who understand the geometry and the mathematics.
All right, so where's the 89.85 coming from? We still haven't even gotten to that.
We have. Look. I can measure them.
Who's defining? Well, sorry. Who's defining the quarter phase at 89.85? Meaning that there's no
one is. No one's saying that. No one's saying that at all. When the moon is exactly a quarter phase, I can measure its angular position across its transient in the sky. Okay, I do that by having a reference frame on my telescope. Yeah, if I wait a period of time, the moon will move. Okay, if I measure the angle between where the moon was and where it is, there will be a linked relationship between that angle and the time that passed in that transient, because the moon, I'm presuming the moon is locked, so its angular transience is equivalent to a time frame, because if I wait long enough, it will come back round again. If I wait long enough for the quarter phase, it will come back round again. And if I wait long enough, the sun will come back round again. If I know the time frame when I measure the exact quarter phase, and then I know the exact time when the sun is in some position in the sky and I can measure the angle, I can extrapolate the angle that exists between me and the moon and me and the sun, even though I couldn't see both of them simultaneously.
Yeah, man. I mean, you can always see the sun and the moon, and they're always in an angle, angle. So, but the thing is that
you can't always see them both, though, can you? This is the thing.
So now you're claiming that the 89.85s come from not being able to see them both? That's not what Bob was saying.
If you can see them both, you can use a standard sort of sextant measurement. You can use a protracted measurement to measure the angle between them. If you can't, based upon the assumptions of the astronomy you're working with, which is they move, they have an angular transience which is fixed to time. By measuring them at certain time frames, you can work out what the angle was at the point when you measured the quarter phase of the moon. I can, for example, look at the moon when it's at quarter phase, and even if the sun is the other side of the Earth, if I know that if I've got time measurements to when it comes back into view, I can extrapolate backwards to where the angular position of the sun when I first looked at the moon, even though I couldn't see it, even though it was out of view. So whether he could see them both simultaneously or not, he can work out the angle at the instant of his observation of the quarter moon. This is how astrologers started using predictive methods for working out when wandering stars would be on the sunset in certain constellations, because they understood that it was a fixed periodicity of it all. So therefore, they were to extrapolate forwards and backwards on paper and then observe it in the sky. Because if anything at all, it has in it within its framework by all intents and purposes a consistent periodicity of it all. So you can understand that if you can see something in one position now, you know that a certain time period it will be somewhere else. Simultaneously, if you see something at one angle and you measure it at another angle, then you can work out what the time was between your two measurements without having any time reference on the surface where you are. You understand there's a fix. You granted you're working on the presumption they're working in a mechanical symmetry. But that every observation we've ever made, by and large, I mean, there are perturbations and there are deviations from that, which again we are understood. But by and large, it's accurate enough for you to make these kind of measurements.
So still haven't really described where an 89.85 comes from. I mean, you said a lot of things and sort of theoretical concepts, but that really wasn't established. I mean, the new moon is like the sun and the moon are circles in the sky. We're here on Earth. At the new moon versus a quarter or a full moon or a three quarters, and then back to a new moon, are on a cycle. They're very, very regular to the point to where an ephemeris is a resource manual that essentially gives you the exact degree position within the zodiac that the sun and the moon are at any moment in time, because they're like gears of a clock.
Yeah.
So the sun and the moon go through, just like the hands of a clock, they go through times when they're right on top of each other, then they're 90-degree, quarter, 180, etc. And that's all within the time cycles, the cycles of the moon. Now, when the moon is in a quarter phase, meaning the illumination of the terminator line and the degree reaches 90, it's at a quarter moon. That's all that we can observe is the positions of them.
Absolutely. That's your starting position. You know that the sun and the moon are 90 degrees apart. Now, if you know even if you can't see the sun, okay, you can wait a period of time until the sun reaches a certain position of the sky, measure the angular distance of the sun at that point later on. Moon may have disappeared by then, yeah? Because you know that there's a period of time has passed, you can extrapolate backwards to where if you know the angular position of the sun now, and you know it was 4 hours late after since you made your moon measurement, it's 4 hours over 24 hours. That gives you an angular transience for the sun. Therefore, you can back propagate where the sun would be in terms of an angular observation for you from your current angular position now. You've got an angular position which you wrote down on the moon, an angular position you wrote down on the sun. If you plug those into standard Euclidean mathematics, you'll get an 89 point whatever it is degree angle. The angle is a constant. This 89 whatever it is angle is a consequence of two things: an angular observation of the moon, a recording of time until the sun comes into a visual observation for time framework, the angular observation of the sun at that point, a certain set time later, and then on the basis that it is, as you say, a geared mechanical system, extrapolating backwards. So where was the sun 4 hours ago? I know where it is now. I know that in 4 hours earlier, it was a certain angular distance away from where it is now. So it may put it over the horizon, back in a position where you can't see it again, which is clearly what would happen if you couldn't see it in the first place. But there's a time frame, so that the sun would have shifted from where you see it now back. Therefore, you can work out an angular observation to the sun at that point. The difference between your visual angular observation of the moon and your non-visual angular observation of the sun, based upon the fact it's a geared system, gives you the 89 point whatever it is.
With the sun and if you're trying to add a time factor into that, the sun and the moon have changed in their 90-degree position.
Look, if I look at
that's not really a valid way to get an angle. You're trying to use.
It is an wholly valid way. If you know that something rotates in a given time frame, you can measure the angular deviance over between two. You make observations of an angular deviance and know what the time frame difference was between the two measurements. That's how an hour hand on a clock works. Yeah. Or you can wait a period of time.
The sun and the moon are always moving at different rates. So if you're waiting a period of time, you're not really measuring the 90 degrees. You're getting something else, which is not the actual quarter phase.
No, you fail to recognize how astronomers use a telescope. They set the telescope up, they observe something, they wait a period of time, and then they shift the calibrated position of the telescope, and they look at the angular difference over that period of time. They correlate. If you have to move your telescope a certain number of degrees for the sun, it will always correlate to a periodicity of time between the two. That's why a sundial works. It's got marks on it. When there's an angular change, there are numbers there because you can quantify those angular changes as changes in time. It's a geared system. If I observe the sun now, and I can work out where I'd have to position my telescope angularly from the position I'm looking at, calibrated position now, to see the sun at a certain time the next day, because there is an immutable link.
What about when the solar day changes?
Yeah, that's the whole thing with this as well. There's the equation of time, and then there's these other the difference between solar and sidereal day. So yeah, I mean that's the thing. This 89
and he would have no doubt taken this into consideration because he was intimate with the heliocentric model.
Wait, who did that? I'm sorry.
You can invoke things that are deviances from it. Yeah, you're making the presumption that he didn't factor those in, and you're making the assumption that he made one observation on one occasion.
I think you're
neither of those
that he did factor it in. Yeah.
Well, he's a scientist. Scientists tend to do measurements repeatedly before they start asserting things.
Well,
that's
Bob
how it works.
This all started because Bob was in here earlier. It was basically Aristarchus and the 87-degree angle that he claimed that he measured. This thing between he's trying to claim this triangle between the sun and the moon, and essentially using the distance to the moon as one unit, which is essentially 236,000 miles. And then by getting this 89.85-degree angle, well, okay, Aristarchus got like 87, but Bob was claiming that now in modern day, quote unquote, they can get 89.85. Is what he's claiming. Although he didn't have any data on that. He said someone did it. When I asked him, he got angry and mad. He didn't have it. It was something he just said, I don't have to do it myself. This other guy did it. He didn't even give any resource for what that is. So nonetheless, the whole thing hinges on that 89.85 degrees, because then using the arc and tan of the triangle, then just does calculations to get the 392 number out of that. 392 is what he's then using to multiply the 236,000. So the 236,000 to the moon multiplied by 392 gives this 93 million. It's like it's a system of assumptions and ad hocs and calculations.
It's an assumption. It's an assumption, yes, that you know the distance between the moon and the Earth, and then you apply a multiplier to get to the position of the sun. Yes, that's an assumption. There's no ad hocism there. However, it's not the only measurement they've ever made of the distance to the sun.
But there's no 89.85. Like at a quarter phase, it's a clockwork. So at a quarter phase, they're exactly 90. So this
yes, there is the 90. That's not that is the presumed angle at the moon from the sun and the Earth. The moon is that's the angle in the corner where the moon is. The 89 point whatever it is the angle with the corner where the sun is. The Earth is. Then they're not related. The 90 is only used for a presumption of the time frame for the mechanism.
No, the 90 is the actual degree. Like if like let's say like an AE map, that type of layout with Polaris in the center. If you then imagine the sun and the moon, out sort of over the tropics, the 90 degree would essentially be like at Polaris. Like the sun into Polaris, the moon.
No,
So
that's got nothing to do.
Hold on. The entire circle, the zodiac is a circle. It's 12 sections of 30 degrees. So when the sun and the moon are at a quarter phase, it is precisely 90 degrees. They are in a 90 degree relationship wherever you're viewing them from. Sure, you can make a triangulation from that, but they're 90 degrees. There's no 89.85. That's where there's a series of assumptions being used.
No, you don't understand. There's a 90 degree presumptive angle between the Earth and the Moon and the Sun. That's the right angle triangle. Yeah. The 89 is one of the other two angles. If we can't establish that, then I'm either not doing an adequate enough job of describing it to you, or you don't understand basic trigonometry. It's one of the two. I'm prepared to concede that I'm not describing it properly.
You actually think this proves something?
Sorry?
You actually think this proves something?
What do you mean? What do you mean? Do I actually? It's an evidence. It's not a proof. It's an observation. It's not a proof.
Is there any alternative explanation for the observation?
Can you come up with one?
I don't make assumptions of where the moon is, for starters. So
neither is he. Neither is Aristarchus making presumptions where the moon is.
Oh, really?
If you listen very carefully, if you'd have listened for the last hour, no one said there is an assumption about the position of the moon or the distance to the moon.
Well, you just straw man me because you didn't listen to the last 30 seconds, and I can think of about a million things I'd rather do than listen to this for an hour. But
all right, I'll say I'll go then. I don't want to waste your time, so I'll go.
Listen, you said that he assumed the distance to the moon, my dude.
No, he didn't say that. I didn't say that. He what the measurement did I say he presumed was the distance of the moon? What quantifiable distance did I say he assumed the moon was far away from us?
You said yes, he assumed the distance to the moon. That's what you said.
No, I
It's
didn't.
not ad hoc. That's
No, I
what you
didn't.
said.
I did not presume. I said he presumed the distance to the moon, not once.
So if I play it,
He
you'll
didn't.
admit you were wrong. You want to take it back now and say you misspoke or something?
He didn't presume the distance to the moon. He didn't know the distance to the moon. If I said that incorrectly, then I mischaracterized what I said. But for the entire hour, I've been saying he didn't know the distance to the moon, nor did he presume it.
So how did
Okay, so if I misspoke, if I misspoke a minute ago, I apologize. But for the past hour, at no point have I said, "Oh, he presumed the moon was a certain quantifiable distance away," because he didn't.
Well, that's what I said.
But Pazzo, you sound super worked up, and we can just chat about it. It's all good, It doesn't. I mean, it's. Well,
when someone asks me what does this prove, that's asinine because it's not a proof. It's an observation, and it makes assumptions about the model. It's not a proof. It's an evidence. An evidence of a portion.
So then it's just like a begging the question.
Okay, fine. Yeah, all right. I'll leave it there. If people are going to presume that you build a logical construct on some premise assumptions, that it's begging the question, then I'm wasting my time.
Well, it's all good. I'm just saying, like.
Yeah, it is all good. It is actually. It is all good.
How could you make a base assumption and then turn around and say it's like evidence for your assumption, right? I mean, it seems kind of.
Well, you can make some assumptions. I can make assumptions in my life, and then make observations, and then make other assumptions. That's how logic constructs work. You always have the caveat that the original assumption is not true, or is misrepresentative of reality.
So based on the relationship between
but the point is this is the point. Okay, right? Yeah, this is an observation based on assumptions. From that, he constructs an assumption. You can critique the secondary assumption based on the first if you want to. If you're going to turn around and go, well, that first one's, what's the point if it's the first one's assumption? Fine, that's great.
Honestly, I'm not trying to really take over the convo or anything because I don't even know what you're talking about. So.
Oh, I get that.
Like you said something about determining the distance to the sun by looking at angles to the moon.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is like all about determining the distance to the sun, I guess.
It's a proportionality of the distance from the sun and the moon based on a whole raft of assumptions, i.e., based in the construct of the heliocentric model. That's it.
Yeah. What about whenever they're like the same exact angular size though? I don't
Well,
know.
this is the problem. This is the thing. It's just a specific observation at a specific time frame within the model. You can't use this mechanism all the time.
Right, like when they're the same angular size.
No, the datum point in time is when you can measure the angle from your observation to the moon at exact a quarter phase.
And then you take an angle to the sun.
Yeah.
And you
can either do that. You can either do that by direct physical observation, protracted using a sextant, or an astronomer will use a telescope with a datum position. But if you don't have that, you could actually derive the angle between what you're looking at now and the sun using an observation of the sun later on and measuring the time between the two observations.
Doesn't it seem like a bit of a leap to be like the angles are slightly different, even though sometimes they're exactly the same angular size, so therefore the sun must be, millions of miles further away?
Well, no, you see, he at the point when he made this observation, he wasn't actually quantifying any distances. He was literally using standard geometry and a standard appreciation of the fixed relationship between time and angular distances of things we observe to derive a right angle triangle.
Well, the solar day actually changes, right? So like,
yes, it does. It does change. Yes.
Yeah, and there just isn't an 89.85. Like a quarter phase is 90 degrees because it's like 90 is a quarter of 360. So
you keep going back to that. Yeah, the 90 degrees angle.
Thing lies.
The 90 degrees angle is understood. We both understand that's at the moon. Yeah. The 89 is one of the other two angles. He has a triangle. What he derives from it is a right angle triangle. So you have a right angle in one corner. You got 89 point something, or he had 87 point something in the other, and then he had two very long sides to the triangle, and at the far end a very acute angle of 2 point whatever it is degrees. Don't keep conflating the 89 to the 90. They're two different angles within the same triangle construct.
What's the 89 go to?
What?
Exactly. Like that one that he just posted, the Slickwit in the chat. It's the thing that Baba drew earlier, but then he just added the numbers. Yeah, I totally understand that. You're on the Earth, and you guys are claiming that at the quarter moon, you're measuring this 89.85. What I'm saying is that by definition, like definitionally, within the sky clock, the way that the whole system works, within the zodiac, there's 12 signs that are 30 degrees each. A quarter moon phase is defined in the ephemeris as well, of the documented for eons of time we've documented, because these things are like gears on a clock. So what I'm just saying that at the quarter phase, it is at 90. So the whole that's what I've been asking this whole time. How is somebody claiming that at the quarter moon it's actually 89.85 from the Earth?
They're not. You're conflating two things. The 90 degrees is when it's at quarter phase, you know that from you to the moon and then a line from the moon to the sun is a right angle. 90 degrees. Now the question is, what is then the angle when if you could see the sun at the same time as you could see the moon, and you use a sextant or protractor, you could measure the sweep between the center of the moon and the center of the sun, and that would be your 89 degrees. Is that any clearer?
Comparing the center to the center?
Yeah, these are the two distant things you're observing, so you can get an angle between them. If you're looking at two things in the distance, in a circular to your position, you could use edge to edge or center to center. It doesn't really matter. But the point is, he's getting a sweep between the observed position of the moon and the observed position of the sun. If he can see them both, he can do it simultaneously. If he can't, he can back propagate it from measurements later than that of the sun and based upon the time frame. The 89 degree effectively is me looking at the sweep between the moon and the sun. The 90 degree would be if I was on the moon looking at the sweep between the earth and the sun. And if I was at the sun, the sweep between the earth and the moon would have been the 2.3 degrees. And for nowadays, it's measured to be a lot smaller, if you believe what Bob said. But you have what you get out of this is a right angle triangle, i.e., one angle of 90, a large angle of
Almost a
89
right
at
angle
one
triangle.
corner, and then a tiny little angle of 2 degrees on the other one.
How would you know what it is from the moon?
Pardon?
How would you know what the angle is to the Earth from the moon?
Because he's again, I'll say it one more time. He's making this. Okay, shall I explain? Shall I answer your first question?
Well, I meant to say moon
He's
to
working.
the Earth. Yeah.
Okay, fine. You carry on.
Why are you so like worked up?
Because you asked me a question, you create a little gap. I go to talk, and then you start talking again. Do you want me to answer?
I just corrected me misspeaking, man.
Yeah, you seem kind of tense, man. I mean, we're just having a combo. It's all good. He just said something, but yeah, go ahead. I mean, you can.
The 90 degree. He is presuming, he's making the assumption the Earth is spherical and is illuminated by the sun. If it's a quarter phase, from our observation, it means the sweep between the moon between the Earth and the sun is 90 degrees.
Oh, so it has to assume the entire model, right? I mean,
yes. How many times does someone have to say this assumes the entire heliocentric model?
So it's like actually very fruitless, right? I mean,
okay, fine.
What if the moon is just self-illuminating in a cyclical nature?
You're right. You're right. Listen, again, we can do this now. We came in, and Bob came in telling you that this assumes the heliocentric model and all the properties of the objects involved. Okay. On the basis of that assumption, and this is the key thing, you have to listen to this. On the basis of that assumption, he made some observations, which helped him work out a ratio distance between the moon and the sun. Okay, now that could be presented to you, and you can go, "Well, this will presume heliocentric model." Fine, let's not discuss it then.
Well, for example, like why wouldn't this work with the geocentric model?
Well, demonstrate it working.
Oh, what? That the
mathematically or with observations as a telescope. What you're saying to me is, so we're in a situation where someone's made an effort to on assumptions measure something and make other assumptions, and a load of other people haven't, and you will then ask me why they haven't. Is that what you're asking me?
Oh no, I know that very prominent astronomers have worked out the entire sky on a geocentric model, so it definitely has been done. But I guess what you're like.
I'd like to see the star. I'd like to see the star maps for that.
Okay, it's been
I'd like
done.
to see yeah, I know it has. Yeah, everyone says that, but it's not been presented. You don't have you don't have a coherent model for the southern skies.
Oh, you're talking about like a flat Earth. Yeah. Well, I don't think anyone's done it for a flat Earth other than this like ancient. Well, not ancient, but like the late 1800s. There's a Buddhist astronomer that did it, and it's actually been like hidden. So actually, someone wrote their thesis paper at Stanford about it.
Sure. The most famous person to have done a geocentric globe Earth model of the whole stellar cartography, it was the Almagest by Ptolemy.
Well, Ptolemy is one, but no, I mean there were things way after that, but whatever.
But there's nothing that anybody can add to the Ptolemaic model because he measured everything and he categorized everything and he made some base presumptions about how things moved around the Earth. And in the Almagest and in his later treaties, or some of his other treaties, he does cite the anomalies that he can't extrapolate a mechanical model for himself personally. In other words, things like retrograde motion.
No, these are well explained.
They are well explained if you put a third force in play, but they're not explained just by things going around other things.
Check this, man. Here's astronomer Fred Hoyle. We know that the difference between a heliocentric and geocentric theory is one of motions only, and that such a difference has no physical significance. The Ptolemaic and Copernican views, when improved by adding terms involving the square and higher powers of the eccentricities of the planetary orbits, are physically equivalent to one another.
Yeah, and how many astronomers think that you can't align the two models up mathematically?
Well, you just objectively can, and actually the most efficient one of this is, I'm just letting you know, man, the most efficient one is the Neo-Tychonic system. So
no, it's not. The most efficient one we got is the one we use, which is the one we derive things like stellarium from, and all astronomers use for observation.
Well, actually, the Neo-Tychonic system, although a slightly more complicated math at the outset, is actually more elegant and more adaptable. So, I mean, you can Say whatever you
Fine.
want. It also makes the galaxies
I
complete a circuit once a year, which that's why it's
and the
very
galaxy
elegant.
and the galaxies don't complete a circuit every year.
From a geocentric perspective, they do.
Well, but that's not necessarily describing reality. That's absurd. That's describing your personal observation.
That's coming from the observation. Yeah, like you guys claim that even though it looks like we're in the center, it just looks like you're in the center everywhere in the whole universe.
Any personal observation puts you at the center of the observation. That's the nature of personalized observation.
Yeah, so you think that it just all the data shows even energy distribution with the Earth at the center, but it would look like that everywhere, which actually doesn't make sense.
We're moving somewhere else now, but from an astronomical point of view, all observations we make from a personal observation don't align to the notion that I'm in the center of all observations across all time frames. That's why we have a digression from Ptolemaic model to the Copernican model.
I'm really just hoping that you can take something away from this and know that you shouldn't say that retrograde can't be explained in a geocentric model.
I've read significant chunks of both the some Copernican treaties and the Ptolemaic Almagest. Yeah.
What about Tycho
I implore you to do. I implore you to do the same. I know
I've read a lot of and Tycho Brahe and about neo-Tychonic systems in modern times.
Yeah, and have you done much practical astronomy with a telescope?
All of it works. Why do I need to go test it?
Yeah, fine.
There's
no
planetary observation by which we on Earth can prove that the Earth is moving in an orbit around the sun. That's all
not true.
Galileo's discoveries with the telescope.
There are evidences. There are observations that not proofs, evidences.
Wait up, man. Thus, all Galileo's discoveries with the telescope can be accommodated to the system invented by Tycho Brahe just before Galileo began his observations of the heavens. In this Tychonic system, the planets move in orbits around the sun, while the sun moves in orbit.
Sadly, when you start using non-standard optics and you start using more sophisticated measurements, it starts to fall down a bit even further. But that's not right.
In the Tychonic system, the planets move in orbits around the sun while the sun moves.
And yes, I get that. You can create an orrery which represents what we see from a geocentric model. But like you say, when you start looking further afield, it's not purposeful.
Do you have any specificity, or are you just going to baselessly assert that?
Yeah, and Paz, you were. I know, like, you were kind of interrupting because he was reading something. So,
if I interrupted, it's because I'm traveling in the car. So, my apologies.
It's all good. The last part was, furthermore, the daily rotation of the heavens is communicated to the sun and planets so that the Earth itself neither rotates nor revolves in an orbit. Physicist Bernard Cohen.
Sure.
Okay, that's all I'm trying to say is that it's like a misnomer. If you Google it, you won't get any academic articles, but you'll get like Popular Science or something. Like, how do we know the Earth's not geocentric? And one of the things they'll say is retrograde and parallax. Both of these things can be explained from a geocentric perspective. Like, it's a very ignorant position. So,
the retrograde motions suggest that something is either moving in a non-symmetrical. A non-circular fashion around the sky. Right.
Wait, have you actually seen the planets mapped out in a geocentric? Have you seen their orbits mapped out in a geocentric perspective before?
Well, I've read the Almagest, so doesn't that answer itself?
Well, you've seen the visualization of it?
It's in the Almagest. Ptolemy puts an orbital sequencing of things around the Earth in the Almagest.
Like over the course of their 17 and 20-year cycles and stuff like that.
But yeah,
life.
I thought you said you'd read the Almagest.
No, I said I've read through a lot of Tycho Brahe and Ptolemy and the neo-Tychonic spin on Tycho Brahe. I haven't read the entire anything. Here, okay. I'm about to show you.
The Almagest is a culmination. I think it's of measurements over 37 years. I think it is for Ptolemy, and he's got diagrams of what he thinks is the orbital construct. He's systematic measuring over a long period of time. He was a luminary of his time.
All right, nice. So you want to see what they look like?
Well, retrograde motion, it doesn't change any direction. Retrograde is simply a speed change. So the way we observe them on Earth, like let's say you're chilling on Earth and you've got the equator, Tropic of Cancer, Tropic of Capricorn as they're just paths in the sky, lines in the sky. And let's say Mercury, so Mercury is in its position between the tropics at some part of the year, and it moves at a particular speed, as they all do. They all move at a slightly different speed. And when one of these goes retrograde, they essentially they just change speed. And in the case of retrograde, they're actually speeding up because they go faster than the sidereal day. The sidereal day is 23 hours, 56 minutes. When any of these are going retrograde, they're actually going faster than the sidereal day by just a slight amount. So normally they're going slower than a sidereal day, which is why they progress through the zodiac. They're usually moving a little slower, just like the sun and the moon. Everything's moving slower than the stars. So that's why they're all moving through the zodiac, by degrees. So you have, like if you were born, the sun is in Sagittarius or the sun is in Capricorn, etc. That's because the sun is actually in that position in the sky. So the retrograde motion, what they do is they just speed up a little bit to go faster than the fixed stars. Yeah, faster than the sidereal day. And when they do that, they're in retrograde. So in the zodiac, they look like they're moving backwards, which is actually clockwise, ironically. So when you're looking at the actual zodiac, but they may look like that, that it's moving backwards in relation to the fixed stars. But in actual reality, as time is unfolding, they're actually all they're doing is moving slightly faster than the fixed stars. And then once they go back into direct motion, they slow down and they go a little slower than the fixed stars. It's simply just a very minor speed change.
Exactly. So, but the point is this, okay? In the Copernican model, in the geocentric model, okay, none of the things are actually speeding up or slowing down. It's just parallax changes, observational differences between you and the background stars. Okay, that's what they. Hang on, let me finish. In the what Ptolemy presumed in his Almagest and all his work, that these bodies there were no forces at play other than their orbits. And so he presumed that he looked at the vast amount of things in the sky, and they have a fixed transience. In other words, they go over a given time, they sweep a certain distance, which is a standard appreciated model of how things move. In other words, they're just going round. There's no forces at play. They're at a fixed speed. They're just going round. Okay, you're right. Retrograde motion is observed change of speed. Ptolemy found the conflict in that because he couldn't understand what would have been making them speed up and slow down. So in his Almagest, he does actually allude to the notion that these things are either there are forces at play we don't understand speeding these things up and slowing them down in some perfect symmetry, or there is the observational construct is anomalous. That's it.
Or it's just so you know, man, like, that parallax doesn't prove heliocentrism, right? I mean, like, it's just two different perspectives. They're interchangeable, and each coordinate system is equally valid. And according to many physicists, which I'm not appealing to their authority, but you can just look at it, right? The truth is that it's actually more adaptable, a geocentric position. So, I mean, I get there's a misnomer that it's not.
That opinion is in conflict with the vast amount of astronomy.
Well, I'm sitting here reading like very prominent astronomers saying it, though.
Yeah, but how many prominent astronomers are saying that geocentrism is a more adaptable model than heliocentrism?
That's what I'm saying. Quite a few of them are saying it's more elegant and adaptable, but it's easier math for the heliocentric model at the beginning.
Yeah, the simpler model, and no matter how you look at it, because eluding forces at play, speeding things up and slowing things down, is a more complex model than saying they are all moving at the same speed.
Well, no, because the whole sky has all kinds of there's like the equation of time, the changes in the sun. Also, there's the precession of the equinoxes. So there's definitely changes in the way, like the precession of the equinoxes has to do with the variation between the sun at the equinox and the fixed stars. That is on its own cycle, and they're changing quote unquote speed. Now, maybe not as dramatically as retrograde, because the precession of the equinoxes is a 26,000 year cycle, whereas retrogrades usually, in the longest cases, they last for 6 months. When it comes to like Pluto, Neptune, Uranus, those are longer, and even Saturn is like they can have longer ones. Whereas like Mercury is only like 3 weeks, for example. Mars is a whole month.
There are things that there is a construct.
Mars is 3 months. Sorry. Yep.
There is a construct, and in this geocentric model, where they're speeding up and slowing down, because most of them are in ecliptic or ecliptic orbits, so things do speed up and slow down.
Check this, Pata. So if we were to adopt a frame of reference like Tycho's in which the Earth is at rest, then the distant galaxies would seem to be executing circular turns once a year. That's
Yes.
physicist Steven Weinberg.
Yes, that's a statement of fact. You look at the sky; it all goes round you in a year.
It's a more elegant model, man. I mean,
it's not elegant. It's not elegant when you start looking at things that seem to be speeding up and slowing down, and some things transit in front of things they shouldn't transit in front of.
well, it's very elegant when you know what a torus field is, and you look at the geometric expression of a toroid. Because
what's that got to do with what's that got to do with stellar observations? A toroid,
dude. Look at the stellar observations, and then lay them over a toroid, like just
stellar
like the planetary observations as well. I dropped them in 50 minutes after the hour, right? If you put that over a toroid, it works perfectly. So they're moving within a toroid.
Where are you positioned on the toroid?
We're in the center.
What the space that's not in part of the shape itself?
Wait, so what?
You're in the center. A toroid being a donut, you're literally hovering in the middle of the donut hole in the middle of the toroid, are you?
Well, I happen to know that the Earth actually isn't curving, so we're actually in the plane cut through the middle of the toroid. Yeah.
The plane cut through the middle of the.
Yeah, it's called a block domain wall.
To be clear, are you on the surface of the toroid? Are you in the void in the toroid?
We're in the middle. We're in like the inertial plane. It's called a block domain wall. Have you heard of that? Like in a magnetic field, which is a toroid, right? You have like a horizontal plane.
If I pick up a donut and I put an observer in the middle of the hole of the donut, there's vast amounts of sweeping around in my field of view, which aren't the donut. I can see stuff that isn't the donut. How can that be a coherent understanding of a 360-degree triaxial model of the observation that we live in?
Yeah. Okay. So look, here's my logo. We live in the plane in this logo. Okay, so
that's not answering my question. That's not answering my question.
Wait, why can't we account for observations in the top half of this toroid? Specifically, why would that not work? Because it would work, and all magnetic fields have that inertial plane right there.
If I'm in the middle of the hole of the toroid and I look in directions perpendicular to the plane of the toroid, I'm not looking at the toroid.
Okay. The toroid isn't like a physical donut, and we don't just live in the center hole. We live like through the center horizontally.
So it's a non-physical thing describing a 360-degree triaxial physical observation of reality.
Well, it's a magnetic field, but it's not like this material.
Oh, it's a magnetic field now. So it's not an is it a photon-based light observational field, or is it a magnetic field? You're chucking an awful lot of stuff in here to get around the idea that
your model claims that there's a toroid.
What?
Yeah, you not know what the Van Allen radiation belts are?
Yeah, that's a thing inside the realm of all the things I can see. It's not they're not using a toroid to elicit any idea of the entire thing. It's a thing inside it. Let's not be silly. Let's not be silly. I can pick up a donut. That doesn't mean the universe is the shape of a donut, does it?
No, of course.
Why are you doing that? Why are you doing that?
Pazza, you are fired up.
Of course I am. When someone says to me, "Oh, the universe," we think the universe is the shape of a donut because of the Van Allen belts, or I can pick up a donut.
That's not what I said.
You didn't address what I said.
Radiation belts. I don't believe.
You still haven't addressed what I said. You said you're in the center of a donut, and I said if a toroid. If you're in the center of a toroid and you look at directions perpendicular to the toroidic plane, you are not looking at the toroid at all. How can being in the middle of a toroid be an analogy for a triaxial 360-degree universal field of view? It can't be, can it?
We are in the horizontal plane through the middle of the torus field. Okay.
We live in a three-dimensional world in the horizontal plane of a toroid. Is that what you're saying?
Are you looking in the chat?
I can't see the chat. I'm driving.
Okay, have you seen a torus before?
You know,
take a knife and slice through the middle of your donut. Okay, we live on that plane. We look up. We observe the top half of this donut, which is a giant toroid. Okay, and all the movements, all the celestial bodies move within that. Coincidence that their paths actually literally match the geometric expression of a toroid. Probably just a coincidence.
So you got so where are you? Where is your location in this half toroid now?
Well, yeah, we're on the whole plane cut through the middle.
But if you were on a plane, okay, how does that relate to looking in a three-dimensional world?
What? You think planes can't be 3D?
Well, no, a plane is 2D, isn't it? If you cut a plane
No.
through a 2D shape, a toroid is a 3D shape. A plane going through it is 2D.
Yeah, yeah, but it would be a circle effectively through the toroid. It could technically be all kinds of things, but you can have 3D plane shapes, my guy.
No, 3D planar shapes. A plane is in two dimensions.
Okay, dude. The Earth is a plane. We obviously have depth on the Earth. Okay, we live on this plane, and it's in the middle of a toroid.
But you're presuming a flat Earth if you say we live on a plane.
Well, yeah, you asked me what I think.
Now listen, we're coming back to where we were. You invoked a toroid as the observational universe. Okay,
Well,
you've got to position yourself within that, and you've got to have a three-dimensional spatial coherent model around you, which is represented by a toroid. How do you do that? I don't observe things in a plane. I observe things in 3 dimensions. I look up, down, left, and right. So if you're going to say that something, the idea that you're in the middle of a sphere, fair enough. The idea in the middle of some other shape, you're inside any shape, inside the shape, I can understand because I can look around and I can map everything on the interior of the shape.
Yeah, that's
if you're outside the shape, physically outside the shape, then there are directions you can look at where you're not looking at the fucking shape.
Well, we're not physically outside the shape, man. We are inside.
So we're no longer floating in the middle of the toroidic plane in the center of the donut, which is where we were an hour
ago.
ago.
Outside of it, if we're inside of it.
If I'm in the middle of the hole, looking
it's not
around,
just the hole, man. How do you understand this? I wish you could just see the picture because it's kind of aggravating. I mean,
so you're inside you're in the interior of the toroid, somewhere inside the ring of the toroid, are you?
Yeah, if you draw a circle through the middle, right? You see the toroid from the side, looks like a donut, right? Now we're gonna go up and look down at the donut. You see the hole in the middle, right? That whole circle, you could have a whole plane right through the middle. Okay, you could draw a circle right through the middle of it. Anywhere on that plane,
then
we actually have all the observations mapped out on that very thing. And then when we look at the planetary
so you're saying we are somewhere inside the body of the toroid. Is that what you're saying now?
Yes, that's what I've been saying all the time.
Right. So clearly, what that means that if I'm in the body of the toroid, there's a vast amount of the toroid I can't see at all.
Well, yeah, certainly below us, I would say. Yeah. Why can't you see the rest? I mean.
If you build a hollow toroidic shape and put a camera in there, a fixed position in there, you can't see an awful lot of the interior of the toroid ever.
Yeah, what? We can see the whole top half, man. And
think of a car tire on a rim, okay, right? That's an interior. That's topologically it's a toroid, yeah.
Okay.
If I put a camera, fix it to the wall of the tire or the wall of the rim looking the other way, yeah, I can't see the cavity right round the tire.
Okay, so I just explained that it's not material, right? And of course we have a limited perspective. That's why we can't see Polaris from too far south, right?
Okay, well, if it's not material, I don't really know where to take it, to be honest with you, because if it's an immaterial model of a material world, it's got limited utilization to me, frankly.
Dude, you guys claim that is a vacuum of space, dude. What are you talking about?
That is just saying there's gaps between things, yeah.
Okay.
Inside the entire realm. No, you just said your model was immaterial. There's either a bad choice of words or it's alluding to the fact that this isn't a material model.
No, like is a magnetic field material?
Yes, it has a material context.
Is not. Magnetic fields are not material.
No, well, all right. Sorry, there's a definition construct here. Immaterial.
Yeah.
In a sense, it's immaterial because it hasn't got matter. Yeah.
Hey, thank you, man. That's what I'm saying. So you keep on using stuff like a tire, which is material, so it's not analogous. I mean,
but if your model is immaterial, okay, yeah, then that still doesn't get around the fact that you can't see a vast amount in the toroidal cavity from where you are.
Yeah, we can't see the whole sky anywhere on the Earth.
Well, you wait long enough, you can. You can see
Yeah, because
there's
it
no
moves.
surprises. Nothing pops up all of a sudden that's a surprise.
Well, because it moves. The sky moves.
Yeah, okay. So you're not moving inside your toroid. The whole point about your model is you have to describe your fixed position within the contextual space around you. So if you're going to do it inside a toroid, there's a whole section of the toroidic cavity you can never see unless you move.
No, the sky moves over top.
So the whole so everything else in the toroid is moving around you, and you're inside the toroid.
Well, that's what we observe, right? I mean, you guys think that it looks like that, but it's just an illusion. And actually, all the stars are at rest relative to us, and we're moving. I just think the stars are moving like we see, which is why whenever we recorded the shortest day ever in July, and then the shortest day ever before that in 2020, but then in 2021, all of a sudden, it wasn't the shortest day ever. And your model can't even explain it because it has to claim the Earth is speeding up and slowing down. I'm like, no, the stars are just moving at different rates. So yeah, like I see the sky move. I document it all the time. You know, the stars never intersect with the horizon, which they would on the globe. All the evidence shows us that very thing.
Which stars never intersect with the horizon? Lots of stars go over the horizon.
No, if you without topography, if you take time lapse over the ocean, the stars never intersect with the horizon.
Oh well, I don't agree with that. There are constellations that disappear.
I've actually done it. So.
Well, if you do time lapse, okay, yeah. If you're far enough north, okay, yeah, then stars definitely do go over because your time lapse circles intersect with if you do time lapse long enough, some of the circles intersect the horizon.
Logically speaking, you would be correct, right? Like since you think it's a globe, right? Yeah, like the Earth's curving and would block part of the sky, right? So we can only see a certain amount of stars because.
Sorry. If you do a time lapse, there are stars that observe to intersect with the horizon.
Time lapse of star trails don't intersect with the marine horizon. If you're looking at like topography,
that's not true.
Okay, can you show it? Because I've been asking for weeks and no one has it, and I went and did it myself.
What you think no one's going to be clear? No one's going to can supply a time lapse photograph looking at the horizon on the water, where some of those circles in the time lapse don't intersect with the nautical horizon. Is that what you're saying?
Where they do, yeah. No one can provide time lapse of star trails over the ocean where the star trails run into the horizon of the water. They disappear above.
Okay, when I get to work, I'll post one. Yeah, I've got to go now because I'm approaching work and I'm in the car. Yeah.
Okay. Good luck.
Okay. Cheers.
All right. Relatively speaking, he's really not that bad, to be honest. Just me.
What's that?
I think he's really like not that bad, relatively speaking, to like other ballers.
Pazza?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like Pazza actually. Yeah. As far as ballers go.
He seems pretty genuine.
I mean, yep. Yeah. He's able to totally accept some of the things that the globe model doesn't have answers for. And he's not like an anti-flat earther whatsoever.
And this is the thing, right?
I'll just make sure that Merle can talk. Sky is falling. Could you know how to VC verify him? I keep hitting invite to talk, but it doesn't do anything. I'm not sure if
what am I supposed to go? I don't know. Gio, are you here?
The sky is falling.
Yeah, what is he? Is he a glober or is he?
That's Merle. He's a flat earther.
Oh, does he need to agree to the server guidelines?
It's all right. I'll get his roles. If it's Merle, is it Merle?
Yeah. The sky is falling.
Nice. What's up, Merle?
Okay.
Oh my god, I'm a flat earther. Okay. No, it's great. Thanks, Gio. Thanks, Dave.
Worries.
Oh man.
Howdy, Merle.
Who's that? Oh, is that Snacks? Hey,
who's Snacks? Yeah.
Oh yeah.
You sound different, bro. How you doing, Merle?
Good. I mean, I'm finding this interesting. Like, I'm in gems a lot. I have been for years, and it's like a bit of a love-hate relationship sometimes. But they grow on you like fungus. But there is question from them beyond all the trolling and the put downs. Do you have a replacement model? And I think that's what I mean. I don't know if that's a psyop in itself, but it's like I think some of them genuinely want one, because I think their question is, if the Earth's not a globe, what is it then? You know, and it's sort of like, but then when, if it's us, you know, if we're the community that's meant to provide that for them, I mean, is it just me, or does that seem like a huge ask?
Revolution. Good night.
What, like to replace their model?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, it's huge, dude. It's insane.
right?
They had millions of people with billions of dollars for hundreds of years working on it, and they still don't have one that works. So a bunch of flat earthers on the internet for 5 to 7 years, you know, come on.
Yeah, I mean, I just forgive me here, it's because it's been a long time. Like, it genuinely has been about 8 or 9 years. So the original mission sort of felt like just to hold heliocentrism accountable, kind of like coming off the back of that atheist creationist debate that I wasn't around for, but people like Jem and Dross and Jezebel Hannah were. But I think I was saying that to somebody today, like, he goes, "Oh, it's a joke at work." Like, they go, you know, "Don't get smart or I'll throw you off the edge of the earth." So they know what I think, and at first they got triggered, but now they just accept me for my outlook. But I was saying to someone at work, to cut a long story short, I just said, you know, when it comes to atheist and creationist debate, the creationists definitely won. When it comes to heliocentrist, flat earth debate, I really would like to see people who've been out here have a little bit of, not so much about validation or credence from mainstream establishment, but it's been an arduous process. And I know we've all learnt so much, and it's made us stronger. It hasn't been easy. So I'm just one of those people who would like to see yourself, Witset, Geo, because it's not about a Nobel Prize or a trophy. It's just about basic common courtesy, human to human. You know, that you've realised something, you've snapped out of a belief system based on theoretical mumbo jumbo, a lot of it. And that's really empowering and liberating, and we just get way too much flack, and so much of the positive that comes from that realization isn't always acknowledged. So that's my 2 cents for today.
Yeah, but check this out, bro. Like, the people that are on the internet that argue against flat Earth aren't like normal people. You know what I mean? Like, they're not, bro.
Yeah.
Like, in the real world, if you bring it up to someone, they may kind of instinctively fight it for a second, but they would never like stalk the conversation for 7 years, call people names and all this crazy stuff, right? Like, they're
Right.
like a small percentage of people. Like, I don't know. I would just not allow them to be overrepresented in your mind. Like, if you go into gyms, you'll be thoroughly convinced that, like, there's a ton of people that just think flat earthers are so stupid and they know all about it and they can blah blah blah. But they're like a rare group of people, right? In my opinion, I think so. And I think that we have a pure intention. We think that people are being deceived on a massive scale. We just want to find out the truth. We just question what they told us. It's not adding up. They think that what we were told is true, and they don't really have any pure intention. They claim it's entertainment or whatever, right? So there's just a huge divide there. I wouldn't put much much weight into it. Same thing for atheists. I don't know. I just kind of look at it like that instead of like, really taking them serious. Like when I travel the United States, people
Yeah.
did kind of mock me, but it wasn't like gyms.
Yeah, no, I hear you loud and clear. I think I kind of using is sometimes a negative word, but I road test things with them, and they don't disappoint me because they give you that standard mainstream response a lot of the time, especially like Pazza this then and Moyoc, man, and Bob, just Rumpus. There's this certain framework of thought there, and for most people, they've got a picture of it. So to question it, it's difficult for some people. But yeah, I agree with you. I'd like to see in my lifetime anyway. I mean, I can only speak for myself, but I've always sort of felt that we are going to find out where we are and what we're part of, and I think that's really significant because I didn't realize, but the more this has gone on and talking to people, I didn't realize on a fundamental level that humans have this confusion, about what they're really part of and what's really going on. And I think that's a shame. And especially, I mean, I can't, I'm sort of, I don't want to get too deep into anything, but just with new beings coming on the plane, and it'd just be nice to see some of those new generations not have to confront so much confusion, and have a
Check
little
this
bit.
out, dude. So I just had my first little girl, right? And
Cool.
what we're working on is putting together like a truther homeschool curriculum. And like kind of like a truther way to have the babies raise the babies. And I'm also working with other people to organize like an affordable map to self-sustainability. I think that if we just kind of put our efforts and energy into stuff like that, where I'm gonna get this like really dope like homeschool curriculum out to people, I think that's kind of how we combat it. We raise the next generation of legends, and we have to take them out of the public schooling system, and that's the only way. And I think that one like my daughter will have a better grasp of logic and where she lives than 10,000 people from a public school. So like although we may be somewhat outnumbered, or the next generation, right? They're going to be way more powerful. Like if I could go into I used to go into gyms, right? Like 20v1, but I would just slice them up and they would just fall like dominoes because one person with truth is way more powerful than like a million people lying. And that's kind of how I look at it. I'm in 2023, I have some pretty big plans and I'm going to be on some pretty big shows and stuff like that. But I'm really focusing my efforts on like the positive things that we do from here out to like set the future up,
Nice.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. Just be positive.
Like, can you? Are you getting any sense of? Might be a weird. It might be too personal, so feel free not to answer. But are you getting any kind of sense of what she's like?
Sort of. It's hard to say. She's like 2 weeks old, so she's yeah, but she is like focusing her eyes a lot. She's like super chill. She's already sleeping for like 5 to 6 hours straight through the night. She's like very responsive and like yeah, like I mean I can't know much, right? She's only 2 weeks, but she does like she holds eye contact, which from my understanding is like very rare from that age. So I don't know. I think that I can't really tell too much. I mean, personality wise, other than she just will like
She's
look
here.
at you. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
crazy.
present.
Yeah.
Nice.
She hasn't been detached via
Yeah.
poison, you know.
Yeah, and ignored.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She has both her mom and her dad there with her all the time, so it's cool, man. It's
Good
a cool
shit, man.
experience.
Good shit.
It's a learning experience, but that's why I want to like learn and I want to kind of throw it back out in the ether because a lot of people are kind of black pilled, right? They're like, after the last few years, like, you shouldn't be having babies and blah, blah, blah. And I disagree. I think that we should build competing supply chains. We should become self sustainable. We should network. Like, when I'm about to launch a couple of businesses, like, I'm only going to be hiring true earthers, you know? And I think that we also raise our children with homeschooling and we help each other out, even if it's like online. We like say this one girl's really good at teaching this. We can have like a bunch of kids in a video call learn about it. We take them to do hands-on stuff, all this different like dope curriculum. I just think that's how we win. I don't think that like focusing on see, I think there are way more true earthers personally. I think there are like a lot and it's just going to keep going up and yeah, like we're in contact with some really big names that are going to come out about True Earth. So I think we kind of like struggled through the mud, you know, like we were in the trenches for like 7 to 10 years. I think we're
Yeah.
finally going to start to see some light in the next few years. So
Yeah, fantastic, man.
yeah, and I could be wrong, but I mean, I'd rather be positive, right? I think
Yeah.
that the pandemic
Yeah.
woke a lot of people up.
Yeah, I mean, on the flip of that, like the negative, I can definitely speak for myself here. Like the negativity isn't going to yield anything like a legacy. There's no legacy in a in a black pill, you know, of doom. It just doesn't work, and that I think. I mean, I'm still coming to terms with the creator, and I feel if I set my frequency like as honest as I can be, you know, as brave as I can be, and face it all, that's what I'd want. If I was the creator, that's what I'd want from my beings. And if I could recognize that in them, I don't know. That's what, you know, I just have this kind of inner sense that the creation and the creators like that, you know. And I know it's a bit of a stretch. I can't prove it, but
Dude, I can like see, I don't know how to explain this, but it's like in a way, I guess I can like see the creator in my like little girl's eyes. It's like I can't imagine people having a baby and looking in their eyes and like not believing in a creator. I don't know. It seems surreal. It seems like she possesses a lot more intuition than I do, and she's like hyper aware, um, and just like innocent. You know, it's this really crazy thing. Um, so yeah, I don't know. I think the world's a beautiful place, man. I think everything's good. I think that right now I'm some uh, lame college dropout with a censored small YouTube channel with just 17,000 subs and, you know, barely pay my bills and blah, blah, blah. But I think that history will reflect that a lot of us were like legends and we stood up and spoke the truth when it was needed most. And, you know, there'll be a legacy of sorts created, you know. Even if we're not alive to see it, I'd still rather do it that way. Yeah.
yeah. Yeah. It's better than playing computer games, right?
Yeah. Or like being a computer character, like being an NPC in real life is, you know, I mean, yeah, video games, Netflix, porn, drugs, anything to kind of numb you and then just walk through life as an NPC. Like, yeah, that just sucks. Even if everyone says you're cool, it still is gonna suck. And in the long term, no one's gonna know who you were, and it's not even about that. No, like you're not gonna make an impact on the future world at all. You're gonna be completely lost in the ether. But like what we do here, what we do online, what we do when we talk to people, just the mere idea that we represent truth, like I think, kind of sends out ripples in the ether. You know what I mean? Like they can't be taken back. I think that everything that's ever done sends out a ripple in the ether that there's no like erasing it. It's like this eternal recording. And yeah, dude, I'd rather just like try and focus on my ripples being like positive and like productive for people, even if you never get your flowers, you know, like you'll still have done something. Like the people in gyms, like what are they doing for the world? Like what are they doing in any way that's a positive impact for the world or for the future generations? Like nothing, bro. Place sucks, dude. People, you know, I mean that place will bring you down. Because I used to be in there a lot. Just not a good place. It's just bad, low, toxic vibrations. Everything sucks. Nihilism, atheism. Then you get real combative, and then you're in this fight or flight mode, and it's like, it just sucks. You know what I mean? So, I'd rather not be like that. Even though sometimes it's easier to maybe be like that, but
I'm surprised. It's funny that there was this picture they posted. It was all of these. It was of a group of people with their arm horizontal, like to keep it flat, kind of arm. They all had masks on, like surgical masks, photoshopped. And there was one guy at the side with a dodo on his sort of arm. And I was like, because Pete Shea's in there a lot, and to me, like it's funny because Flat Earth, there's certain people that they're part of it, right? Like these interesting characters, and Pete Shea was always one person who'd say that we're all part of a much grander story. And for everything he said, you know, from the Tree of Life to Aristarchus and the dodo, that message always sort of resonated with me. So I like it that as fucked as sometimes Gems is, there are some diamonds in the in the sewage pile.
no, yeah, that's for sure.
I hear you, Austin.
I used to go in there a lot, bro. I used to yeah, I used to take it as like a challenge to debate them all, and
right,
you know, like in a way, I would take it as a challenge. Like, how can I get these people not to be defensive? Like a psychology analysis or something like that. Like, even though these people hate me and have vitriol for me and completely disagree with me and blah blah blah, like, can I get them to be like human and stuff? And yeah, like I mean, I had some positive interaction in there, but it just became way too much, man. It became way too much. I left like tired and
Yeah, I
I
hear
just
you.
chose to delete it. Yeah.
I mean, are you finding as it develops that you can say, I don't know, I mean, I know you're talking like, you know, say an MC Tune or some of these characters, right? Like a Professor Dave or Fight the Flat Earth. Like, I don't see them as adversaries to you, but I'm just wondering, are you feeling that you're being heard? That to me, for you, if I was your manager, right? I'm not trying to make it weird, but if I was, I'd want to put you in situations where you were heard, because some of the things you're putting forward, as far as I'm concerned, I'll be listening to other things not related to you, and then there'll be something referenced, and I'll be like, "That's interesting," because I've heard Witsit talk about that, or so. I just is that sort of happening for you? Like, do you feel you're having any breakthroughs there? Like, people are starting to consider some of the things you're putting forward?
Um. So yeah, so it's been like I would say it's been like a 80-20 within the True Earth community. When I was talking about the ether thing, I think most people kind of rocked with me on that. I got some hate about that. With the whole toroid thing, I haven't really ironed it all out, but I think people resonate with that. But when it comes to like talking to MC2 and MTFE and stuff, I think it's completely fruitless for the most part. But then I do get like hundreds of emails that's like, you know, I wanted to thank you. Your debates woke me up to the earth, and even though you're a really good debater and you made really good points, it really was like how you got the Globers in so many positions where they had to just blatantly lie and be super toxic. That made me realize, like, wow, if you have to act like that to defend the Globe, then maybe something's wrong here. Let me look into it. So I think it does have some benefit, but I've decided to kind of change my overall tactic because I guess the whole like being heard thing is the thing that kind of drives. I don't feel like I'm being heard. I feel like I'm screaming in a room locked up or something. That's actually why I went on tour, was because I was being so censored and I was getting kicked off everything and I was pissed. So I'm like, I'm just gonna go. That they can't stop me from going out into the world and like taking a microphone out and all that stuff. And I don't think that was too fruitful. So I think that in 2023, kind of my plan is to just make rounds on these really big platforms talking to people that are new. And when it comes to my new ideas, I don't know. I don't think that anyone that comes up with any innovative idea is really accepted at first. Like I think when I say I think everything's a torus and from the bottom, from the small to the big, and everything's just an energy vibration of a vortices everywhere, and blah blah blah, even the atom and blah. Like I think that people are gonna think I'm crazy, even if it turns out I am right. So I don't care too much about that. Like when it comes to like waking people up and not being heard, that is like a big frustration though. So I'm about to just shift my gears, I think, over to the Jesse Lee Peterson show. Talk to that Destiny dude who's like the SJW warrior, but you know what I'm saying, like just bigger shows, and kind of do it that way. And then me and Jaron are doing these summits. I think these summits are really good. We're doing those like 3 times a year. Yeah, that's my plan. I'm going to start something called True Earth Audits. So like First Amendment audits, but it's True Earth in the homeschool curriculum and all that stuff. I'm just going to try to do whatever I can to reach the newer people or the honest people, and we'll see how it goes,
Yeah. All the best with it, man.
Thank you, man.
Yeah.
I got to get like some people to help a brother out. So I put a bit much on my plate already, but
Hey, Merle, are you familiar with the Michelson-Morley test?
Yeah.
That's a big thing that they go after Whitsitt for, because he's laid it out, and they're always saying that it proves there is no ether. We're trying to get them to at least stop saying that, but no matter what you do, they'll still keep saying it proves there's no ether, which is ridiculous because it's not at all the result. Was that ever like,
perspective, if you think you talk to someone that's like on the street or some normal person about it and they've never heard about it, and then you answer their questions and you have like a real conversation, do you think that they're gonna be like, "Whoa, that's crazy! I didn't know that," or do you think they're gonna be like FTFE and just scream and
no, of
contradict
course
themselves?
not. They're not going to be like that, right? But
Yeah,
they wouldn't even understand where the Michelson-Morley test comes in or how that is relative to the conversation or anything anyway. So
you gotta teach
relevant, I
them.
meant.
Yeah, you definitely like we are teachers at this point.
Yeah. Yeah. But the finer points of that argument are interesting, and how that they can just be so stubborn about that it disproved the ether when that I don't even understand how they got that interpretation. Is that something that like Einstein or anybody actually said, that there was no ether? Did they actually say that?
Well, they got it from Wikipedia, but yeah, so Einstein did at once say that he asserted the non-existence of the ether. He then corrected himself in a letter to Lorentz and said, I would have been more accurate to assert the non-existence of an ether drift. As I now know, there must be an ether. And then he said, space without ether is unthinkable. There must exist an ether, for space must be endowed with physical properties for measuring rods and clocks. He then said, ether has changed in principle many times over the years. Is no longer considered a medium made up of particles, but its story, continued by relativity, is by no means over. So, no, they just read Wikipedia, man. It's just a talking point because there was a standstill. It was either throw out the absolute frame of reference of a stationary ether or throw out the Earth orbit. So, from their paradigm, it's got a little sliver of truth in it, in a way. but not really, right? Like it didn't even debunk the ether in their paradigm, just debunked the stationary absolute frame ether. But yeah, I mean, what do you mean? Like how they come up with it, bro? Like how do they come up with anything they say, bro? They just repeat what other globers say. They don't know anything. They don't. I don't know. They couldn't still man my position if I gave them 50 grand. So
Right. Yeah, it's amazing that they stick to that. I mean, it's obviously what they have to do. They just won't budge. I mean, if you had heard me in here a couple hours ago with Zanuck and Dr. Bob, I mean, you would just laugh your ass off. It's the same argument I'm always making, but they can't give an inch. They can't give an inch. They have to start directing it towards you, calling you stupid, saying you don't understand, when they're just repeating and totally, just like with you all the time, completely obfuscating and misdirecting and trying to bring up things that are totally unrelated when they get pinpointed on something that they can't admit.
well, they frankly, dude, they actually don't understand it, right? So like it's a bit of a higher level conversation, and only because like Einstein his theory is so convoluted. But yeah, like they make it personal. Like I bet if you're talking to them, they're gonna bring my name up a lot. But what do I had to do with it, right? Like it's this personal thing for them. It's not. They hate like that flat earthers are cool, bro. Legit. That's what they see us in here like laughing, making jokes. They can just tell we're pretty cool, and they don't like that. So they hate us. That's what I think. I think you're dealing with an emotional, personal thing, not. But you're always gonna get the same answers. That what they're gonna do, and this is frankly, because of ineptitude. They're going to claim that it's apparent while claiming it's not apparent. That's all you're ever gonna get. I'm guessing that's what you got, right? Like, which is, well, it's just no, it's just how you observe it changes. Observe, view, viewer, over and over and over. But then they're gonna say it's not apparent at the same time.
Yeah, actually, there was a comparison that I kind of came upon when we were arguing it out, because Left Lane was in here talking about how he never has to worry about the spin of the Earth or taking any of that, because it just all works out. Just fly where you want to and you can land. You don't have to worry about the curvature or the spin of the Earth or any of that. Somehow it all fixes itself. He's still convinced it's the spinning ball, and then he's in the argument, or listening to it at least for 2 hours, where they're talking about all these corrections that need to be made, and how there would have to be this done and that done, and you'd have to keep aware of this. But then at the same time, they'll say it's arbitrary, and so that the example I gave, was that, yeah, it's kind of like you're saying that from a distance from space you would see the difference in this Coriolis in the planes flying, but it actually wouldn't make a difference within that same reference frame, kind of like the Lorentz contraction. It's just hilarious how Zanuck completely contradicts himself. In fact, I should go back and cut out that spot beforehand, because we were talking about Lorentz contraction when you weren't here with Zanuck, and he was saying, yeah, it actually doesn't contract from that reference frame. It's only optical from the outside reference frame. He actually admitted, or has said, that it's only optical. It's not actually happening at all from any reference frame.
Well, yeah, because he doesn't understand it, right? Like, look at what's funny is dude, they're like obsessed with this argument, dude. Like, if you lurk, like I was like reading the chat, Jace and Kosho were talking about it like for weeks now. They've all been like obsessed with it. But anyway, like they sent me. They were trying to say that earlier today, Jace and Kosho were trying to say that Einstein came up with special relativity and it had nothing to do with Michelson-Morley. And I'm like, what? I'm like, he literally said in a speech that when he came across the results of Michelson-Morley, it was the first path that led him to special relativity. Anyway, so Jace ends up sending me a link, right? And it's like Einstein in like the late 40s, where he's like, I don't even remember if I knew of the results at the time. I can't even. And they're like, see, da da da. I'm like, oh, so he's just a babbling moron when he's about to die, and he contradicted himself. So therefore, everything he said at the time somehow didn't happen, and then the very letters he wrote about it, and blah blah blah. Anyway, one of the quotes I got from there is, here's what he said. He said, but when I was a student, I saw that experiments of this kind had already been made, in particular by your compatriot Michelson. He proved that one does not notice anything on Earth that it moves, but that everything takes place on Earth as if the Earth is in a state of rest. Dude, what a damning quote, bro. He literally says that the result of Michelson-Morley shows us that everything takes place on Earth as if the Earth is in a state of rest.
Yeah.
So I mean, there you go.
Yeah.
They say that
You
didn't
see
have
the
anything to
quote
do
I
with
put in there?
it. Blah blah blah.
You see the one I just put in there about from Einstein?
Yeah, actually, yeah, I have that quote. Yeah,
You know that one, of course. Yeah, that's a
good.
huge quote.
I gave Bob Nodell a really hard time about it, Dave. I'm kind of a little. I feel a little bit bad about it, but yeah. But it's
What's
okay.
that? About what?
Oh well, Brandon had Bob Nodell over when Brandon was still doing his stream, his platform, and because Bob Nodell, as far as I'm aware anyway, what happened was he got this gyroscope, right, and then he had these results, and then Jeremy pushed Bob for the results, and then the nerds and the autards in gems crunch the numbers, and then they get the 15-degree thing. So I had a go at Bob for that, basically, but I do feel bad about it because I didn't help the situation. I just called him fat. But it was useless what I did, but I just it's nice to see, because what's the other experiment? Is it just let me rack my brain here for a second.
Mickelson Gill.
Well, there's that one, but isn't there the Pete Shea references it too.
Aries
It's
failure.
another experiment they did where they did prove that the Earth isn't moving. I think they shot, is it light down a Minecraft? Is it? What's it fucking called? I can't think of it
I
for
don't
some
know.
reason.
You've heard of Aries failure, right?
Yeah, that's what it is. Aries failure.
Yeah, it was through a tube of water.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a big one. Show the Earth's not moving. Yeah.
I mean,
Reinterpret that one too. They try to reinterpret that as in favor of the globe too.
Yeah, they're psychos.
yeah. I mean, I've been exploring something with Beyond the Imaginary Curve recently, and I had to confront, because I did a drone experiment with a guy in New Zealand. He turned the GPS off the drone, and he hovered a drone in his lounge room for 20 minutes. And we were trying to sort of figure out how you could prove stationary ourselves. Most people, I can remember being on an observation deck in the Gold Coast in Australia, in Queensland, and there was one of the kind of a girl who worked there, and we were up pretty high, and we were looking out over the horizon and the coast, and I said to her straight out, "Do you think the Earth's moving?" And she stopped. She really had a look, and she's like, "Well, it doesn't look like it, right?" And I said, "Exactly." And I said, how would you know if it was? Because they say it's moving at all these different speeds. And I said, "What do you think about that?" It was just one of those exchanges where she was honest, and she didn't get triggered. She didn't freak out. She was just like, "Yeah, it's interesting." So, most people's experience, just, I know there's all these arguments for this, but just as a human, you don't experience any movement, right? Unless there's an earthquake or the building starts shaking. So there's that, but it's, I think, the bias to attend to, and this is what I'm sort of up for. What I've always promised myself, whatever the Earth is, and whatever objective reality turns out to be, we just have to accept that and push our biases and our wants and wishes aside. And I know that's difficult for some people, but it's just the way we've got to be. But yeah.
What was the whole? Why is it that they keep saying that Bob's results showed that the Earth was actually moving around the sun as well? Like there was some kind of sidereal rotation.
I've never heard that. That's insane.
Or they keep reinterpreting it and saying that this data is actually, Bob again is not revealing his data, and they looked at the data and now they've got this proof again from Bob that showed that this is like totally proven now. I don't get their reinterpretation of that. Have you heard it?
No, it's
You've heard him claim it, right?
I've heard him claim that he didn't account for the pressure differential at elevations, and that's why it wasn't 15 degrees. But I've never heard anyone claim that it had something that it showed the orbit. According to relativity, you can't use anything on the Earth to show the orbit.
Yeah, exactly. I've heard both claims.
Textbook case of them not understanding their religion.
Yeah.
In your perspective, what's funny is so Aries failure, right?
Yeah.
So what do you think? What do the ballers say happened there?
I forget how
they will run in the opposite direction whenever it's mentioned. Years. It's rarely really attended to. That one.
So they claim that it what they'll say, because if you ever want to know what they're gonna say, go to the flat Earth like the debunk flat Earth wiki page. You know what I'm talking about? There's it's called flatearth.ws.
Yeah.
And it supposedly debunks flat Earth. Okay,
Right.
so if you ever, this is what any person should do because you should still man both positions. So go there and read it, and then you will 100% know what the anti-flat earthers are going to say.
Yeah.
If you read any of these memes, they will agree with them. All right, so that's all they're like. So anyway, they do the same thing they do with Mickelson Morley, bro. They say that it was a failure to detect the ether.
Yeah, and they reinterpret the title. That's right. Yeah. They
No,
use
in
the title.
reality, it wasn't about the Earth moving or the ether. It was about how light. It's about how there's a change in refraction from one medium to another based on translational motion, translation of motion, and he was basically testing out a theory that had been experimentally confirmed before that. But their explanation was something to do with an ether. And so he was just he was literally trying, according to his paper, he was trying to get information about light and the velocity of light with different mediums with different refractivity. Nothing to do, just like Mickelson Morley, right? It had nothing to do with what they say. Mickelson Morley was actually done to determine if light was constant in all directions. So anyway, the failure came because the whole test was a failure because the result that was supposed to happen with the Earth moving didn't. So the whole test was a failure. He didn't even get to the specifics of the stellar aberration difference of refraction in the water because he didn't get the data he was supposed to get to look at because it showed that the Earth wasn't moving. That's why it was a failure.
That's exactly it. I remember now. Yeah. A failure.
Funny.
Take advantage of the title because when you hear the title, you hear, oh, okay, he failed.
Yeah.
Right.
So here's what their meme says. Airy's failure was an experiment in which Sir George Airy failed to confirm the ether theory by measuring stellar aberration, which in itself proved Earth's orbital motion. The ether hypothesis predicted that a water-filled telescope should produce a different value of stellar aberration compared to an air-filled one. The change was not observed, hence Airy's failure. It helped in ruling out the ether theory. Stellar aberration is the annual shift of the positions of stars. It was the first direct evidence of Earth's motion around the sun. Flat earthers claim Airy's failure was about proving Earth's motion. In reality, the aim was to confirm the ether theory, but it failed to do so. The experiment relied on the already accepted knowledge that the Earth is in orbit around the sun.
Did you post that? Did you post that one?
So they will all say this, right? Like this is what they'll all say. That's all you got to do. If you want to debate any of these people, just go to this website and see if the subject's covered. Which I don't really do that. I'm just now realizing, like, as I find it on occasion, like it's verbatim what the anti-flat earthers say all the way through their whole argument. They will say all this. So.
Yep. Got some new good comps. If you've been checking out the new ones from Brenner that I've been making, I'll post one of the newer ones here. Acceleration at the top of a parabola. Brenner drops. You got a good one here, actually. That I don't know. I sent it to you, I think, too, on the swastika.
You should read it and like make videos on it. Your perspective reads Brenner.
Right, something like that. Yeah, totally.
Do you have his contact on there, like an email or anything?
I don't know if he has an email. Someone asked him on his site. I saw, how do I get a hold of you? And he said, you're getting a hold of me right now. But not his site, just through Quora, like the comment section. So I don't think he offers an email.
I'm just gonna ask him if he wants to come on my channel. I'm gonna link it. I guess I'll just do it on
See if
Quora.
you will. He's got some good new entries actually on this site. New questions he's answered. That one on the swastika is fucking badass. And that whole 9x16 grid symbolic language that where all writing and language stems from, that the runic Slavic runes that he talks about is amazing. And in that swastika one, he goes through some of the interpretations of it, as well as others. But he goes through each symbol and talks about, it's basically diagramming. If we could break down that, if we could learn what each symbol means and how they had it put together that way, that would be huge. It's totally forbidden according to Brenner.
Yeah, that's why they demonized it. Yeah.
Yep.
That would make sense.
I don't know if you guys. First of all, can you guys hear me okay? Because I don't want to.
Yeah.
What's really interesting is I don't know if you guys have been, but if all over Asia you can see swastikas everywhere. Like, we went to like a random pool in Bali, and there were just swastikas lined around the pool, and it was like, yeah, that's cool. We just have those. It just doesn't have the same meaning to them at all.
No, not at all. Yeah, you should read if you can go to the live stream voice text. The comp I just put in there, download, check that out. It's exactly what he's saying.
Yeah, I'm going to read through it now.
Yeah.
Yeah, this dude's.
It was everywhere. They had it for like logos for brands of orange juice and all kinds of stuff. I mean, the swastika was used like more than anything else. It was literally everywhere, and it was never like negative. Yeah, here's one that I'll put in there that's directly about the Slavic language, the roots of Slavic language.
I think the red van in that first example is especially funny if you understand the stories that we've been told with regards to like fumigation.
The fan, yeah. The stories we've been told about what?
Let's just say if you I don't know, let's just say that you're required to bake 6 million cookies and you only have a certain amount of ovens. That story.
I got you.
So we've got this swastika laundry here, and it's like, yeah, that's part of the story, isn't it? That they, this fumigation was used to kill people. Right. It was actually used by both sides to kill lice.
Right.
I'm sure I'm a bad person for thinking for myself on that one, though.
Yep, you probably have a vitriolic hatred for Mediterranean language.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, and also I hate people because I didn't believe a story I was told.
Fuck people. Fucking people.
Right. Like that association between you have to believe obvious nonsense or you hate groups of people is so insidious in our culture, you know?
It's a very obvious tactic too, you would think.
Yeah, yeah.
Blatant coercion. Dude, I will say Albin talked pretty coded. I know I'm not trying to get anyone to say anything they shouldn't say, right? But there was a video or there was a post from the UK government that was like 2-year anniversary of the jab, right? And it was like a post on Facebook. And then if you go to the comment section, dude, literally every comment is bashing it. Every single comment, bro. Thousands and thousands of comments. So pretty crazy. I think we may be misled about all of that. I think a lot of people are waking up, man. Like my wife woke up to the earth and everything else because of this. Shane, who runs Cosmology Server, woke up to everything because of this. So it might be on the brink of something kind of crazy. They're going to really double down on their tactics like that. Where
what was somebody was saying on that server about some kind of new pandemic announcement or something?
Well, yeah. So actually, I didn't find what that guy was saying, but the United Nations said that because of the pandemic and the outfall from it, the fallout from it, like this, like so they said, the fuel shortages, food shortages, and like climate concern or whatever require everyone around the globe work in one unified effort. Is what like the headline is.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Did you save that article?
Yeah. I mean, I can find it. So.
Yeah, it's funny, like you were saying, when you guys talk about that, like it seems like they went too far with it. Like people are waking up to, it was just so obvious, and we were all just like calling it out the whole time, and it was, and then exactly what we said would happen started happening. People getting sick and having reactions that they should have done, the thing that they did with the jibby jab, and then it's like we start to question, and like, are they gonna be able to do it again? Like, does it seem like they're gonna get away with it again? But of course they're gonna do it. They're gonna do it again. They don't care.
I don't think they're gonna do. I don't think they're gonna do the same thing. I think that they're going to do what this headline says, right? So it says, "Warning: World isn't." This is the United Nations. Warning: World is in peril. Secretary General stresses countries must work as one to achieve global goals. At opening of 77th General Assembly session, world leaders urge transformative solutions to myriad threats as Ukraine conflict, CV-19 pandemic compound, fuel crises, worsen climate emergency. So, I mean, it's pretty terrible grammar, but
I know, got it. Yeah, but they had another Event 201 type conference about the. What did you see that? I don't know if I couldn't post it because it was in stream.
You have Telegram, man?
Yeah, I'll give it to you on Telegram. You know what I'm talking about? The Event 201 thing. They had another one.
I haven't. I've heard of it, but I don't know anything about it.
I'll send it to you.
Yeah, and I wasn't trying to fully shift it. I guess I'm just saying, like, as a response to like what Crypto's point was, like that's a blatant tactic, right? Like, believe this story I told you, believe this obvious nonsense story, or you hate people. It's just like that, right? It's like, do what I told you and believe this nonsense, or you want grandmas to die. It's like a very psychologically abusive tactic, and it's very overt, one would think. I think they're about to really start to roll that out because they've kind of desensitized people to it, and they're going to start using that tactic a lot, where the slaves are just going to not even think. They're just going to like, must do this or I hate people, you know? Must do this or bigot. Must do this or kill everyone else, or you know, blah blah blah.
You know what's funny though? What you said about there was like this British government thing saying, "Oh, get the Fauci out to your," they're celebrating it, and most of the comments were like, "No, no, thanks." Like there seems to be kind of true of these people is that they kind of assert that they are in the moral ascendancy, and they are just then very loud about how moral they are. But there's actually not that many of them. And I think we need to be aware of that as well. Like, we shouldn't confuse loudness with like big numbers of these people.
Yeah, I agree big time. I can send you too. You have Facebook?
Say again, sorry?
Yeah, Facebook.
I never got on Facebook.
Okay, I don't know. Oh, never mind. I think you can open up anyway, but you won't get to see the comments. So anyway, I was gonna send it to you because it's very interesting. It's from the UK, but
Yeah, so I just sent these to you on Telegram, but in the title it says "Catastrophic Contagion: Bill Gates, Johns Hopkins, and the WHO conduct another pandemic situation with a deadlier virus that targets children. Simulation involves virus from Brazil that has a higher fatality rate than COVID-19 and disproportionate children. Oh
I
my
think we gotta
God,
be careful now, bro.
so evil.
Yeah, but that would probably be because they gave a bunch of children something that might make them sick, huh? But yeah, maybe. Yeah, we're getting there. And that's sad too, because we need to actually focus our efforts on making a major shift to other platforms. That's why, even though I think Rumble does censor some, I think I'm about to start streaming on Rumble, because that's where like tons of normies are that are just woke enough that they saw through some of that, right? And we need to go ahead and prepare to understand that, like, YouTube's just not going to happen. Like, we're not going to be able to talk about the next move on YouTube. So we need to go ahead and plan where we can talk about it. And I think that Justin here is especially when it's being streamed, we're still censoring ourselves. And I think that we need to just go, to places like Rumble and Rockfit and stuff, and just lay it all out there and kind of reach those people. It's kind of like if someone agree that 9/11 is sus, you don't really talk to them about the Earth. I think it's kind of like that with this, right? Like, if people can't see through this first situation at all, then, well, I mean, you really think you're going to wake them up to the next one? Of course you're not.
No.
You're not. In my opinion, you're not. I think they're going to fall for whatever propaganda they get fed next, because their pride is still making them defend the first one. So.
It's a worse, in fact, because they don't want to admit that you were right about the first thing. So anything. I almost think they rolled out Flat Earth on purpose, so that when they did the big one with Jibby Jab, that they knew all the people that we could have warned about it. We're not going to be listening to us by that time, because then they had to admit the Earth is flat. It almost seems like that was planned on that timing of it, because we had several people talking at the time, saying that, my family won't listen to me because obviously they don't want to admit that we were right about 9/11 or any other thing. And those were all made obvious so that we could get to this point, so they could cause a separation in a way. Seems like it. They're so well organized. People say I give them too much credit, but I don't think so. I think they're so well thought out. I think they have so many litmus tests that they know the reaction, that the majority of the people are going to fall for this. There's going to be a certain amount of people that will see it on purpose. They'll show it to us, in fact, for certain diabolical further future plans. How are we going to deal with that? How are we going to deal with their definition of flat Earth? When they say, it's flat, but we're inside a dome, it can only go so far. And now we have to do what the outer pounders say. What are we going to do then?
It'd definitely be crazy, man.
This is why we need a first-hand delegation to the Outer Ponder nations, worlds.
Yeah, the calling, right? Like the song I wrote, the Outer Ponder song. Outer Ponder, Outer
Well,
Ponder
some of these
party.
stories, I guess what the idea is that they kind of look at it like the people that are really noteworthy in the known lands will put it all together and they'll leave and they'll make it to them. And that is they'd have to fight insane battles to come. They'd have to fight military forces to try to come in here for some reason. So they're just kind of like out there waiting. That's what the books say. That's what like the older books say. I don't know.
Here, I'll post the lyrics to this song I wrote called Outer Ponder Party People. It's like a calling for them to like. It's like if it was our prime directive, you know, where the Outer Ponders can't help us unless we actually recognize who they are and ask them for help. The way that, you know, they couldn't help a planet unless the planet knew that they were there. Then they were allowed to help the prime directive.
Yeah, I think
There's
you
the
might want to
lyric.
be careful on like, kind of like interpreting them as heroic or something like that, though, because that might kind of be the whole trick. They may be,
Yeah, that
they
is
may
part
be
of the.
like blatantly malevolent.
Could be both. They'll have outer ponders that are good and outer ponders that are bad, and you gotta suck up to one and obey the other. And they got to. If they have different ponds that they could take you to, one out, they could even have a real time judgment day. You're gonna go to this outer pond if you're bad. If you're gonna go to this outer pond if you're good.
Well, yeah, but you have a good cop and a bad cop, but they both want to put you in jail, you know.
Right. Yep. They're gonna use it to their advantage if they absorb flat Earth like we think they will.
Yeah, I don't know what's gonna happen. It's hard to tell, man.
No.
No, Jaren's got a bet right now. He's trying to get any ballers to bet that the one of these moon missions actually happens, and none of them will bet it actually happens
How would
in the
you be
year
able
it's
to know?
supposed to. Huh?
How would you be able to prove it if it did or didn't?
Well, just even if they're gonna claim they did, he's willing to give them money if they just even actually go through with it.
Oh, he's saying they'll never go through with it.
Yeah, and not in the year they said it would, which is actually this year.
Oh, they said man to the moon by 2023.
Yeah, like a privatized mission supposedly. With joint with SpaceX, and they picked out a certain guy on YouTube to go and stuff like this. They claim they're gonna go in 2023, and Jaren literally went to a website that hosts like bets and stuff, and he's like willing to match whatever they bet that it'll happen next year or this year. And like no ballers are taking the bet because they know that it's not gonna happen.
Well, they could totally CGI it and say it happened.
Yeah, but I mean, will they though? That's a
I don't
really
know. They did
risky move, dude.
The Artemis thing was so bad and so shameful, but people stood behind it.
Yeah, that's nothing like. Well, this one is not even supposed to have people get out. I think they're supposed to go around it. It's supposed to be like a private trip around it. But people are obviously going to expect footage. So, like, they were going to want videos, right? I mean, I don't know. I just don't. They're going to do it. I did a bet with Gosho, like 3 years ago that it was like 20 grand that they wouldn't go to the moon by 20. I thought it was 2024, but he claims it's 2027. I don't know.
What's up, y'all? I'll second that. Oh, sorry. Is my mic okay this morning, Jeff?
We hear you, Don. Go ahead.
I just want to say, hey.
Hey.
What's up?
Oh. And I want footage of the Mars opals, too.
Did you guys know Trump said if he becomes president, he's going to put American flag on the moon? I mean, on Mars.
On Mars, nice.
Yeah.
I just put a video in the chat that these guys are taking apart like the moon landing stuff, talking about like details that couldn't happen with the suits not being able to be closed, and they're like debunking, like really good debunking of a lot of the things that NASA claims to do. But then they reify the whole idea of space travel at the end, so they're kind of shills. Like they like, oh well, if they applied these plasma physics, they might be able to go and do this. So it's kind of like giving them the out at the end, but there's one part in there where they totally break down the Artemis thing and show these total flaws that are like glaring flaws that I don't think we even caught when we were looking at it. But just the way that the sun goes, I mean, the Earth goes behind the moon and in the direction it's going, and that it would have to be the dark side would be facing us, and they show that that would be the case. It's pretty. So if you want to look at it, just scan for those parts of it. The stuff about the suit is funny too, because there's no way that those suits would have been protective enough for the pressure they're supposed to have.
Have you guys ever seen like the picture where it's got the Apollo have like the shadow of the module going all the way to the horizon? Let me show you.
Yeah. It makes it look like the Earth, like the moon's like only like 20 yards long.
Yeah. I mean, how's that work?
Yeah, it doesn't.
It's hilarious. I'm gonna drop it for anyone that hasn't seen it.
Yeah, all the proportions are totally off too. With how they could have like an Earth rise with the Earth looking like so small. Well, it's just a matter of your foreground, and of course it's gonna be. Come on, the moon would just be like
the horizon. Look at the horizon, though.
Yeah, exactly.
Even
What's
how
up,
much
Merlin?
it's curving is insane.
Yeah, up, Don. Oh man, always point this out. Like time on the moon, the horizon is just like that's meters.
No. Let's be honest. Let me try to be the advocate here. All right, let's be honest. All right, so if we look at the picture with the little lander, and then if you can see from the right side to the left side also, what looks like the horizon to me, although this may be improper as well, it looks like that's like a Terminator line, and then there's more moon behind that, like the shadow.
Well, where do you see more moon? Maybe
moon
I'll
curvature.
contrast prove there isn't anything in there. We'll do that.
Well, you can see on the right side even like there's like a straight line shadow coming out from the leg to the right, but it looks like there's more land like curved out behind that. But maybe I'm just seeing things, and I'm just trying to play advocate. I'm not trying to down y'all.
Oh, I don't care either way.
Yeah, it doesn't
trust the image.
make the moon landing completely fake and unbelievable. It doesn't. This is just one small example.
Yeah.
I want to talk about the retro reflector and all that on the moon and shit. Like I don't buy that shit. And if I'm supposed to buy that, like it makes me question like physics, man. You know, like how are they sending a straight beam to the moon? Like how are they not leading it?
Yeah, you're talking about the Coriolis effect with that, like you having to know the orbit where the moon would be by the time to do it. Well, they say it's instantaneous.
Or also, but conservation of momentum is what I'm saying. Like you know the experiment where like they demonstration where like they'll be in a classroom and a little train on the desk or whatever, a little track, and they'll have something moving left to right on the track, and then they'll shoot like a baseball up out of it, and the baseball will continue the motion and then land back in the in the cannon or whatever. Right. So that right. That's what we have to believe the photons are doing to not be if we're not leading the moon, we're aiming at the reflector. Well, okay, the radio wave or whatever is moving with the Earth, so they don't have to lead it, right? I believe that's what they're selling us.
Speed of light, yeah, but it still doesn't work. You're right, but the speed of light's fast, so they could just say that.
No, but there still would be a few second delay, man. They ain't gonna be able to aim straight at that thing,
right?
Unless it's conserving the momentum laterally. So they act like they have a laser, like a particle stream shooter, right? Like it's shooting a stream. They don't have to lead the target, which implies that photons conserve momentum laterally, right?
Yeah, not only that, but they have to hit the exact spot where the reflector is, supposedly, right?
Right. So here's what I propose. If we were to set up an experiment, right, like the baseball cannon on the little railroad thing or whatever, if we were to set that up, but we were like had a laser, right? We had a laser aimed at the wall, and we just had the laser like sliding back and forth, right? We would expect that wherever we stop that laser at, that the photons are gonna continue moving, right? Or if we could just shoot wherever we shoot the photon at, it's gonna miss. It's gonna like, conserve some momentum, and then travel on past the straight. I'm not well spoken, and I'm sorry, but we would expect the photon to conserve momentum, either way. And let's set this shit up. Where is this demonstration? They don't have nothing like this, bro.
It really wouldn't be worth your time to do all that because it's obviously fake as fuck anyway. But yeah, go for it.
Well, I know the moon shit's fake. That shit's obviously fake.
Well, I contrasted
The Artemis
that,
shit
bro,
was
and I don't
bull.
see any additional horizon, man. I don't know.
Okay. Oh, you can't. Oh, look at that shit.
I guess like you could fact check, right? There should be a timestamp. You could literally look at their position and the time and the cycle of the moon, and they would have to be like right beside the terminator line. You could also look at the sun and the angle and its position and the shadow that would come with the sun that far away, and then you could how far that angle would have to be going. It could only be a handful of meters, and then they would have to be like right beside the terminator line if that's the claim.
Right. What have the Globers said about this? I'm sure you showed it to them before.
I saw it on Facebook a couple hours ago. I have no idea. I'm sure they'll say what you said. But I just contrasted it with like 50 different things, bro. There's nothing there. There's not anything there.
Yeah,
bro.
the camera.
All this other stuff.
The camera's low enough to where it should be doing that. The camera looks like it's up, 6 feet high at least.
Let's say that you just had a room. I don't know. You just had a room that was just partially lit up, You could also overlay the image. That's probably the safest way is to literally take like a black background and overlay the image. They try to say Photoshop didn't exist, which is like one of the dumbest things they say.
Yes, that's a joke. That's a stupid statement.
People were doing spirit photography, which is like using quote unquote Photoshop effectively in the early 1800s, dude. They were making it look like spirits were in the pictures. Yeah.
What's also quite interesting about that argument is that most people making the argument have only been alive during the time that Photoshop has existed, so they actually don't have access to those original photos because they weren't alive at that time anyway. So just on its face, the argument is nonsense.
Yeah, I think the official story is like 89, right? So, I mean, even in the scenario that was real, you're saying the military couldn't have technology 20 years ahead of the public? And of course, it's that because they were literally faking pictures. Like, it was a huge market for spirit photography. There was like a scam going on where people paid big money to get their picture taken in their house, and they would supposedly see the spirits of their loved ones in the pictures. I guess they never put together that it's like the spirit's always in the same position they were in another photograph or something, but yeah, I don't know. It's super funny. And I looked into this pretty hard. Actually, Mind Unveiled has a pretty good video about it. And dude, they were doing, now it required much more like manual touch up and stuff, but yeah, they were doing Photoshop in the 1800s. So it's like one of the stupidest arguments there. Because like they just Google when was Photoshop created, right? I mean,
well, yeah, but the point I was making is slightly different to that. So let me give an example, right? So let's just say that Photoshop we're told that Photoshop came out in 1990, right? And then we were told that a bunch of stuff was photoshopped in the mid-90s or whatever. But the person making the argument was born in 2000. Well, they don't have access to any of that stuff before 2000 because they were born then, right? So you could even make the argument that they didn't really start paying attention to the stuff till 2010. Weren't you making an argument about things that happened in the 90s when you were born in 2010? based on personal experience, because you can only have seen photos since the existence of Photoshop, because that's when you were born, right?
Oh, I hear you're saying. I guess that would kind of depend upon like the claim, like, well, you can't verify that these are from before then, right? Because when they have claimed pictures from before then. So.
Right. But they'll tell you that they've seen pictures from the 70s, and it's like, like if you were born in 2000, right? So to give you an example, right? With regards to the actual moon landing, right? People don't understand that a lot of these moon landing photos were actually presented to people in the 90s. So to talk about photos from the 60s and 70s, like no one saw them because the internet wasn't around, right? So the only way you had access to any of those photos was if TV stations chose to give it to you, and even then, most of the time, people didn't have a way of capturing that, right? So actually, people only had access to those photos in the mid '90s, and by that time, Photoshop had been around for years. So like the whole idea, like they're not even thinking about it in a correct frame of mind to even analyze the data.
Yeah, I got what you're saying. That makes sense.
When people burn shit up, like what's the sense to me? It's like they're just brand wars. It's like, how do you be shop? Is the only way to edit a film. It's so stupid.
You guys?
Yeah, I mean, obviously that's.
No, you're good.
Yeah, that's like a separate argument, but it's like I'm just addressing the argument directly. Is like they're asserting, like, I mean, obviously there's an underlying assumption there that Photoshop's the only way to change a photo, right? But even that argument itself is silly. And then when you start to realize that actually that's not the only option as well, it's like, wow, they really are grasping at straws.
Yeah, I mean, like big models of planets, you could just. But the point is, they actually manually cut them out, and they did amazing, bro. The stuff that people were able to do manually with photos in the 1800s is pretty impressive. To think that they wouldn't put that much or more effort into the biggest lie in modern history is stupid. Have you guys ever seen the like the newspaper pictures that they showed everyone? So bad, dude. Look.
Yeah, I've seen them.
Yeah, here's one of them. Look how bad that is, bro. It's
yeah. Broadcast is kind of like that, black and white. It's all about the boop, one small step for a man and all that kind of, you know.
There's emotional psyop.
Yeah. Yeah.
You would definitely see more organic footage, man. Speaking of organic footage, Witsit, I really need to drive this one home. If you haven't heard it, they're talking about they found opals on Mars. Okay, they've drove past them, they've re-looked at the footage, and they realize, oh, that's probably some gemstones over there. Now take your freaking rover, okay, like you're approaching a coral reef with a submersible. Turn the camera on, go examine the rock cluster. Okay, let's look at this, man. Show me the footage, opal finders. Stop bullshitting.
I don't know anything about that.
I got a monologue, dude. I can't hold my tongue with it. They just keep dropping more bullshit every day. Every other day. Oh, we did this. This is new. This is new. The same old bullshit evidence that they have, but they just keep coming out with more stories about it.
That surprised you, bro? Yo, I was telling him the same thing, bro. You know what you get when you go to gyms. If you're dating the girl that was passed around the neighborhood, are you really going to be surprised that she cheats on you? Like, either you can be a masochist or just kind of accept what is inevitable.
Yep.
Are you a masochist?
I don't think so.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think so, no. I put myself in that position, but I do not enjoy it.
Okay. I'll say you do know what it is. Yeah. Like, you know, Brenda's
a
masochist.
She comes for the pain, huh? She wants the pain over and over.
Dude, legitimately, yeah.
You get to see what it's made of. In that's one thing I'll give that room.
That's what I always say. Like that the ballers aren't demanding more proof from NASA. They should be the ones demanding it. They should be the ones saying, "Come on, give us something. Don't fucking give us this Artemis footage. It makes us look worse. Give us real shit. If they really believe it, they should be demanding it. Give us the satellite."
Swivel camera. All I need is a swivel camera live. That's it. One time. Swivel the camera.
Jem gives, though, the people with Gnosis this kind of thing of like, oh, you have secret knowledge, so you can feel special and important on the internet. It's really interesting. Subtly, he's saying you're special. He doesn't even realize he's doing that sometimes, but he's kind of acknowledging that there's this specialized field. Those who can see outside of the mainstream establishment have a very interesting view. Whether you agree with it or not.
It's a good point. Basically saying if what we believe is true, like if our position is actually true, then we are like special gifted people that have like special knowledge.
It's like gaslighting.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, he used to say it to me all the time. Every time he'd get to the point where he couldn't rebut me, he would just say that. He'd just go on his big rant about how I think I'm special.
Yeah.
Because you figured it out and everybody else doesn't know what's going on.
I think it points to an insecurity that they have, that they're just kind of boring and normal, though. You know, it's like, I certainly never got into this because I was like, oh, I want to be special or like unique or whatever. I've kind of always known that I don't see the world the way most other people do, across a variety of different topics, and I just kind of made peace with that years ago. But like the idea that I'm doing it or you're doing it or someone else is doing it because they want to be special, it's like, no, actually I would prefer that everyone had my way of seeing the world, and it's actually quite painful for me that isn't the case.
Yeah, exactly.
Sure is. We want to be specially stupid. I'm stupid that I don't get why you're fooled by this bullshit. I'm stupid and a skeptic. You know, why just go all in on the moon landing shit? Like, I'm so stupid, I'm special. You know what I mean? Like, it's not like a good special. It's like a humble special. You know, a humility special. Not a fucking, you know what I mean? Like, not a you think you better than people type of shit. It's painful. I agree with Jim. This shit painful, man.
They live vicariously through us because they actually think that. So that's the truth. They're like, these people think for themselves. Like, they admire that we don't care what other people think. They can't stand it. And they're just like mesmerized by it. So they live vicariously through us, but they have to have a cover in order to be in the front row. That's my opinion.
Yeah, that Charlie guy.
That's very possible.
You know, that Charlie guy he's actually a pretty reasonable debater. He'll like admit that all this stuff could be faked. And he said that he has no appreciation for art. Well, like he's very terrible at art. Like he was admitting some of the things he's bad at. Like he can't draw. He doesn't have any musical ability. And I was like, well, you know what paintings you like, right? Like you know when like a painting, if there's something that like a piece of art kind of like, you know, you like it for whatever reason, you can't really explain it. Well, it's kind of like what flat Earth is. Like it just resonates. Like when you realize you're not on a spinning ball, it just resonates on so many levels that you can't even explain. It's like a song that you like, and there's no way to even say why you like it because it feels right because it is right, and there's nothing more. So maybe, you know, the math is making you convinced, you know, but we out of ways that for people like us is that you know the personal experience and that direct confirmation that it just feels right, just resonates. It all makes sense once you realize you're not on a ball, and maybe that's something you'll never be able to experience.
Well, this is one thing they don't understand. So, like, if we asked them, let's just use an example of the selenilian, right? Like, can you describe to me in detail what's happening in the selenilian eclipse? They have to go in this big, elaborate explanation of how it's an illusion, or Euclidemicus and Morley, whatever it is. They'll try to get out by just saying their catchphrases, but like they have to actually explain it. when you sit back and listen, it's insane. It just sounds insane. It's like pass around the tithing plate, like when like what do they call it? I don't remember, but like it sounds like a religion.
Yeah, you should have heard Zanakin. I had him just like basically like it's sounding exactly like that, like a madman, trying to figure out how the plane can go west and south, but gain eastward momentum as it approaches the equator.
Normal people sit back and they listen to that and they're like, "There's no way." That's why I get so many emails. They're like, "Dude, your debate woke me up, but it was actually the baller."
Yep.
Yeah, because they get
The
to share
stupid
with someone
ballers
that knows
is
the
what
people.
wakes me up. Stupid ballers will you know what I mean? Like when people are overconfident, they'll definitely give you a possibility that the opposite is true. Like it goes hand in hand. That's the biggest flat Earth evidence for me. I don't mean to be, you know, the negative Nancy here, but like, I wish we had more flat Earth evidence. But the ballers just overconfidence and what do you call it? Patchwork modeling is what's suspect to me.
Dude, it's hands
you don't
down
need
the most
flat Earth
popular
evidence.
email I get, bro. Is that
Flat
very
Earth
thing.
evidence. Yep, flat Earth evidence would be like defining the whole thing and showing the whole thing's flat. That's not flat Earth evidence. You're a total
I agree, man.
100%
I don't want
experience.
to. I'm sorry I'm coming at it that direction, but it's like just to highlight Witz's point. When 5-7 years ago, when I went Google top proofs to Earth is a globe, and number one is all the other planets are spheres, logically you just fucking throw in the towel right there. They're fucking done. It's so stupid.
Why would they have to do that, right? Like, and when you look into 9/11, you can never like definitively prove things about 9/11, right? You can just compile a bunch of circumstantial evidence and then look at the preponderance of evidence, right? So when you're like, why did they take out all these shorts right before the airplane crashed and then the airport stock plummeted, moved the gold or blah, 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 blah. It's like, why are they lying about what happened? Why are they saying this and this happened? Blah, blah. Why are they claiming that the military was running a drill about planes being taken off route the same day? You're using pattern recognition, right? And you're not buying the bullshit, basically. It's the same thing with this. It's like, if the Earth is truly a globe, then why would they have to censor Flat Earth while simultaneously promoting Flat Earth society that misrepresents the position? Why would you ever have to do that if it's just a lie? You wouldn't. So pattern recognition makes you think like, what the hell? When you see these people debate Flat Earth and they use nothing but fallacies and straw mans and insults and they gaslight and they just keep trying to ridicule and mock you because with the idea that all the science agrees with them, all the scientists and all the smart people are on their side and that you're just stupid. And they're just really ugly, like dishonest debaters. What an honest person does is pattern recognition is, well, first you might think this guy just sucks. Like if you watch Professor Dave, you'll be like, this guy's just a dick, right? But then, say you binge watch my debates, what you'll find out is every single baller does that, with no
They all
exception.
do.
Yeah.
Yeah, just wanted to pick up something you said there, Quitz. It's really interesting because often what I find is when I'm listening to people who I think have a really good grasp of reality, and they'll say a certain thing, will not only crystallize two very separate concepts, but actually combine them. And I just had that kind of moment with listening to you with regards to pattern recognition. I've been thinking for a very long time, like, why are they trying to get us to accept obvious absurdities with regards to LGBTQ, with regards to like trying to force us to believe in ideas like the patriarchy and all these kinds of things that are so counter to everyone's everyday experience. And it seems to me like actually it's obvious what they're doing is they're trying to destroy our ability to kind of recognize patterns to like a reasonable level, so that it's then easy to pass further absurdities onto us. Like I hadn't made that connection before, but that's exactly what's going on. They're destroying our ability to pattern recognize, and they're also demonizing anyone who has an advanced pattern recognition kind of ability.
Correct. That's why I think porn is so dangerous.
That's a good point. They're trying to blur the lines, right? Because, yeah, we know there are some people that can use binary definitions like black and white, and then there's other people that want to blur the lines.
Yeah. Anyway, I just thought I'd mention that because that's like I was aware of those two separate things, but I hadn't really put them together. So
Yeah, and bro, like just to kind of wrap up what I was trying to say, like, dude, if every single baller does it, then a logical person that is applying pattern recognition, they're gonna see that pattern, right? Every single baller does that, right? They debate dishonestly, and there's ugly people usually in the debate. They're demeaning and blah blah blah. They all act like that. They all use fallacies. They all, as soon as you ask a direct question, they divert, they obfuscate, they never answer the questions, right? They change the subject, they straw man your position over and over, even if corrected 20 times. If it comes up 10 minutes later in the debate, they'll do the straw man again, even though thousands of people just saw them live get corrected. So anyway, what a person thinks when they see that pattern and they recognize that pattern, they're like, why does all the ballers have to do this? Like, why do they all have to do this? What about the globe position in the debate requires people to do that? Right? That's the next follow-up logical question. And then you're like, if the globe is incorrect and it's a lie, you would have to lie to defend it. You would have to do that. So then it makes sense. You see the flat earthers coming off really genuine. They try to actually answer the questions. When they don't know something, they admit they don't know. And then you never get down the other side. So people that are new to this, they're like, that's crazy, right? Like that gives you a push to look into it seriously. And dude, that's why I do the debates, because I get that. I guess I have a gift in a sense of being able to really highlight the other people doing that. And dude, it's woken up so many people. I try to tell them, I'm like, dude, I'm going to give you honest, good advice. The way you guys behave, if you actually believe there's a globe, the way you behave is actually detrimental, and you're creating flat earthers. And that is 100% true.
you know what's interesting as well, though, is that they'll actually, like, they won't just lie from a single position; they will lie from every position. And I'll give you an example of this, right? So when Dave Farina was, I refuse to call him Professor Dave for obvious reasons. When Dave Farina was debating Dave Weiss, when Dave Weiss mentioned a term that Dave Farina hadn't heard, he started coming at him for, oh, you're just making up terms, blah 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 blah. Even though that term turned out to actually exist, right, and was actually a scientific term within a field that Dave Weiss had mentioned. But when the shoe was on the other foot, Dave Farina also mocked him for not knowing the term, right? So it's not so much. I mean, what you're saying is absolutely correct, but it's actually even worse. It's not that they will take a position and they'll mock you for not holding the position. It's that they will mock you regardless of what side of the position you are on and what side of the position they're on. Their default is mockery.
Yeah, exactly. Another fallacy that doesn't get called out a lot, that they do a lot, is a appeal to humor. So like when there's an argument presented or a reputation to your argument presented or whatever, and it's your turn to rebut, all right? As opposed to delivering a specific argument that's relevant, they make fun of you. They make fun of the idea of flat Earth. It's called appeal to humor. And dude, that's one of the number one things that they do. It's a very, very effective tactic. Professor, quote unquote, Professor Dave, he does that a lot. He does it a whole lot. He tries to make a joke with illusory confidence to distract the audience away from the point that he can't address.
Can we just stop calling him Professor Dave and just call him Dave?
Yeah, sure. I said quote unquote.
Oh, you did? Sorry, I missed that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to tell people what to call him. Like, I'm not going to say what people have to say or whatever. But I personally refuse to call him Professor Dave. I just think it's like this. It's sort of like it's obvious to everyone that he isn't a professor. He doesn't act like a professor. So for me, it's just not going to be something I call him. But don't really care what everyone else calls him.
Dude, I think if I do ever get to actually do the debate with him, I think that should be the first thing I ask him. Like, so why do you call yourself professor when you're not a professor? Because once he's there, he's there. You know what I'm saying? Is he gonna do rage quit? I should get it all out. I should thoroughly expose that dude. But anyway. Yeah, I don't know. I have Modern Day Debate Thursday. Because every time he hits me up, I go through this whole like freaking back and forth in my mind where I'm like, oh my God, I have a headache just thinking about it. And then I'm like, I remember that told me that's how they woke. Like, I got to do it, I got to take one for the team, basically.
You are relentless, dude. I mean, I have to give you kudos. You just go and you just talk sense and you just keep that and you just go. I wish I had your energy, but
I think I just got desensitized, I think.
Yeah, guys, can you hear me a bit better now?
Yeah, it wasn't even that bad, but it's way better now.
Oh, okay, yeah. I just, for some reason, the crisp noise suppression that just turned off. I didn't turn it off. I don't know why. Oh well.
that's Windows for you, bro. It just does what it doesn't. You don't ask it to. It'll just fucking do it.
Windows. Don't be.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, I'm about to drop tell me what you guys think about this short little intro or outro clip of my logo. Be brutally honest, please.
Me being silly? Never. Right.
Yeah, it's just because Windows is it's the OS of the devil.
Hang on, let me see that again. Just replay that.
It's pretty cool. It's good. Did you make that?
I like it. I like it.
Oh yeah, but I use a software that does it.
Sweet.
Yeah, I think I know the software.
Render.
Oh no, it's does something different.
Could you make it?
Yeah, that's really cool. I like
that. Could you make it a little bit longer, just a little bit, like a couple of?
I actually cannot. So yeah, but I have like 12 of them or something. I'm all in, I think. But I just want something like a little tag at the end of it.
Like a 12-minute intro, just back to back, all these kind of.
No, just throughout different videos, I have different intros and outros.
Yeah, I'm just wondering why you went to blue, because I know you had purple before. What was the deliberate error?
It was just difficult for me. This logo made, so I just gave up. Although I do think purple's better.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
What did you use to make the logo?
All from scratch, basically. That's why it was so hard. I used predominantly used Canva, and then I used something called PicMonkey. It's a website. Yeah, I was trying to get people to make it for me. There's like fire, but I couldn't. He said the geometric toroids and stuff are very difficult to animate, so I just kind of had to do it myself.
Yeah, it's cool, man. I really like that. It's nice.
Thanks. But you think purple would be cooler?
I mean, it's up to you. Purple's my favorite color, so I'm gonna be biased and say yes. I think that blue looks really nice.
It's also my favorite color. It's like the best color.
That was sick, man. Purple supremacists.
Yeah, man.
Did you have enough? I thought that other one was pretty cool too. That one you were showing me before. Similar.
Oh, intros?
Yeah, the intro thing.
I got quite a few. Just want to use them all, I think.
I think as well though, the blue. Yeah, go on.
Oh, I was saying show like observations, like if I have an observation segment or videos or whatever, I'm gonna use this one that shows the camera lens. One that shows the clouds. I got a bunch of them.
Yeah, I think just thinking about it, blue's probably slightly better because you've got the connotation of like electricity. Most people associate electricity with blue. And so you've got the electricity with the brain and you've got electricity with chloride. Got everything works. It's actually quite good.
I'm sorry. I don't like either of those ones you just posted though. Those are kind of weird.
Well, again, like they're not, but like the camera one is just sort of say I'm going to make a video about long distance observations. But there are some other of my favorite ones. These are pretty fire.
Oh, the one with the brain's cool. I like that a lot.
Yeah, because it like matches my logo. Yeah, pretty.
Yeah, it's far better than mine. Have you seen? Yeah, what do you see this? Took me about half a day. Took me a long time, bro.
Yeah, I like
I like the
I like the brain and the water one.
I'm gonna say the water one at the end.
Yeah.
I like the observation one. That's pretty cool.
And I have in the video I'm currently making.
Kind of funny, like the comes a ball and it just like splashes out and doesn't hold shape. I don't know, it's just funny.
Yeah.
Well, there's actually one that is like an actual sphere that like erupts. I thought about that. But I'm just making a ton of them, honestly. Who cares? I'm really trying to like step up my content this year, though.
I got
See how it goes.
17,000.
You should sneak into Area 50. That'd be good
Oh,
content.
wow. Okay. So I should die.
It was a joke, but
I know.
I don't want you to die.
I'm going.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. The last two are the best. The last two, the one with the water.
Thanks for your opinion, my brother.
More than welcome.
I think the brain one's also kind of cool because if you look at, looks like you're looking at a brain from the. I'm just gonna use them all in different ways. I think it's just the easiest way instead of having to pick one.
Yeah, you said it. If you're making an observation, use the one with the telescope, and that'll do fine.
It's cool, like a little observation clip, and then like it uses the camera lens to look at. I'll show you guys I'm rendering one right now. I'll show you the sphere that breaks apart. But I know this is kind of boring, so whatever you guys want to talk about.
Yeah, you know what? See, what's his logos? I'm sick of. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah.
Watching that Reagan versus.
Your mic sounds terrible.
In perspective, you're sounding really bad, bro.
I was just watching that versus Reagan thing.
What'd you do to your mic, man?
It's probably because I got my other apps. Can you hear me now?
No.
How about now? Can you hear me
No. No. It was fine. What the hell? Get the mic out of your mouth, bro. I'm just kidding. Oh, yes.
Yeah, I just said I was watching that Witsit versus Reagan thing that Latter-day Saints made a year ago. I didn't know that he made that funny.
Reagan said a few really good things. Something about liberals. He didn't like liberals.
Wouldn't it be really unifying if outside presence or
A force invaded
not an alien? He said outer ponders or something like that.
outside force. Yeah,
We had the outer ponder invasion. Wouldn't that unify us? Something like that.
amazing if an outside influence in the entire world sort of came together. That kind of
Seems like they've had this narrative written for a long time. Outer ponder is coming.
we were just waiting for it at this stage.
Talk about the outer ponders. Do you mean like a breakaway civilization of humans, or like some
No,
extra
No,
terrain?
it's just ancient ancestors that have always been here, and they've always been living outside of our little bubble or lands inside our bubble, whatever it is. But they're just their own pond, their outer pond. Ancient civilizations that have developed along ours, pulling ours. Maybe existent, but they're gonna absorb them at some point. I'm figuring.
Dude,
Use the UFO conspiracy and meld it with flat Earth and say the UFOs were always just our ancient ancestors, like ancient aliens.
Yeah, that's something. I wonder sometimes, what if we're the outer ponders?
Well, we would be. Depends
don't
on what
even know
reference frame you're in. Yeah, it's all reference frame dependent.
I definitely feel there's something come down the pike. Maybe something.
Well, when they started doing those secret, like those weird now emergency trips to Antarctica, like what would Obama or anybody need to like rush off to Antarctica? What's there? What do they need to go rush off to meet somebody for? You remember that?
Yeah, it's ringing bells.
No, I didn't hear about. Why did they go?
John Kerry was there. John Kerry important, like it was during the election. Yeah,
right.
It was like they were rushed off to Antarctica. Oh, we had to go to an emergency. You know, it was like this important thing in Antarctica. Like what? And then they had that whole thing about like Gabriel's ark being unearthed, and then the electro wave that like, people, and they blamed it on a stampede. And then they had both popes, boat,
popes in a boat.
The Ortho from Italy or whatever the Pope and the Russian Pope hadn't factions hadn't like talked for been like on a silent treatment basis. All this Gabriel's ark was unearthed, and it was important enough for them to come together and unify and get on a boat together into Antarctica. No lie, I'll post the fucking story to getting on the and then walking up to this little hut there on Antarctica to the penguins. It's hilarious.
Pope in the boat.
Yeah, that's bizarre. I've never.
I remember Joe fucking made some fucking centimeter. Had to go to Antarctica or something. I remember that. There was about 3 or 4 years ago.
Okay, here we go. Outer Ponder's coming right away. I thought it was going to be a lot sooner. That was in 2017. There's another one that I hadn't seen. There's from the Kremlin says that Patriarch Kirill has performed a strange ritual in Antarctica this week at the mysterious Ark of Kirill. I'll post this one too. Fun.
New perspective. What shit do you listen to, man?
Huh?
Where do you this is from to find this?
Yeah,
Horse
this is like
shit.
second, but it was kind of like put forth by a lot of different substandard. They met supposedly how much of this happened, but these are the
off to Antarctica.
So that's what I just said. Sorry, new perspective.
I'm saying this is one of the stories.
Yeah, and in respect to that, I just said about is Antarctica, but then I thought, well, you guys believe that the Earth's flat, so Antarctica is far from Russia. It's actually really close. The ice and that sort of Bojangles.
Okay.
I can hear him just fine. I mean, I don't think it matters how far it is. It's kind of weird that they're just going there anyway. So this Ark of Gabriel is from Ethiopia, and this on the road helped get it to Antarctica, and then the popes met up there. That's pretty weird.
Yeah.
And I can't a lot of info. Like I have your links, but I'm trying to find my own stuff on it. This is bizarre.
Yep. And how when this plasma wave came out and killed thousands of people.
What?
I'm pretty sure that would have been in the news.
Yeah, they called it a stampede.
What are the bulls in Spain? Anything?
And mosque, Saudi Arabia.
Have the old what do they call it? The pilgrimage. What do they call that? Nutrition, and they get weak, and some people might not realize and walk on top of them. Just a guess.
I think was it the 2015 it crushed more than 2,000 people?
Yeah, but when you get 10, 20,000 people that I'm not going to say any word, but that are focused on doing their task, they're probably not going to realize to anyone that it's dehydrated and lying on the ground. Carry on to their target or their place of pilgrimage.
For me, but I've seen a stampede before, so I don't know how many it can be. It just doesn't really make sense. I'm just trying to figure out if this stampede in 2015 is the same.
Good luck.
Well, no, PMAC, it's not so much that. I think most people that get hurt and injured aren't from the bulls. It's from tripping over, trying to get away, and the bulls or the rest of the crowd running over them.
Yeah, that's true. Is that a church in Antarctica?
Only 15 workers were killed. Okay. The artifact, the Ark of Gabriel was on September 11th by builders working on a major renovation of the Grand Mosque. The story stated under the mosque, the workers opened a tunnel where they found the what was described as a mysterious box. 18 workers were killed that day by a violent flash. And I'll post this one.
That's going to be mentioned in the news. Seriously.
4,000 dead on September 24th, right?
Seriously, man. Do you think that's not going to be mentioned in the news?
Well, that's what I was saying. I think they covered it up with some kind of a stampede.
Oh, Tuesday.
Jumping Batman fish.
I don't need to say a mass stampede. Just fucking come up with even more horrific, like a mass water painting episode.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I'm not saying I think any of us are saying that. It's quite a claim to say that it killed 4,000. You're right. It would be something they would have to excuse if there was 4,000 people missing, and this is a real news story.
Jazz, that actually happened, man. There was a ton of people.
It was a construction accident. Yeah, they said it was a construction accident. And then the stamp from the accident.
Yeah, there was hundreds, man. There was a lot of people killed. Eh?
I do vaguely about a stampede. Was saying there's tens of thousands of people marching through the desert for hundreds of miles to go to Mecca, and in those, you're in the desert, don't have enough water, and they're going to fall over, and the people are, I don't want to say indoctrinated by their belief, and say that, but I just did, and they're going to not even notice people on the ground. They're just going to fucking walk right over them.
Some kind of, yeah.
Yeah, there was a big apartment failure that just collapsed stuff, like that building a couple of years ago.
I'm on the right track. I remember that. So unfortunate.
Yeah, not no, definitely not.
But then the next day, things went on. Thousands of people walk. What is it? Counter around a big black cube with a little bit of an asteroid and or a meteorite, apparently in the corner of it or something.
Well, just very quickly, PMAC, I saw something today. I was just looking up shit, and there has actually been a woman killed by an asteroid on Earth in southern Florida.
Isn't that the coincidence? You were looking that up and we were talking about it now.
Well, I mean, you can completely, absolutely.
Yeah, you what tortoise falling out there, and they hadn't.
No, I've got more chance of a tortoise foot scratching. Yeah, I say space. It's an actual thing.
Yeah, but we don't know what's up there. We can't touch that. We believe we can. You believe they're go up there, but we don't know there. There's all kinds of shit happening.
Have you been to New Zealand?
No. Have you got a ticket for me? Did you get me a ticket for the new year?
I may have.
Legend, bro.
Do you know anyone that's been to New Zealand?
Yeah, All the people that made fucking Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, I'm actually in Lord of the Rings. I'm one of the orcs.
And didn't need makeup.
I'm in The Return of the King.
The big fucking face.
I was the only one on set. They CGI'd everything, but I'm the only like a rhinoceros on my right in the. I've never watched the movie because I don't believe in fantasy bullshit.
But hang on a minute. Isn't that all that? I don't believe in bullshit. He doesn't ask you to believe. You fantasize about it. It's just a fantasy.
No, but I can only watch movies that are real.
Right.
Like,
okay. All right.
So
like
Lord of the Ring. I'm in it. Watched it.
Yeah, but it's great fun. Can you not like let your mind travel to Tolkien's world or and just pretend? You know to pretend.
No, I don't.
Yeah, but you pretend to be an orc.
I acted as being an orc for a week.
Yeah, well, sorry. Between pretending and acting.
It's because there was, like you guys call them tractor and trucks. There was 3 tractor and trailer units with a tractor and trailer,
right,
all lined up in a green screens, and then there was about 200 horses through in.
Look, I respect your opinion, right? But have you actually watched the Lord of the Rings?
No, I can't do it because it's just make believe bullshit. Bring myself.
And yet you believe in the globe.
Yeah, because that's not.
No, it's the same bullshit.
All right. And
it's a bit of a Lord of the Rings.
Did yesterday same thing that was.
Yeah,
there are parts of the novel about the desolation that the dwarf system.
Actually, what one of you guys should do is write a non-fiction novel or fiction, whichever way, about how the flat Earth came to be in today's society, and about maybe how today's society aren't accepting of. Would be a hit.
That's exactly what you should do.
Yeah, from the other way around. Do it about. I would do it.
Huh?
I would do it from the point of fucking 2023. You incredible people think that the Earth, and then say would go back. Obviously, would have to go back in 1,000 years, and then at least 2,000 years ago, they had an excuse to think that the Earth was flat.
I think it was about 100 years ago, about when they came up with a rotating. I wouldn't like to be in your mind.
Like I said the other night, I'm not up you or anyone else.
You never get up me, bro. You know,
I was trying to say
it's a joke.
Is I'm just not paranoid enough to think that everyone's lying. I have no reason for that.
Like person could. Jeremy's right.
What did Jeremy say?
Oh,
What I was trying to say was that you only watch real things, actually, but they're all a creation.
Of course they're all a creation. That's what a movie is.
So you telling me that you've never read a novel?
Hang on. It's sorry, whoever was just... Oh, I will speak.
Change the subject. That's what happens on a sphere. It's constant positive Gaussian curve.
If on us is flat, stay stationary at level.
It has every
yes.
Gaussian has.
Big dog. Sorry, big dog.
Why are you interrupting me? Flat on the surface of a sphere is not has constant Gaussian curvature. That's actually the reason why it's a non-developed surface.
She heard that, because the way I always understood it is that every point on a sphere is flat. Each individual little point, the single little point that touches
curvature on Wikipedia. I'm not your fucking school teacher. If you're a sphere